online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by Columbia Theological Seminary, educating and nurturing faithful, imaginative, and effective leaders for the sake of the church and the world. From Morning Star Music Publishers, Pittsburgh Theological Seminary, preparing for ministry in the way of Jesus. Presbyterian Older Adult Ministries Network, promoting the development of older adult ministries and the value of such ministries. Learn more at POAMN.org.
Music is one of the most important things to me in my life, and it's the primary way that I relate to God. I had been out of church for 10 years. I didn't think that there was a place for me in the church, for my doubts, for who I am as a person. Someone in church music just started talking to me one day, and it led me to seminary. Seminary really helped me explore what sacred is, where the sacred can be found in music.
All teaching for me really is simply sharing the things that I love.
He recognized my own musical inclinations, my musical gifts, and he supported those. He encouraged them. What I would like to do as a pastor in the future is to do a lot of what Eric does. He brings in traditional music. He brings in contemporary music. He brings in music that is not explicitly sacred. I hope that I can approach music with the same care that Eric does. I only hope that I can be that for other people, that I can encourage them in their spiritual quest, in their musical quest, and to let them know that they have a place in the world, in the seminary, in the church.
online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by Texas Presbyterian Foundation, enabling and expanding mission together. Union Presbyterian Seminary, equipping disciples to serve the church in the ever-changing world. PCUSA Vital Congregations, working with pastors, church committees, and middle governing bodies to provide training, materials, and consultation for all worshiping communities and in planning new congregations. The Presbyterian Foundation, your partner in ministry. The Royal School of Church Music America, we bring you voice for life.
The Presbyterian Foundation is a wonderful resource for local churches. First of all, it helps the pastor not have to carry all the water of stewardship education and awareness. The foundation has also helped us realize a variety of giving methods. We know that that has increased the giving of particularly our younger cohort.
Church is all about relationships. And for me, the Presbyterian Foundation is not a foundation, it is not a financial institution, it is none of those things. It's Ellie, it's Robert. It's these people who have dedicated their lives to being partners with us. And in being partners, they're helping us become what God is calling us to be as churches. So thank you.
Early on, I learned about the foundation, one of the oldest investment arms in our country. They're pros, they're experts in investment, but they're also ministers. They're also believers. This is their faith in action.
I have been reading up on the foundation since I overheard one of your colleagues speak at Big Tent, and how the small churches can relate to the foundation and what services the foundation have for small churches.
We're also grateful for the stories that the Presbyterian Foundation tells about not just simply giving, but then what the foundation does in ministry with those accumulated funds. So it's a wonderful way to really embody the connectional church of which we're a part.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by PCUSA 1001 New Worshiping Communities, igniting a movement of new worshiping communities at the grassroots level. Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. Connect with your calling, challenge your assumptions, change systems and societies. From Morning Star Music Publishers. And from a generous grant from the Central Mission Endowment Fund of St. Philip Presbyterian Church, Houston, Texas. From White Memorial Presbyterian Church in Raleigh, North Carolina. From First Presbyterian Church, Greenville, North Carolina. And from Westminster Presbyterian Church, Greenville, South Carolina.
Good morning, and welcome back to PAM's Worship and Music Conference. Today is Thursday, June 25th. We are grateful to be with you today in worship and song from the Montreat Conference Center in Montreat, North Carolina. May the peace of Christ be with you.
Good morning, Montreat Yogis. Today is day 4 of the conference, and you see I am on the porch at Assembly Inn with another incredible view of Lake Susan behind me. Today's session is going to be the most difficult so far, so the most challenging, I should say. If you're new to yoga, hopefully you have built up a little bit of a repertoire at this point. So if I'm doing something that doesn't feel right for you in your body, then hopefully you'll have some place to go that will be a little bit more accessible to you. And I will be trying to remember to cue those things for you as we go along as well. We'll be doing some balancing today. So if you like to be up against a wall, if you like to have a chair that is accessible that you could use for balance, all that is fantastic. Notice I have my blocks and my strap today. So whatever you're using, pillows, if you have blocks and a strap, that's great. If you have your complete works of Shakespeare or your the Oxford Old and New Testament with Apocrypha in hardback or something, those will work just fine. For a strap, you can use a necktie, you can use a towel, you can use whatever you've got that's handy that looks kind of like that. Remember always that props are not a cheat. Props are ways to make things accessible for your body. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with difficulty. It has to do with what your body wants to do and what it needs to be comfortable. So please use them. So now let's get started. Let's take a moment, lie down on your back as usual. Love to start this way. So you're lying in Shavasana. We've been closing our practice and opening our practice with Shavasana, but traditionally Shavasana is the closer every day. So every practice, every class. So you're lying on your back. Your feet are falling open to the sides of your mat. Your arms are extended to your side with space in between your body and your arms. And first, you're finding your natural breath. This is your reset button. No matter what's happened so far in your day, and it's pretty early, hopefully nothing much has happened so far. But you're hitting the reset button in Shavasana. The translation for Shavasana is corpse pose, which sounds a little creepy. What that really means is this is your symbol that all the things that don't serve you, all the old stuff that weighs you down, all of that has melted away. All of that has died away. That no longer exists for you. Shavasana, corpse pose. The old has died away. So as you breathe and you begin to find your center and you begin to deepen your breath, use this practice today as an opportunity to shed anything that no longer serves you. Deepen your breath. Find your food, find your fuel, take it in. Allow your belly to get full. Allow the air to rise through your solar plexus, through your heart space, through your chest, stopping at your throat. Count to 2 or 3 or 4, and then reverse that process through your nose, pulling your belly button in at the base of your exhale. This is your singer's breath. Fill up your belly. Let it rise. Let it rise. Feel it in your back. Exhaling. Pulling your belly button in. Using your abs to push your diaphragm up against your lungs so that all of the air is expelled. At the pace of your own breath, continue to fuel. Continue to feed yourself. Continue to filter away the things that don't serve. When you come to the end of your last breath, bring some gentle movement back to your fingers and toes, your ankles and wrists. Squeeze your hands together into fists. Squeeze your toes and release them. Open your fingers, open your toes. Take a big stretch overhead. Elongate first your left side only, extending from your waist through your fingertips and down from your hips into your toes. Take a big inhale and feel the expansion into your left side. So now extend your right side long, extending from your waist out through the tips of your fingers and from your hip down through your pointed toes. Breathe into that side. Feel that right side expansion. And release. Pull both knees into your chest. Roll around, side to side. Pull your chin up to your knees. Feel the whole curve of your spine from your tailbone around through the crown of your head. Bind the soles of your feet with your hands. Really tighten that ball in. Feel the back of your neck expand. Release that. Pull your left knee into your chest. Extend your right leg long. Guide that knee over to your armpit. your left armpit, left knee to left armpit. Opening up your hip just a little bit more. And release back to center. Extend that left leg high to the sky. Take a bind behind your left thigh. If you prefer, you can use your strap, looping your strap around the sole of your foot. Elbows out activates your back. Elbows in activates your chest. Live with this wherever you are. It's early in the day. And as you breathe, let that breath guide the opening. Every inhalation is elongation. Every exhalation is a settling in. Soften all of your muscles. As you soften, you release. And bend the knee. Release the strap. Take that strap over to the other side. We'll use it again in a minute. Extend your left leg long. Pull your right knee into your chest. Guide that right knee over to your right armpit. Really open up that hip. You're probably feeling this in your opposite groin as well. And guide that knee back to center. Extending your right foot to the sky. You can clasp behind your right thigh. Or again, you can find your strap, loop it around the sole of your foot. Use that for leverage. Again, be with what is in this moment. It's early in the day. You're not warmed up yet. Notice where you are. Breathe into that. Yoga is never something to achieve. It is always something to discover. Let your body teach you. And when you're ready, bend your knee, release your strap, take it off to your side. Grasp behind your thighs and roll front to back, finding the whole length of your spine. Now we're going to do something fun. The next time you roll up, I want you to cross your right leg under your left and roll up to a kneel. If you're practicing getting up out of the floor without using your hands, this is a great one. And back. And again, rocking and rolling. This time, you're going to take your left leg underneath and come up to your kneel. Always using that rock as a momentum. So let's go through that again. Back to your seat, rocking. Right leg crosses under and rolling up. back to your seat, rocking and rolling. Left leg under and up. That's pretty fun, right? You can practice that at home. And coming back down to your easy seat. Sweeping arms up and overhead. Take your arms to a T, to goalposts. I'm a Tennessee fan. T, goalposts. And close the book. Pull your belly button in. And open the book, squeezing your shoulder blades together, opening here in your chest, through the front of your shoulders, looking up, opening your heart space, squeezing together, closing the book, pulling your belly button in, opening the book, close the book, open the book, and place your hands in front of you, rolling through to your tabletop. Cat-cow, at your own pace, finding your breath. And come to stillness, placing your forearms on your mat, rolling through gently, coming to a plank. Back down to your forearms. Lower your knees right behind you and roll back to your seat. Arms sweep up and overhead. Take your left arm to your mat, right arm across. Come up onto your shins. Extend your right leg long. Rise up to gate. Again, rotate to the other side. Side plank with support. Cartwheeling your arms around to gate. Gaze is up underneath your armpit. One more time. And rising up. And back to neutral. Sweeping your arms up and overhead again. This time, right hand to your mat, left arm across. Rise up onto your shins. You might like a block or a book here, if your arms are short, like mine are. Extend your left leg out to the side. Cartwheel your arms up to gate. Rotate around. Supported side plank. Back around to gate. Cartwheel around. Last time. Side plank. And gate. And again, coming to your neutral, back to your tabletop. Extend your right heel up to the sky. Your knee is remaining bent. Rotate that knee out and circle it around. Both directions. And bring it to neutral. Open it up, circle it around, tap your knee to your elbow, and kick your heel up. Rotate out, knee to elbow. Kick it up. Rotate out, knee to elbow. Kick it up. And back to neutral. Now left leg, same thing. Send your heel to the sky. Rotate your knee out to the side. First, just make circles. And coming to neutral. Lift it up. Knee is out. Rotate knee to elbow. And kick it up. Knee out, rotating to elbow. Kick it up. Rotate knee to elbow. And kick it up. Back to your tabletop. Forearms to your mat. We've been here before. Shifting that all the way forward. Finding your plank. Lower your knees. Back to tabletop. Tuck your toes. Press up to downward dog. Pedal your feet. And coming to stillness. Hands slightly wider than your shoulders. Feet slightly wider than your hips. Press down with your hands and send your hips back. Tucking your belly button. Lift your leg to the sky. Sweep it through to replace your hand. You can lower your knee here or you can keep it up. Sweeping your arms up and overhead. Make sure that you're pressing back into the ball mound of your back foot to equalize the weight back to forward. Make sure you're breathing always. Lower your hands to frame your foot. Step it back to plank. Lower your knees, chest, and chin. Slither through to baby cobra and press up to downward dog. Lift the other leg now. Sweep it through to replace a hand. Knee up or down, whichever you prefer. Find your stability and rise up. Lower your hands to frame your foot. Step your back foot to meet your forward foot. Half forward fold. Forward fold. Roll up one vertebra at a time to standing, sweeping your arms up and overhead. Hands meet and float down to heart center. Swan dive forward. Half forward fold, forward fold. Step both feet back to downward dog. You've done this before. Lift one leg high, sweep it through. Lower your back knee or keep it raised. Sweep up. Take your arms to cactus again. Rotate your cactus toward your bent knee. Back through center. Arms up. Hands frame your foot. Step it back to plank. Lower your knees, your chest, and your chin. Slither through to baby cobra, bhujangasana, and press up to downward dog. Other leg lifts, sweeps through. Arms are sweeping up. Find your cactus. Rotate your cactus toward your bent knee. And rotate back through center, arms up. Hands frame your foot. Step your back foot to meet your front foot. Half forward fold. Forward fold. Rolling up to standing. Sweeping your arms up and overhead. And float down. Swan dive forward. Send your feet back to downward dog. Lift one leg and this time send it to the outside of the hand. Lower your back knee. Untuck that back toe. That is a big, big, big groin stretch. Big hip stretch here. If it feels good to you, you can rotate to the outer blade of that foot to really get an opening. If you're really jonesing for some difficulty, you can lift that back knee. You can even sweep your arm around to grasp that back foot. All this is optional. You can go to child's pose if you want to. And gently release. You don't want a slingshot. And full range of motion. Back to the center. Rotate this foot back to its neutral place. Tuck your back toes. Back to downward dog. Now you know where we're going. We're going to do it on the other side. Lift the other leg, sweeping through, sending it to the outside of your hand. Lower your back knee. Untuck your toes. If it feels good, roll to the outer blade of that outside foot. If you'd like to, you can bend that back leg. Place the hand that's on the same side as the bent leg on the ground to brace yourself, and cartwheel the other arm around, finding that back foot. Gently release and cartwheel that arm back. Place your hands both on the inside of this foot. Untuck your toes and step that back foot to the outside of your other hand. Send your hips straight down to your mat. Block here is good. We're moving into yogi squat. Hands to your mat. Send both feet back to your plank. Lower to your forearms for Sphinx pose. Press your hands into your mat. Lift through your solar plexus, your heart, your throat. Try not to kink your neck in the back. Shoulders are down. You really activate your arms when you press down into your mat. This can be really super active. Now come all the way to your belly, extending your arms in front of you. Head is straight down, third eye to your mat. On your next inhale, just lift your feet off the mat. Continue to breathe. Spread your toes. And release to your mat. On your next inhale, you're just going to lift your upper body. Really pull those abs together. Press down with the tops of your feet. Breathing. And lower. Take a breath. Always. On your next inhale, You're going to raise your feet and your hands. Here we go. Now thread your arms back. Breathing. Thread your arms forward. Breathing. One more time back. Squeeze those glutes. Activate those legs. Forward. And release. Take your arms to a T. Take your cheek to the mat. I have my left cheek on the mat. I'm going to take my right hand to standing at chest level, and I'm going to roll over onto that shoulder really gently. You may not get all the way over. That's okay. If you are all the way over and you'd like to deepen it, you can take your upper foot behind, scissor legs. Notice how my hips are rotating open a little bit more when I do that. For more challenge, you can take that back foot to standing. And gently make your way back to your belly. We're going to go the other way now. My right arm is out, so my left arm is going to come to standing by my chest. Rolling over. Scissoring my legs. Notice how my hips rotate open when I scissor my legs. For a little more challenge, you can take that back foot to standing. Soften everything. Breathing. If you feel a tug, you feel something that's not comfortable, adjust. Yoga is not a competitive sport. And gently unwinding from that, pressing back to child's pose. When you're ready, you can lift your hips back to your tabletop. Press up to downward dog. Lift your right leg to the sky. I promise we're not going to be here long. Right leg to the sky. Sweep it through so that your right ankle finds your left wrist. Send your other knee down to your mat. Send your back foot back. This is pigeon pose. Remember, we've done reclined pigeon, where you do this on your back and you make the figure 4. This is the full expression. You can remain up, propped up. You can come to your forearms. You can come all the way down to your forehead. Continue to breathe in this position. Interestingly, your hip joint is connected to your jaw joint. So oftentimes if you take a nice big yawn in a really deep hip opening position, it can help to open your hips a little bit more. Take one more breath. Gently rise up, tuck those back toes, and send that bent leg up to a 3-limb down dog. Bend at the knee, open and stack your hips. If you'd like to flip your dog over, that can be pretty fun. And rotating back around to your 3-limb down dog and back to regular down dog. Lift your left leg to the sky. Sweep it through so that your left ankle is meeting your right wrist and lower your knee. Send your extended back leg back. Come to your forearms if you like. Whatever version of this you like. If this is all too crazy, then roll over onto your back and do the reclined version. You can come all the way to your mat. Try the yawn. See if that opens your hip a little bit more. One more breath. Come back to your forearms and then pressing yourself all the way up. Tuck your back toes. Send that bent leg back to your 3-limb down dog. Bend at the knee, open and stack your hips. This is just like what we did at the beginning on our knees. If you'd like to flip your dog, feel free. Just an option. And make your way back to your 3-limb dog, full down dog. Come to your knees, cross at the ankles, send yourself back. Come to your boat pose. We've seen this before as well. Your feet are going to come up, shins parallel to your mat. If you'd like to straighten your legs, if you'd like to extend your arms, really pull those abs in. Pull them in, pull them in, pull them in. And gently, one vertebra at a time, you're going to lower all the way to your mat. Take your feet to standing on your mat. I bet you're sweating. Think about all of the junk that's leaving your body, all the things that don't serve. They're all coming out in your stretches and in your sweat. Cross your left ankle over your right knee and let that fall to your right. Sweep your left arm up and across your body, and you're going to roll over. You might want to cross your legs a little bit more like you're sitting in a chair. You're going to roll all the way over to a super deep twist. If just crossing your legs is enough, that's great. If coming to this position is enough, that's great. If you want to flip all the way the rest of the way over, that's great. Elbows should be beneath your shoulders. Your forearms are similar to what we do in Sphinx. And very gently unwind, very gently, very gently. Feet standing on your mat. We're going to go the other direction now. You might want to shimmy over on your mat a little bit more so you don't come off so far. This time I'm crossing my right ankle over my left knee, letting that fall to the left, sweeping my right arm across and continuing to twist around. Crossing my knees a little bit more like I'm sitting in a chair. Take nice deep breaths into this. Soften. And when you're ready, gently roll out. Gently. As we come to the end of our practice, you may want to take one final pose. We've done child's happy baby before. So you could do happy baby. I was about to say child's pose. If you'd like to do a child's pose, please feel free. If you'd like some other type of inversion, a plow is a good stretch for your back. Shoulder stand, if that is in your practice. Whatever final pose you would like. And if you have just had enough, find your way to Shavasana. That's where we're headed next. Feet are mat width apart, arms are extended long and separated from your body. You've done it. Say thank you to your body. Notice how much has fallen away from you as you open your muscles, as you release things that don't serve. All of those things get stored up in our bodies, and when we release our muscles, we have released our spirit. So rejoice in what you have done and rest. When you're ready, bring bring some gentle movement back to your fingers and toes, ankles and wrists. Shavasana, the symbol of release of dead things. Take a stretch overhead, curl into a ball, and roll over onto your right side, which is traditional after a warming practice. Curl into a fetal position on your right side, cradling your head with your underneath arm. Take a moment in seed pose. This reminder that every moment of every day, every breath is a new beginning. We are washed clean. Press yourself up to your seat. Sweep your arms out, up, and overhead very slowly. Feel the energy that you have created in your practice. Allow your hands to meet in Anjali Mudra, prayer hands. Float them down to your third eye to remind yourself to have kind and loving thoughts. To your lips, to remind you to have right speech. And to your heart, to remind yourself to be compassionate, first toward yourself, then to those you love, those you know, those you don't know, and further out into the whole world. The light in me bows to the loving, beautiful, triumphant light in each of you. Namaste.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by Columbia Theological Seminary, educating and nurturing faithful, imaginative, and effective leaders for the sake of the church and the world. From Morning Star Music Publishers, Pittsburgh Theological Seminary, preparing for ministry in the way of Jesus. Presbyterian Older Adult Ministries Network, promoting the development of older adult ministries and the value of such ministries. Learn more at poamn.org.
O Lord, open my lips.
Shall proclaim your
Proclaim
praise.
Alleluia. For the Lord our God, the Almighty, reigns. Let us rejoice and exult and give God the glory. Let's sing unto the Lord a hymn of glad rejoicing. Let's sing a hymn of love at the new day's fresh beginning. God made the sky above, the stars, the sun, the oceans, and God saw it was good, for those works were filled with beauty.
Alleluia, let's sing unto the Lord. Alleluia.
Let's sing unto the Lord a hymn of adoration, which shows our love and faith and the hope of all creation. Through all that has been made, the Lord is praised for greatness, and so we sing to God, who bestows such lovely blessings.
Alleluia, alleluia, let's sing unto the Lord. Alleluia. Cantemos al Señor un himno de alegría, un cántico de amor al nacer el nuevo día. Él hizo el cielo, el mar, el sol y las estrellas, y vio en ellos bondad, pues sus obras eran bellas. Aleluya, cantemos al Señor. Aleluya. Cantemos al Señor un himno de alabanza que exprese nuestro amor, nuestra fe y nuestra esperanza. En toda la creación pregona su grandeza, así nuestro cantar va anunciando su belleza. Alleluia, alleluia, cantemos al Señor. Alleluia. The Lord be with you.
And also with you.
Let us give thanks to the Lord our God.
It is right to give our thanks and praise.
Eternal God, we give you thanks that through the gift of our baptism, you call us to a new way of life in your realm of grace and peace. By the power of your Holy Spirit, let your will be done in our lives and in this world that you love. Through Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Amen.
Readings from Psalm 16 and Luke 24. Protect me, O God, for in you I take refuge. I say to the Lord, you are my Lord. I have no good apart from you. As for the holy ones in the land, they are the noble, in whom is all my delight. Those who choose another God multiply their sorrows. Their drink offerings of blood I will not pour out, or take their names upon my lips. The Lord is my chosen portion and my cup. You hold my lot. The boundary lines have fallen for me in pleasant places. I have a goodly heritage. I keep the Lord always before me. Because he is at my right hand, I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad and my soul rejoices. My body also rests secure. For you do not give me up to Sheol, or let your faithful one see the pit. You show me the path of life. In your presence there is fullness of joy. In your right hand are pleasures forevermore.
Then Jesus said to them, "These are my words that I spoke to you while I was still with you, that everything written about me in the law of Moses, the prophets, and the Psalms must be fulfilled." Then he opened their minds to understand the scriptures, and he said to them, "Thus it is written, that the Messiah is to suffer and to rise from the dead on the third day, and that repentance and forgiveness of sins is to be proclaimed in his name to all nations, beginning from Jerusalem. You are witnesses of these things. And see, I am sending upon you what my Father promised. So stay here in the city until you have been clothed with power from on high." Then he led them out as far as Bethany, and lifting up his hands, he blessed them. While he was blessing them, he withdrew from them and was carried up into heaven. As they worshipped him and returned to Jerusalem with great joy, they were continually in the temple blessing God. Holy wisdom, holy word, thanks be to God.
The psalmist says, "The Lord is my chosen portion, and the boundary lines have fallen for me in pleasant places." And Jesus says, "Stay here until you have power from on high." The boundary lines have fallen for me. The boundary lines have fallen. The boundary lines. Fallen into place or fallen down. Boundary lines, fences of grief, have fallen in this season between neighbors, between houses, between well and sick. Boundary lines seem to have fallen between past and present, and between present and future. Boundary lines, brutal walls, have fallen as knees upon breathless necks, as injustice, as terror. Boundary lines cry out to fall between races, to fall on the side of justice. Boundary lines have also fallen in glimpses of change or in decisions for justice. Boundary lines fall in pleasant places, in the wonder of vocation, in the gifts of family and friends, in the assurance that we are enough, in the promise that baptism is sufficient, in the encircling reach of God's love. Boundary lines may fall between a past we cannot change and a future in which we can be open to change. Boundary lines entwine in lament and praise, in tiredness and in contentment. The boundary lines have fallen. Let us pray. O God, satisfy us with your love in the morning, and we will live this day in joy and praise. Gracious God, we thank you for the morning air, for sun and for rain. We thank you for the gift of waking, for the gift of life, for the encouragement of friends, for the promise of hope. We pray in these difficult days for all who suffer wrong and injustice, for those who are sick, for those who respond, for those who give care and grow food and bring nourishment and relief, for those who pastor and counsel. In these days, we pray for those of us who lead song in the church. When our songs feel silent, keep them alive in our hearts and minds. Keep them alive across spaces we may not imagine, that we may return to song and rest in you. Hear the prayers we make that only you hear, but upon which your hand rests. Holy God, your love is higher than the heavens, and your grace is wider than the sea. Awaken our hearts to the joy of your presence, and open our lips to sing your praise, to the glory of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. Save us from the time of trial, and deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Amen.
Let us serve the Lord with gladness.
Amen.
Amen. Bless the Lord.
The
Lord's name be praised.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by Texas Presbyterian Foundation, enabling and expanding mission together. Union Presbyterian Seminary, equipping disciples to serve the church in the ever-changing world. PCUSA Vital Congregations, working with pastors, church committees, and middle governing bodies to provide training, materials, and consultation for all worshiping communities and in planning new congregations. The Presbyterian Foundation, your partner in ministry. The Royal School of Church Music America. We bring you voice for life. PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by PCUSA 1001 New Worshiping Communities, igniting a movement of new worshiping communities at the grassroots level. Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. Connect with your calling, challenge your assumptions, change systems and societies. From Morning Star Music Publishers. And from a generous grant from the Central Mission Endowment Fund of St. Philip Presbyterian Church, Houston, Texas. From White Memorial Presbyterian Church in Raleigh, North Carolina. From First Presbyterian Church, Greenville, North Carolina. And from Westminster Presbyterian Church, Greenville, South Carolina. PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by Columbia Theological Seminary, educating and nurturing faithful, imaginative, and effective leaders for the sake of the church and the world. From Morning Star Music Publishers, Pittsburgh Theological Seminary, preparing for ministry in the way of Jesus. Presbyterian Older Adult Ministries Network, promoting the development of older adult ministries and the value of such ministries. Learn more at poamn.org.
Thanks for joining me again for the second lecture. My name again is Susie Park, and I teach Hebrew Bible classes at Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. And as with the first lecture, this one will also come sometimes verbatim from a new book called The Flawed Family of God, Stories About Imperfect Families in Genesis, which is co-authored by myself and Carolyn Helsel, and which will be published by Westminster John Knox Press. Also, as in the first lecture, I will be referring to God as a he, okay? And if you want to know why, you can listen to the first part of the first lecture, okay? So in this lecture, we're going to look at yet another famous Israelite hero whom the writers of Hebrews viewed as part of this kind of cloud of witnesses and whose life testified to unshakable faith. And in this lecture, we're going to turn to Abram, whose name is changed by God to Abraham. Okay, and Abraham, alongside Moses and David, is probably one of the most important Israelite ancestors. Okay, and he is so important that he is claimed as the father or the patriarch of three religious traditions, what are known as the Abrahamic monotheisms, that is Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Okay, the writer of Hebrews 11, where he lists these kind of paragons of faith. Okay, the writer of Hebrews 11 is also very well aware of Abraham, and in what is the longest section in Hebrews 11, okay, he gives you a short summary of Abraham's life. Okay, namely Abraham's move to Canaan, his faith in God's promise of many descendants, okay, despite his wife's initial infertility. And he sort of, the writer kind of throws this other thing that demonstrates his faith in his willingness to kill, that is Abraham's willingness to kill his own son. Okay, so obviously we can't cover all of Abraham's life in 45 minutes, so I'm going to focus on the most dissonant, the oddest, the most uncomfortable aspect of Abraham's life mentioned by the writer of Hebrews as demonstrative of his faith, namely his willingness to sacrifice his son Isaac. Okay, and this is how that event is remembered by the author of Hebrews 11. This is in verses 17 through 19. Okay, by faith, Abraham, when put to the test, offered up Isaac. He who had received the promises was ready to offer up his only son, of whom he had been told, "It is through Isaac that descendants shall be named for you." He considered the fact that God is able even to raise someone from the dead. And figuratively speaking, he did receive him back. Okay. So as we did in the first lecture, we're going to, in this lecture, also compare sort of the memory of this story or this event, that is Isaac's sacrifice, okay, to what it really says, the story that is recounted in the Hebrew Bible in Genesis. Okay, so if you have your Bibles with you, okay, or sort of nearby, please turn with me to Genesis 22, okay, where it talks about the near sacrifice of Isaac, Abraham's son. This text is also known in Judaism as the Akedah, which means the binding, because Isaac is bound. Okay. And unlike last time with the story of Cain and Abel, this tale is best heard in one go. Okay. So, a reading from Genesis 22, the binding of Isaac. After these things, God tested Abraham, and he said to him, Abraham, and he said, here I am. And he said, take your son, your only son, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains that I shall show you. So Abraham rose up early in the morning. He saddled his donkey and took 2 of his young men with him and his son Isaac. And he cut the wood for the burnt offering and set out and went to the place in the distance that God had shown him. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up, and he saw the place far away. And then Abraham said to his young men, stay here with the donkey. The boy and I will go over there, we will worship, and then we will come back to you. Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it on his son Isaac, and he himself carried the fire and the knife. So the 2 of them walked on together. And Isaac said to his father, Abraham, Father, and he said, here I am, my son. And he said, the fire and the wood are here, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering? And Abraham said, God himself will provide the lamb for a burnt offering, my son. So the 2 of them walked on together. When they came to the place that God had shown him, Abraham built an altar there and laid the wood in order. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. Then Abraham reached out his hand and took the knife to kill his son. But the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, here I am. And he said, do not lay your hand on the boy or do anything to him. For now I know that you fear God, since you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me. And Abraham looked up and saw a ram caught in the thicket by its horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up as a burnt offering instead of his son. Unsurprisingly, this text is considered one of the most disturbing, the most difficult stories in the Hebrew Bible. It is also considered, oddly, one of the most central. Indeed, all of the 3 Abrahamic monotheisms, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, has variations of the story whereby a beloved chosen son is sacrificed or nearly sacrificed by the express command of God. The story that readers and listeners like you would be most familiar with is the one that forms the core narrative of the Christian faith, Jesus' sacrifice. Okay, yet the importance placed on this story is extremely troubling. Why do these traditions hold up a violent and dysfunctional story about the murder or near murder of a child by his father as a core narrative of their faith? So much so that by the time of Hebrews 11, this event is seen as demonstrative of faith, as almost a paragon of faith. Okay, Elie Wiesel, the great writer, survivor of the Holocaust, alludes to the mystery and the significance of the story when he writes, quote, to me, the Akedah, the binding, okay, was an unfathomable mystery given to every generation to be relived, if not solved. In order to understand the significance of Isaac's near sacrifice, we have to understand the significance of Isaac, the boy who is nearly killed. Isaac is the long-awaited son of the Israelite matriarch Sarah. Sarah has had issues with infertility for so long that by the time we meet her for the first time in the biblical text, she is already too old to have children. And the woman, especially in the patriarchal age, in the ancient Near East, okay, where women can really get a job or really inherit. Okay, a woman without an heir in this context was in extremely precarious positions. So Sarah had lots of reasons to be terrified. Okay, not just Sarah, but the readers of Genesis also have been eagerly awaiting and building up to the birth of Isaac. From the very beginning of the story about Sarah and Abraham, which begins in Genesis 11, okay, the focus of the narrative has been on whether this couple will have a child to carry on the what is known as the Abrahamic promise. Okay, this kind of promise made to Abraham by God, okay? Where God promises Abraham progeny and land and kind of a special relationship, okay? And it is this long-awaited promised child Isaac who is finally born in Genesis 21, okay? So, of course, the joy and surprise of his mother, okay? Now, it's not difficult to find modern equivalents of Sarah and Abraham's tale, okay? A couple has had problems with infertility for decades. They prayed, tried every fertility treatment only to remain childless. Indeed, as perhaps now, as in the text, they have been childless for so long, it seems that Sarah has almost lost all hope, okay? And it's finally after all this that she conceives, okay? And the child is born and lives, okay? No doubt the birth of this child, as the birth of Isaac, would have been seen as miraculous, okay? Yet, oddly, after so joyously announcing the birth of this long-awaited child in Genesis 21, after showing you or telling you, the writer, why Isaac is so very, very, very important, God, in the very next chapter, okay, inexplicably commands Abraham, Isaac's father, to kill him. That is, to take Isaac and sacrifice him as a whole burnt offering. Okay. Now, the type of offering that Isaac is supposed to kind of constitute, it adds to the horror of the tale. This offering is called the olah, okay, from Allah, to go up, and it's a whole burnt offering. And it means the olah is sometimes referred to in older translations of the biblical text as a Holocaust offering. Okay, and it is one where the entire animal is burnt up, okay, and sent as a smoke to God. Okay, and it's because of the type of offering that Isaac is supposed to kind of constitute. This is one of the reasons why the story in Genesis 22 is seen as a prism through which to understand the Holocaust of the Jewish people. Okay. Other aspects of the story also heighten the terror and the dread. Okay, so for example, the story emphasizes the dearness, okay, of Isaac to Abraham by calling Isaac your son, your only son, Isaac, whom you love. Notice the repetition. The biblical text usually is very succinct. Okay, so considering that Abraham actually has another son, Ishmael, who was in another kind of slightly horrifying tale, was sent away shortly after Isaac's birth. The reference to Isaac as Abraham's only son points to the centrality, the value of Isaac, okay, and therefore to the magnitude of the demand of sacrifice. Indeed, considering the difficulties Sarah faced in getting pregnant, it is clear that Isaac will remain the only child that Sarah will ever have, and therefore will constitute in the Hebrew scriptures the only possible heir to the promise made by God to Abraham. The stress on the importance of Isaac is all the more telling and poignant when we realize that Genesis 22 is noted for its, even more than the other parts of the Hebrew Bible, noted for its sparseness. A sparseness that's even reflected to some degree in English in the Hebrew Bible. Okay, the story tells the reader little to no information that would help the reader make sense of the story. So things that the reader would really like to know, like what's the emotional state of Abraham? And does Isaac know what's going on? Or is Isaac a willing participant? Where's Sarah? What do they feel? Okay. None of this we really get a true sense of. Okay. Now, slightly horrifyingly, the story does hint that Isaac might have had some idea about the dangerous situation he was in. Okay. Isaac, we are told, likely noticing the oddity of the sudden excursion, asks his father in verse 7 about the whereabouts of the lamb that is to be sacrificed. Okay, so he says, oh, Daddy, where is the lamb for the burnt offering? He says in verse 7. Okay, ominously or faithfully, okay, depending on one's interpretation, Abraham responds that God himself will provide the lamb for the offering. The sparseness of the tale not only makes the motivations, thoughts, and the portrayals of these characters murky, but it also adds the terror of the tale by cutting out all the music and the sound from the scene. The reader, therefore, is left to think and ponder in silence, so you're supposed to think about these questions as you're reading it, okay? And there's kind of no noise here, okay? And the silence is only punctuated by the sporadic and sparse words the father and son as one leads the other to his likely demise. Okay. And as before with Cain and Abel, okay, but even more so here, this story offers really no answer to the numerous theological and ethical riddles and dilemmas and questions it presents. Okay. And in so doing, the story compels the reader to wrestle with these issues themselves, almost internally. Okay. And one of the key questions which runs kind of like a scarlet thread through the narrative is, why does God ask Abraham to do this unspeakable, unethical act to murder his own child? What is God trying to find out? And what information can possibly be worth the price of someone's life? Indeed, the story, one could say, is even worse than the previous one about Cain's murder of Abel. In that story, it was kind of about intrahuman violence, and God's role in it was a bit more murky. Here, God's role is a lot more direct. It is God who commands Abraham suddenly to kill his own kid. So the question is why? Now, the usual answer given is that that God was testing Abraham's faith or his fear of God. Okay, some kind of test. Indeed, at the end of the story, in verse 12, 22:12, God states that he now knows, okay, because Abraham's willing to kill Isaac, that Abraham fears God. Okay, this kind of vision of the story as a test of faith. This is obviously how the writer of Hebrews also remembers this tale. Okay, when he describes Abraham's willingness and how it demonstrates Abraham's faith. Okay, but again, as with Cain and Abel, the story of Cain and Abel, yet here again, if we look at the tale in Genesis, not in Hebrews, a bit more, when we actually listen to the tale, it becomes a lot more difficult to simply dismiss the story with, this is a test of faith, okay, test of fear. Okay. Indeed, if this is a test of faith, this actually makes things a lot worse because it raises a whole bunch of different questions that are even more disturbing. Okay, namely, why does an all-powerful deity need to test Abraham's loyalty and devotion so badly, and in this particular manner, via murder? Even if such a test was necessary, couldn't God design a test that didn't involve the death of a kid? Okay, is God so insecure that Abraham's loyalty and devotion that he has to devise a murder scheme where Abraham is forced to choose between his son or his God? What kind of God does this? And do we want to actually worship a God that does this? Mm-hmm. If this is a test of faith, God, the tester, looks very bad. Okay. Other theological dilemmas, this isn't it, other theological dilemmas also abound in this tale. Okay. If this test is about faith, as the writer of Hebrews seems to assume, it is unclear how the sacrifice addresses or entails faithfulness or fear of God exactly. Why and how does Abraham's willingness to kill his own kid indicate Abraham's respect or faith in God exactly? The only thing this test seems to prove is that Abraham will blindly do whatever God commands him to do, no matter how destructive or how unethical. Is that what faith is? Is that what we want faith to be? As such, this narrative naturally leads to questions about theology and ethics. Okay, what constitutes righteous faith, or what is the right way to fear God? Is it just blind obedience? Okay, and what happens when the divine command or one's theology contradicts our ethics, our natural sense of right and wrong? Which one takes precedence? And unless you're tempted to easily to, God takes precedent, God always takes precedent, that answer. And remember that our natural sense of right and wrong, as some ethicists have argued, stemmed from God. So why would God give human beings a natural understanding of right and wrong only to command us to go against that instinct, to commit heinous acts, such as murdering one's own child? Okay? Does abuse, be it of a family member, friend, parishioner, animals, anything, ever okay, even if they are commanded by God? And if so, how do we know this commanded abuse stems from God or stems from a less palatable source? Okay. You may at this point like many whom I teach, be tempted to dismiss the story by stating that, well, it's just in the Old Testament and not in the New Testament, the Testament that Christians silently and unwittingly favor, though they don't like to admit it. And I get it, this is a terrible, this is not a good story, okay? And we in the church, when we come to a disturbing tale in the Hebrew scriptures, well, our usual action is just to ignore it. Okay, kind of treat these stories as not part of the canon. Okay. However, this particular narrative is much more difficult to ignore. Okay, and the reason is because, as I noted earlier, Christianity too has a variant of this story, sort of at its kind of core. Okay, in our tradition, God once again allows, indeed commands, the murder of an innocent son, albeit willing, I guess, in this case. Hence, even in the New Testament, similar questions are raised about why and what kind of God would demand the murder of an innocent child of God as a test of faith or fear. Even if the murder is for a good cause, although in Isaac's case, what the cause is never clearly stated, okay, it is still very problematic that an all-powerful God cannot devise a different solution, one which would bring about the same good effect without recourse to murder. Is there really no alternative? Not even one that God can think of. Okay. In short, though we may want to, we cannot really easily wiggle out of confronting the theological problems this story about Isaac's sacrifice represents. And these problems and questions about God easily bleed into modern ones, especially about violence and abuse. Okay? Not only is Abraham's silent and willing obedience to murder his child problematic, but if we imagine God as a parent, and many of us do, then the story is about the abuse and possible murder of a child by a parental figure, okay, or an authority figure. And considering that the story is canonical and authoritative, however way you think that means or what that means, and considering that Abraham is renowned for his faithfulness, okay, in part for for attempting to follow through with this murder of his own son, this story can be extremely easily misread as allowing or permitting other abuses of those who are less powerful, like children. The story, after all, is in the Bible, and that means it has the power to reach out and affect the world. One scholar, Carol Delaney, in her book, Abraham on Trial, has argued as such. She writes that these stories about the divinely sanctioned murder and abuse of children and women, because they appear in the Bible in a canonical text, sanction similar and continual mistreatment of the powerless in the world today. The biblical text, Delaney argues, as a fundamental text, normalizes and allows abuse. Indeed, Delaney cites a case when this happened, when the biblical text reached out into the world. In 1990, a California man claims to have heard God's voice commanding him to sacrifice his youngest daughter, and he follows through. And so Delaney asks, what separates this man from Abraham? And if there is little to separate them, how can we laud Abraham? How can we think he is this great paragon of faith, and yet condemn this man in California or other people who commit similar acts as the work of the insane or the criminal? Now, at this point, you might say, well, Susie, the thing is, Abraham doesn't go through with it, right? At the end, there's a ram. Okay. Yes, true. Okay. Although I will say in the New Testament, notice no ram comes by. Okay. And I will also say, in my defense, in other places in the Hebrew Bible, when a child is sacrificed, you didn't think this was the only one, did you? Such as Judges 11, okay, no animal suddenly appears. This is really the only case when an animal suddenly appears to save the kid who is about to be sacrificed, okay? Even in Genesis 22, there's a hint that in some retellings of this tale, in some variants of this tale, no ram appeared. Okay, and that Abraham actually in these other variations followed through with God's command to kill his own son. So, for example, there's even evidence of it in Genesis 22 itself, okay? So in Genesis 22:19, it states at the very end of the tale that Abraham returned to his servants and that they went back home, okay? What's odd is that there's no mention of Isaac, as if Abraham went back home by himself. Okay. also notice the weird thing that the later writer of Hebrews says in his version of the story. Okay, in Hebrews 11:19, okay, it states, "He, that is Abraham, considered the fact that God is able even to raise someone from the dead, and figuratively speaking, he did receive him back." Figuratively speaking doesn't sound good. Okay. You want us to say literally received Isaac back. And so even it seems like one reading of Hebrews is that in the version that the writer of Hebrews remembers, Isaac is not saved by a ram. He is sacrificed, okay? And Abraham gets him figuratively back, okay? In short, the ram does not really offer you a kind of get out of jail for free card, okay? Instead, stories like this, okay, push us to come up with kind of a different approach to this text. Okay? Instead of just silently accepting the usual interpretation, instead of just saying, well, Abraham, as we know, is a model of faith because he didn't hesitate to kill his own kid, okay, who was figuratively returned, okay, the story compels us to look at this narrative otherwise, right, to counter it. Some would say even argue against it, or even to say no to it. Okay. So, for the sake of an experiment, let's try that. Okay, let's try reading this text otherwise. Okay, instead of remembering Abraham as a model of faith, why don't we reimagine him as a kind of anti-model, as a model of what not to do? Okay, not faith. Rather than praising Abraham for passively ceding to God's command, perhaps we should instead interrogate his actions and declare that he himself should have behaved differently. He should have argued back, should have questioned God, should have resisted God's unethical command. He should have said no, as we, the readers, say no now. Indeed, some interpreters have even argued that Abraham in Genesis 22 does not actually pass the test. He does pass the test if the test is faith and fear as defined as pure blind obedience. Okay? In such a test, he passes that. But Abraham does not, commentators argue, pass the kind of larger unstated test about how one should behave when confronted with such an ethical dilemma. According to this interpretation, instead of blindly obeying, Abraham should have argued with God. Okay? And indeed, we know that Abraham can argue with God, because in Genesis 18, okay, in the story that kind of leads up to the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, we are told that Abraham bargains with God when Abraham finds out God is going to destroy the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, and he remembers that his nephew Lot lives in that town. He bargains with God, okay, to bring down, if so-and-so righteous people can be found in that town. He gets God to agree to, I believe, 10, okay? So we know that Abraham knows how to bargain with God, okay? But notice how in this test, in Genesis 22, he does not. Okay. So according to some interpretation, because he failed to bargain because he failed to intercede, he fails this larger test. Okay. Others argue, instead of arguing, he should have just said no. That's how you pass the test. You say, if you want me to do something unethical, then no matter the cost. Okay. This is especially the case when we look at how this action, okay, affects those around him, in particular his family. Okay. In the aside from Isaac, the most notable person that this affects is his wife Sarah. Okay, so there's a couple of things about Sarah that is odd with this tale. Notice how Abraham does not say a peep to Sarah about what he's going to do on the special father and son trip that he takes. Okay. Notice that he doesn't tell Sarah about what God has commanded. I mean, there's a severe lack of communication here. Okay. Instead, he seems to treat Isaac as if Isaac belongs to he himself alone, as if Sarah had nothing to do with this child. Okay, and notice that as Abraham was also waiting for this long-promised son, so also was Sarah. Okay, indeed, as I said before, this would be the only child that Sarah has. Okay, and Sarah's situation was much more precarious in the ancient world. Okay, and notice how Abraham does not say anything to Sarah. This is not a very good example, again, kind of acting as a counter-example, anti-example of what you should do. Okay, this is not an excuse, but this is, of course, patriarchal literature, okay, written and edited by groups of male scribes. Okay, Sarah, Isaac's mother, who is never told about Abraham's trip, right? If you follow the story in Genesis, right after this, she dies. Okay. And some have wondered whether this event is connected to her maybe sudden demise. Now, she wasn't very young. Okay. Now, rabbinic sources, for example, say that Sarah dies because she finds out about what her no-good husband was up to with her child. Okay, the child that she has spent her whole life waiting for. Okay, so if you follow that interpretation, it's not just Isaac who was affected, but also Sarah. There's these reverberations of trauma throughout this family. Okay, of course, the person that's most affected is Isaac. Okay, and there's some small clues that Isaac was deeply traumatized, affected by what happened. Okay. The first is that the main thing is that after this kind of near sacrifice, Isaac is shown as is never depicted as speaking directly to his father again. Okay, and not only that, there's these little moments that you get in the biblical text. The biblical text describes how Isaac is given a kind of wife. And it's very strange that Isaac himself doesn't go look for a wife himself like the other kind of patriarchs. So again, maybe there's some hint that there was something slightly wrong with Isaac. Okay, but we're told that when Isaac gets a wife, that he was kind of consoled because he was grieving his mother. Okay, this plus the fact that he never talks to his father, the fact that he's grieving his mother, that he doesn't ever talk to his father. Some commentators have wondered, okay, whether this is all the lingering effect about what happens in Genesis 22. Okay, some even argue that Genesis 22:19, remember that verse at the very end of the tale where it says that only Abraham returned, okay, with the servants without Isaac. Some have wondered whether that verse is not really about Isaac's death, but about his kind of psychological separation from his father. Okay, perhaps the text states that Abraham returned without Isaac as a way to symbolize Isaac's psychological transformation. Okay, the text does not mention Isaac because the old Isaac never really returned to Beersheba with his father. Okay, in short, some have wondered whether, even though Isaac did not physically die, whether the text hints that he kind of psychologically died or psychologically was damaged. Okay, that the old Isaac is different from the new Isaac. Okay. Now, this is all pretty dark stuff, okay? However, okay, there is also, fortunately, some small slivers of hope here. Okay? The famous writer, Elie Wiesel, in his book, Messengers of God, okay, writes that it is significant that Isaac, who is nearly murdered by his own father here, it's significant that his name means laughter in Hebrew. Okay. Wiesel writes that Isaac is named Laughter, not just because he's maybe a kind of humorous character, and indeed some interpreters have argued that he is a kind of funny character, okay, kind of holy humor, that kind of stuff. Wiesel writes that Isaac is named Laughter not because he's kind of funny, okay, but because he survived and carried on after his ordeal. Despite being nearly killed by God, okay, and a family member by those whom he trusted, Isaac still somehow lived on and learned to laugh again. In so doing, Isaac, as Wiesel interprets this figure, he is the model. Okay, he offers us a model of hope. We too, no matter our traumas, problems, abuses, can survive and live and laugh as Isaac did. We can be like Isaac's. And having gone through similar things as Isaac did, we too are now in a better position to defend and stand up for other Isaacs in the world. So, in conclusion, we have looked at stories about two figures whom the writer of Hebrews mentions as part of this kind of great cloud of witnesses as paragons of faith. And as I have tried to show, the way that these characters are described in Genesis in the Hebrew Bible seem to radically differ from how they are remembered by the writer of Hebrews. Okay, so you might ask, what should we do with this difference? Okay, and here's my beginnings of an answer. Okay, Abel and Abraham are said to be models of faith by the writer of Hebrews. Okay, now that we have listened and learned their stories in the Hebrew Bible, not as filtered through the writer of Hebrews, we should probably reshape and revise our notion of faith as a result. Okay, this is especially the case with Abraham. Faith is not just acting like Abel, although I hope not, or not just acting like Abraham. Okay, faith or respect of God is not about blindly following what you think is God's unethical demands. Okay, rather, these stories seem to argue, and may at points entail arguing against God when God demands that we do something abhorrent. It is arguing against God when people like Cain are treated unfairly. Okay? Perhaps faith even entails standing up to God or those who claim they represent God. Indeed, if we enlarge the symbolism of Isaac and Abel and Cain as symbolic of any child or powerless individual, these stories can be read as about the need to protect everyone who is endangered or oppressed or metaphorically or literally sacrificed, especially by those who justify their abuses in the name of God and who hold up a Bible willy-nilly. That is what truth faith is, the stories seem to argue. That is what it might truly mean to be a part of the great cloud of witnesses. So I leave you with a final question for you to ponder. Now that we have read and looked at the stories in Genesis about these two great Israelite heroes, part of this great cloud of witnesses, how should we redefine or revise our understanding of faith? What does true faith really mean? And what actions do true faith really entail? Thank you out there for listening to these two lectures, albeit remotely. Okay, I'm sorry I did not get a chance to interact with you in person. I hope we get a chance to discuss the Bible further, maybe more in depth, together sometime in the future, hopefully in person. And I hope you remain safe and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks again.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by PCUSA 1001 New Worshiping Communities, igniting a movement of new worshiping communities at the grassroots level. Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. Connect with your calling, challenge your assumptions, change systems and societies. From Morning Star Music Publishers. And from a generous grant from the Central Mission Endowment Fund of St. Philip Presbyterian Church, Houston, Texas. From White Memorial Presbyterian Church in Raleigh, North Carolina. From First Presbyterian Church, Greenville, North Carolina. And from Westminster Presbyterian Church, Greenville, South Carolina. PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by Columbia Theological Seminary, educating and nurturing faithful, imaginative, and effective leaders for the sake of the church and the world. From Morning Star Music Publishers, Pittsburgh Theological Seminary, preparing for ministry in the way of Jesus. Presbyterian Older Adult Ministries Network, promoting the development of older adult ministries and the value of such ministries. Learn more at poamn.org.
Music is one of the most important things to me in my life, and it's the primary way that I relate to God. I had been out of church for 10 years. I didn't think that there was a place for me in the church, for my doubts, for who I am as a person. Someone in church music just started talking to me one day, and it led me to seminary. Seminary really helped me explore what sacred is, where the sacred can be found in music.
All teaching for me really is simply sharing the things that I love.
He recognized my own musical inclinations, my musical gifts, and he supported those. He encouraged them. What I would like to do as a pastor in the future is to do a lot of what Eric does. He brings in traditional music. He brings in contemporary music. He brings in music that is not explicitly sacred. I hope that I can approach music with the same care that Eric does. I only hope that I can be that for other people, that I can encourage them in their spiritual quest, in their musical quest, and to let them know that they have a place in the world, in the seminary, in the church.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by Texas Presbyterian Foundation, enabling and expanding mission together. Union Presbyterian Seminary, equipping disciples to serve the church in the ever-changing world. PCUSA Vital Congregations, working with pastors, church committees, and middle governing bodies to provide training, materials, and consultation for all worshiping communities and in planning new congregations. The Presbyterian Foundation, your partner in ministry. The Royal School of Church Music America. We bring you voice for life.
The Presbyterian Foundation is a wonderful resource for local churches. First of all, it helps the pastor not have to carry all the water of stewardship education and awareness. The foundation has also helped us realize a variety of giving methods. We know that that has increased the giving of particularly our younger cohort.
Church is all about relationships. And for me, the Presbyterian Foundation is not a foundation, it is not a financial institution, it is none of those things. It's Ellie, it's Robert. It's these people who have dedicated their lives to being partners with us. And in being partners, they're helping us become what God is calling us to be as churches. So thank you.
Early on, I learned about the foundation, one of the oldest investment arms in our country. They're pros, they're experts in investment, but they're also ministers. They're also believers. This is their faith in action.
I have been reading up on the foundation since I overheard one of your colleagues speak at Big Tent, and how the small churches can relate to the foundation and what services the foundation have for small churches.
We're also grateful for the stories that the Presbyterian Foundation tells about not just simply giving, but then what the foundation does in ministry with those accumulated funds. So it's a wonderful way to really embody the connectional church of which we're a part.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by PCUSA 1001 New Worshiping Communities, igniting a movement of new worshiping communities at the grassroots level. Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. Connect with your calling, challenge your assumptions, change systems and societies. From Morning Star Music Publishers. And from a generous grant from the Central Mission Endowment Fund of St. Philip Presbyterian Church, Houston, Texas. From White Memorial Presbyterian Church in Raleigh, North Carolina. From First Presbyterian Church, Greenville, North Carolina. And from Westminster Presbyterian Church, Greenville, South Carolina.
next year's Montreat Worship and Music Conference. With me today via the marvels of modern technology are three of our fabulous choral directors, Victor Johnson, Mark Patterson, and Ann McNair. As we begin this conversation, we invite you to send us your questions and comments via email. Please email us at 2020pamconference@gmail.com with masterclass in the subject line. Again, that's 2020pamconference@gmail.com with masterclass in the subject line. Thank you for joining us, and thank you especially Victor, Mark, and Ann. We're thrilled to be chatting with you today.
All right. Well, great. Well, it's really kind of cool to be here virtually with everyone. Ann and Mark, it's been cool to talk to you for, a little while before we get this started. So what we're going to talk about today is where do we go from here? So how to move forward with our children's and music programs as we go into the fall, considering everything that's happened with our COVID-19. So as we get started, I want to ask both of you, what type of children and youth programs for music do you have at your churches, or are you involved with outside of church? Mark, you want to go?
Sure. At our church at Salisbury Presbyterian in Midlothian, Virginia, is where I am. We for children and youth, we have three different children's choirs. So we have a preschool age children's choir, a younger elementary, which is K through 2nd, and then an older elementary, which is 3rd through 5th grade. I direct the older elementary, and then we have folks who direct the younger elementary and the preschool. All those choirs meet at the same time, 4 o'clock Sunday afternoons for about 45-ish minutes. And then we have a youth choir that meets right after that, 5 o'clock Sundays, youth choir it's middle school and high school together. So we have one combined youth choir.
And our church has a very similar setup. We had a preschool choir, a younger elementary choir, 1st and 2nd grade. Both of those groups met on Wednesday nights, and then on Sunday afternoons we had the older elementary, 3rd through 5th graders, and then a combined middle school and senior high choir. I just retired in September, so I have not had to deal with all the COVID problems, but my successor, of course, has tried to keep things going somewhat during the crisis.
Cool. And at my church, we're very similar to yours. We have a preschool choir. We have 1st grade through 3rd grade, and then we have 4th and 5th, and 6th grade through 12th grade. And they all meet on Sunday from 2 to 3 in different spaces on our campus. So considering everything that's going on, what kind of interaction have you had with your groups during this the COVID epidemic, Mark?
We decided for children and youth, of course, we stopped having in-person rehearsals in March. And I decided for them, because their school went online, and I decided not to do Zoom sessions, that kind of thing, with children and youth, because they were sort of inundated with that from the school front and a little bit fatigued. So I decided that spring was the time to sit down and write each of my kids and youth a note. So I took a couple of weeks and just wrote an individual letter to each child and each youth that I have, and the other directors did the same. We did a little bit of follow-up, a little bit of emailing. We sent out some online music activities, music games for the kids. For my youth, we have an Instagram page, and so from time to time, I would post a video on there of like one of our favorite songs or a song that we had been working on, just to kind of stay in touch and keep some music in front of them, kind of keep some choral music in front of them. And I'll just go a little further and say that for those groups, we are not planning on having in-person rehearsals for the fall. But we may do some online stuff. So we'll probably come back and talk about that a little bit more. Anne, what about you all?
I know that the choir director here at First Pres Savannah has done some video sessions for the children, primarily, and she's tried to involve a lot of volunteers as well, reading a story and then singing a song afterwards, maybe tying in a song with the story. So she's done those kinds of things, not as much Zoom with kids. I must say that since I haven't been directly involved, my involvement has been this week during the Montreat conference, and we have done both videos and Zoom sessions with the children. And my understanding is that the Zoom sessions are going fabulously well. So if some of you have gotten to see those, great. If not, hopefully some of those will be on the PAM website, the conference website, to see.
Cool. I will be really honest. We started out trying to do Zoom rehearsals, and the first one was a train wreck. It was just awful because trying to get everything lined up, it just kind of didn't work. So we've kind of mastered that from now. And so we send out a weekly video to our kids with like the Sunday school lesson, the Bible study lesson for the week, and then we do little songs. So over time, we've kind of got into a groove. But starting out, it was pretty difficult to try to navigate, how to do it and do that effectively. So that was, I'm glad we're where we are now, needless to say. So in light of everything that's happened, moving forward, what particular plans do you have, or does your church have, for returning to a really safe environment for your young singers, or even for your adults? Anne?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Anne.
Okay. I think it's still up in the air. I know that we have a city park right next door to our church, so we've had some gatherings just for social interaction in the park there, where we can socially distance. But as far as singing, during the summer, we've had videos of the services and have just had a solo. I think going forward, it'll be solos and very small ensembles, maybe a quartet that can space out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for us, we are just restarting in-person services in mid-July. We're hoping to do that in mid-July. As far as the fall for our choirs, and this is true for all ages, children, youth, and adults, we are not planning to have in-person rehearsals for any of those choirs. What we are planning to do is, while the weather's nice, do a little bit of outside singing, people spaced 16 plus feet apart. And that really is more sing-along than it is choir. It's not choir rehearsal. I think we just have to reimagine that in a different way. For children and youth, we are hoping to do a little 4-week online, a couple of different online courses. So we're hoping to do a 4-week ukulele course for our kids and for our youth, and then hoping to do also maybe another 4-week session that will be improvisation and kind of intro to composition, because we've got some kids who really are into that kind of thing, and so this is a great time to foster that. So we'll be doing those over Zoom, kind of for any of our kids and youth who want to participate in that. And I think, like all of our game plans, we may pivot. We may get to end of September and go, okay, let's change that up a little bit. So there's some unknown in there too, for sure.
Yeah, we've got a lot of unknown. We won't return to in-person worship for quite a while, the pastor said. He said maybe September, but here in Texas, the number of COVID cases keeps rising. And so, hopefully by September we can do that. But right now, we record our music every 2 weeks. So we'll have like one recording session, and we'll record 5 or 6 anthems that'll take us for a couple of weeks. So we're going to probably just keep doing that for now. Even when we do come back, we have no plans to return to choir rehearsal for adults or for kids. So, it's kind of like what you said, Mark, just kind of stay tuned and just kind of go with the flow to see what's going to happen. I know that the virtual choir phenomenon has really taken off for a lot of groups. But in a lot of that, what can we do to still promote musicality and artistry and spirituality within our groups, even though we've gotten this virtual online thing that's really kind of taken effect with our singing? Mark?
I don't know who wants to go first. I'll start with that. And I'll say, I don't know. That is my answer. I don't know. That's a tough one. And, that's one of those things we don't want to lose. I think when I go out and really give myself time to think about this situation, one of my fears is I feel this clock ticking with my ensemble. And every week that they don't meet, I feel like there's this atrophy that's happening to their artistic skills, to their singing skills, to their artistic abilities. I think about all the things we've worked on in the last 11 years since I've been there with them, and even, with people before that. And I think, wow, every week that goes by that we don't meet to sing, we're losing ground. And that's a tough thought. That's a discouraging thought. I don't share that to be a downer, but I share that to say that I think Victor's point is huge. So one thing we have done is I've sent out some YouTube videos of just really great choral performances, and just so my people can keep hearing really well done choral music, keep that in their lives. And I think in the fall, one of the things I want to do is take that a step further. And I heard this idea from somebody else. Is to take that in the fall and really do some guided listening. Take them a little step further to say, okay, here's the video that I want you to listen to this week. What do you hear in terms of articulation? What words really come across to you as expressive? And what are the singers doing to make that happen? Where do you lose the ensemble? Where do you kind of check out, and where are you not drawn in? If there are places like that. So I think to take that idea and ask my ensemble to do a little bit more analysis in kind of a non-threatening way. I'm not asking them to analyze the form of the piece or anything like that, but just to be able to do a little bit of choir member analysis to listen, so that somehow they can keep that skill when we can't even get together to do it. So that's one thought to offer.
Well, and Mark, as you're talking about that, our first questions are starting to come in.
Okay.
And one relates to that idea of, as we do the virtual choirs and we do these social distancing events, specifically asking for all three of you, what are some repertoire selections that you would suggest in terms of helping our singers continue singing and to be successful in these social distanced times or in these virtual choir opportunities?
I'm glad to go. Anne, you go ahead. I've been talking, and I'll come to that.
Well, I was going to suggest that for children, I think hymns. I think we need to teach them the hymns of the church, and it is something we can do via video and, just talk to them about the text, talk to them. So we have the spiritual dimension going on. And also there's a lot musically that we can do with the children. If any of you have watched my videos this week, they're under the children's classes on the website. I was so looking forward to having 80 kids in a choir and doing 3-part music. But when it went virtual, I decided let's keep it simple. So we did 5 hymns during the week. And I tried to vary them by meter, tonality, style, fast versus contemplative, and give them a lot of different styles. And then some things I asked them to do on Zoom, you can actually see whether they're doing them or not, but on the videos I couldn't, of course. But is to talk about the form of each hymn. So one of the hymns had A, B, C, D, 4 totally different phrases that also work in a canon when we get back together. One of the hymns was typical AABA. One was binary form, AABB. And so we have the opportunity to teach them about some of these things and let them look for those things in hymns. I ask kids in person, and you can do this on Zoom, to show me different or the same. And, so that's something you could see on Zoom and ask them, sing a phrase to them, sing another phrase, and ask them if it's different or the same. I also wanted them to hear the music before they sang it. So I would play it for them and ask them to find the macro beats and the micro beats. So, you could see it so if it's 6/8, you'll have macro beats that have 3 little micro beats inside. And so if they start hearing those things, even in a simple hymn, it'll prepare them, I think, for when we do get back together with a little bit more musicality.
Love it, yeah, and I just would echo the as far as the repertoire that we're going to do in this different time. I think it has to be simpler. Hymns are great, familiar. We did a little experimental outside singing with some of my adults just to see if we could make it work in this little courtyard area that we have in church, and we spaced the singers out a good 16 to 20 feet apart. And the thing that was tricky is just, musical nuance was not there. It was, you mostly heard yourself. You had to really work to hear the other singers because it's outside and the sound just flies away. And so we're going to try that again. But my takeaway was I've got to dial it back, make it simpler, singing along basically with some hymns, maybe some familiar repertoire, not the time to dive into nuance because we're spaced so far apart. So I think simple's good for that.
I totally agree with everything that you've said so far. I think with middle school singers, it's important to, focus on maybe doing some more unison anthems. Considering the guys who may be at that age where the voice is starting to change. So try to find something with maybe limited ranges for the solo. And also, especially for middle school, you want to keep their interest and keep them connected with whatever you're teaching. So maybe find a song with a really cool accompaniment track rather than just piano to kind of encourage them to sing more, get more connected to the song. A lot of publishers also have the part dominant rehearsal tracks that you can find. So, if they're recording something, well, then they would have that person or that part singing along with them. So that would give them more encouragement to sing instead of feeling like they're just kind of singing by themselves. So anything that really encourages the kid and gives them a sense of support, I think right now would be really, really beneficial.
Victor, that's the perfect segue. Our next question had to do if you had any ideas for resources for families, ways that they could encourage one another, ideas for ways that they could sing together at home, and ways that we as conductors could help them be successful in learning parts by themselves at home. Any thoughts on those?
Yeah. I will say that what I do with my church choir, the adults and the kids, is we have a sing-along Saturday. So with Sing Along Saturday, we've either found pieces that we've done in the past with the church that maybe we had a recording of. And so we will offer like a short devotional at the beginning and then play the recording of the choir or a soloist singing the piece, and encourage the viewer to sing along at home. And people have really, really enjoyed the Sing Along Saturday series that we've started. And I think just going to various publishers, whoever your favorite publisher is, and looking on their site to see if they have resources that you can use to encourage that. I know that Choristers Guild recently put out a musical by Mark Burrows called In His Image. And it's entirely digital. It's entirely online. It has accompaniment tracks. It has rehearsal tracks so that the parents can teach kids various songs within the musical. And so they can, pretty much produce a small musical at home, or directors can totally do it online with their kids. So I think right now publishers are really in tune with providing resources for choir directors and parents to use at home to keep kids engaged and to keep building a spiritual formation for them throughout the pandemic. Mark?
Yeah, just a couple to add to that. That's great. A book that comes to mind is Helen Kemp has a little book, and it's called Canons, Songs, and Blessings. Canons, Songs, and Blessings by Helen Kemp, and it's filled with a bunch of rounds and things that can be sung for, like, your blessing at dinner time. There's some wonderful dinner blessings. We often in our family we say grace or we say a blessing, but that could be sung. Our kids are so used to doing that at camps and things. And so that's a wonderful way to bring some singing in. And those rounds really allow themselves, they open themselves up to just being sung unison, or let's try it in two parts. So some really, really fun opportunities there. So that's a great source, Canon, Songs, and Blessings. Of course, the hymnal, I think, is a great place to go. If you've got a parent who can play an accompaniment, that's fantastic. But there's some of those hymns that are going to be around forever. Joy to the World. Chances are really good that we're going to sing that come Christmas Eve this year and for the next 25. So that's a great one to just learn the 4-part harmony to, this fall, and have a little family sing with that. Online, another resource, we were talking about this one yesterday, Grace Community Church. If you put that into YouTube search bar, they've done some really wonderful congregational hymn singing videos. So it's a video with the words to the hymns scrolling, and then their congregation singing with it. And so it's a great sing-along hymn. If you just want to sit down and sing some hymns together and maybe don't have that piano at home to do it, that's another resource, Grace Community Church on YouTube. Ann, what about you?
I would add, for children, there is a fabulous resource. It's on the PCUSA website, a CD that Sue Ellen Page put together soon after Glory to God hymnal came out. It's a collection, I'd say about 15 hymns from Glory to God. And in addition, and she's put it together beautifully. Unfortunately, she passed away shortly after the release of that CD, but it's a fabulous legacy that she has left for us. There, in addition to the CD itself, and maybe it's digital now, I'm not sure, but there are 3 very excellent guides for how to use the hymns. And one is for church leaders, and you can just download these guides off of the PCUSA website. One is for church leaders, choir directors, of activities to do with these hymns. One is for families, and so, you actually have the opportunity for families to have suggestions of how to use the hymns. And then I think the other is for Sunday school use. I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head the name of the collection, but it is Hymns from Glory to God, edited by Sue Ellen Page. And it's on the PCUSA publishing site.
Right.
Okay, as we move on, do either of you have any cool ideas that you've implemented with your choirs over the course of the time we've been out? I know I've done, like I said, the Sing Along Saturday. I've also done New Music Monday. So all of the anthems that I was going to teach over the last couple of months, I will email them to the choir so they can listen to. So I write a little devotional, not very long, about each anthem and share that with them. And so that's kind of one thing I've done. And every month we have an ice cream anti-social. So the members will drive by the church, and we hand them ice cream. It's just a time to see each other. We don't gather or anything, but people can wave, honk their horn, and just build community, even though we're still separated. So any fun ideas that you guys have implemented, or you can think that directors can use with their choirs?
Yeah, for us, I mentioned the videos I went through this spring, March, April, and May, sending out, I call them choral inspiration videos. So sending out a video twice a week. And we had some great discussions about that. People would email back and said, I love this. I really want to sing this piece. Or sometimes it was a familiar piece. It was a piece that we had sung. And so it would provoke some conversations over email, and that was fun. We've done a couple of drive-through parade. We had a couple of our music staff that retired this spring, and a tricky time. Normally we would have a big celebration and cake and all of that, So we had a drive-through reception for them with all of us, on staff, just kind of spaced apart, and so people would drive by and say hi, and that was a great time. We are planning for September, actually. Our first event for my adult choir is a parking lot tailgate party. So we're just going to get together, everybody bring a lawn chair, bring your own snack, and just to be able to see one another in person, distanced in the parking lot. We may do, I'm not sure for children and youth, we may do something similar there for them at a different time, just to be able to have some in person. And that seems to be what, at least for my people, that seems to be what they are the most hungry for. I mean, they miss singing, but to be able to see people face to face is huge and has been wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I've been impressed this week with the J.W. Pepper reading sessions, and it just gave me the idea that if you have some anthems planned for when you come back to church, the nice thing about on the J.W. Pepper website or directly to the publisher's website, so many have the anthem that you can track along in the music as you're hearing it. And I think that would be a great resource to let our choirs know about. And just send them the anthems that you intend to do in the fall or whenever we go back.
Wonderful. Our next question comes from one of our participants in New Jersey, asking about building musicality for our singers during this time of social distancing. Wondering if any of you have considered using hand chimes and doing some sort of parking lot social distancing hand chimes or handbell, something to keep teaching rhythms and note reading, and if so, how you might consider doing that. Looking for some ideas of those skill building things that could still be done in a group but done safely.
I'll jump into that. We are working. We have a person who directs our handbell program who's not me, but we're working on some adult handbell quartets The tricky thing as you get more people involved, for children and youth, is they've got to either have their own gloves or not touch you've got this whole touching a bell thing going on. This is also what it kind of stops we do a lot of ORF, and that kind of stops us in our tracks there when you think about those mallets and how many children's hands have been on those mallets and will be. So you've got to deal with that issue, I think, unfortunately, with the chimes with kids. But I think, you could be creative. Everybody just, let's order a set of gloves for everybody, bring your own gloves. I think it's very doable. And of course, outside is very doable there. So yes, I mean, if you can, you just have to conquer the logistics of that. But it certainly, I think, has merit. It's something we're looking into, at least with our adults, to start with.
I had an idea recently. I mentioned it to my daughter, who is a pastor at a church in Virginia, and she was trying to think of ways to involve the congregation in hymn singing when we can't sing. So I thought maybe hand out handbells or tone chimes, and as they come in the door, they pick one up. They've been sanitized, the handles, prior to picking them up. If you do a pentatonic hymn, you could just have the congregation improvise with tone chimes or handbells during the hymn, since they can't sing.
Wonderful.
And I'm not sure if there is, there's an app for that, but I know there are a lot of apps with maybe like a telephone or a keyboard. So even if you can't in person physically have a handbell or have a hand chime, maybe you could find an app with a keyboard or with some kind of musical instrument. And so maybe do like a Zoom session where everyone downloads the same app, and you're able to, as the director, show them what to play on their app, so that you're building skills that way too.
Speaking of technology, our next question is directly addressed to Victor, but I think we can open this up to anyone. Asking, you mentioned, Victor, about recording your music for worship in advance, a couple weeks in advance, and they're wondering some of the specifics about how you're doing that. If you're gathering people and recording, or if you're doing solos or individual spaces with recording and gluing them all together. I think the question is gearing towards, is it more of a virtual choir presentation, or is it a socially distanced recording? And either way, how do you go about making those recordings?
Okay. I haven't done the virtual choir. Ours are actually in person in our sanctuary with live singers, socially distanced. Actually, we'll be doing that this evening. So what happens is I will plan the music, maybe send it to them 2 weeks out. I don't have everyone there, just our section leaders. So they learn the music on their own. We have one rehearsal. So Tuesday night we rehearsed. So the week that we're going to have the recording, we get together on Tuesday at church, and there are only 4 singers, and we practice over the piece. Then we come in on Thursday at 6:15. We do a warm up, and then at 7 we go into our sanctuary and record. It's worked really well for us. I miss the fellowship of getting everyone together, but it's been really good to actually not do virtual and to actually have live recordings. That's pretty much how we do it. I'm in thinking about the fall. I may decide to bring other people in besides just the section leaders, but for now, we just use our paid staff to do those recordings.
I'll just chime in briefly. We have also done. We've been doing pre-recorded services for Sunday morning. For us, it's not quite been that involved. Basically, we've just the pastor's wife, who's our children's ministry person on site. She kind of, the editing fell to her, but basically on her phone she records the pastor's sermon. And then she records either me at the piano or the organist playing, some keyboard music. We haven't had live singers yet. The one thing we did do with a singer and also with a flutist is we did. I recorded an accompaniment on my iPhone, sent it to the singer on Dropbox, and they recorded their singing over that, and then sent it to our person who's putting the video together. Not the greatest recording quality. The piano came out a little bit tinny, but it worked, and we got an anthem in that service. But so all of that pre-recorded for each Sunday, and we just keep it short and simple for our worship. Yeah.
Speaking of
here at First Pres Savannah, we've been pre-recording the services as well. It's not pieced together, so the prelude comes and then perhaps a prayer and scripture reading, a sermon, and a solo, but it's all done together. So all of those, maybe 5 or 6 people that are involved in the service are all in the sanctuary together. And we've just had solos and instrumental music, and actually have involved one of the high school boys who takes piano and is doing very well, played one Sunday instead of a vocal solo. We had that. And so it's a good time to try to utilize some of the youth as well.
Speaking of utilizing people with their gifts, one of the questions sort of following up on this virtual choir concept is wondering about easy-to-use apps, if any of the three of you have suggestions, specifically that are easy to use for children and youth, but also that are easy to use for the director, knowing that several of the apps that are out there are brand-specific and can cause some issues. Have you tried to use any of these virtual apps to do your virtual choirs or recordings? And if so, what has been successful for you?
I'll start by saying I don't know first. I have not. I don't have any expertise to offer on apps. It's on my list for summer to check out Acapella and Jam Kazam and Jamulus. Those are 3 that I've been reading about. My understanding from all of those is that small groups are better. There are some good resources, though, for all of that. I'll point you to 2 things. One is there's a site called Core Amor, CHORAMOR. Is it .com or .org? It's .com, coreamor.com. And that has a whole lot of instructions and helpful resources for people who want to do the virtual choir thing. For other singing apps, there is a document which is the ACDA COVID-19 committee response, and that is a very lengthy list of resources of all of those online singing apps. And so you might want to check out those 2 places. And hopefully by September, I'll know more about those. I'm in learning mode for those myself.
I agree with Mark. I've not done much. I've looked at Acapella a little bit. I'm mostly an iMovie kind of guy. So when we've done the one virtual choir with our church, I use iMovie and GarageBand to kind of piece together all the components of the virtual choir. So I've not really gotten into apps, although I do want to try to discover a little bit about acapella. And I second Core More. That's a great resource that has lots of information and a lot of there have been a couple of webinars that Troy Robertson, the guy who founded Core More, has done in teaching how to successfully and easily do the virtual choir. So I would totally check out Core More too.
Now, moving in a different direction, question about what does it look like for families, specifically children and youth, who don't have access to computers and apps? Do you have any resources you could recommend of things that these conductors who have these wonderful singers who don't have access to this technology could provide them to sustain their musical education and their formation and growth at home without the use of technology?
Yeah, I think that's a huge issue for us. The whole equity issue is really huge as we talk about all this technology. But I think just as important as that is one of my concerns for my children and youth is that it's still unknown here in Chesterfield County, Virginia, as to what school is going to look like for the fall. But if our kids and our youth are in online school all day in September, the last thing I think they're going to want to do is have online children's choir on Sunday afternoon. I mean, that's just my own. I'm kind of basing that on my own kids. This spring they were pretty zoomed out. So because of that, and then also because of the equity issues, which is huge, I think the more we can do in person, the better. Getting together outside in the field, beside the church or in the courtyard, and just having a little jam session with them in person, I think is going to be really valuable, and it erases the techno problems. It erases the equity issues because we're just going to gather. It may be that you take your children's choir budget for the fall and you buy every kid an individual set of rhythm instruments. I mean, for around $20 a kid, you could do that. And that may be huge, but it may not be insurmountable to just do that and be able to have some in-person rhythm activities and take some of that technological pressure off. Because I think that's a very valid concern. I'm curious to know what Victor and Ann think about that.
Yeah, I think kids are tired of Zoom, and I think they want the interaction. So much we do in teaching children is all about the interpersonal relationships, and I think we lose a lot of that. Even on Zoom, when we can be somewhat interactive, when we're not in person, we lose those interactions.
Mm-hmm. I agree with Ann, and I think adults are probably tired of Zoom too, to a certain point. So going back to old school teaching, one idea could be to come up with a couple of lesson plans that you could maybe put a packet together at your church and have parents just come out of the church, and pass those, activity sheets on to parents with things that they could do at home with their kids. I don't know, kind of going along what Mark said, if you could get rhythm instruments, or maybe put within the activity sheets, within the lesson plans, a way for kids to make their own instruments at home. And then do some little singing games or songs to go along with the instruments they've made at home. So just really going back to basics would probably be, kind of fun to these kids who've been just worn out by technology right now.
Victor, I absolutely love that idea. Looking at the clock, we only have about 2 minutes left. Are there any final thoughts from the three of you or hopes for these next few weeks and months, and hopefully not longer than that? But what are your goals and hopes and aspirations for the next few weeks and months?
Wow, I'm just going to go fast and to say that I think my biggest goal is to keep learning. I don't know about you all who are listening today, but as I've been listening just to Ann and Victor, I'm sitting here writing things down because I've learned so much just from the two of them. And I hope that we can all, as a community of directors, keep learning, keep sharing, keep exploring platforms for sharing all these ideas like the ones we're talking about today, because I think there's an electricity there of idea generation, and we need that at this time, and we need to keep sharing that. So that's my biggest hope, is that we will figure out how to share all this and keep the conversation going, because we need it.
I think safe ways to gather is of the utmost importance. But if we do have to do some technology things, I think if we can make it visual as well as auditory, kids love the Kerwin hand signals, and that's a great way on Zoom. With a kids rehearsal, you might have to mute all the kids on their Zoom, but then you can see whether they're picking up on the different Kerwin hand signals. So anything we can do visually to help the kids as well as auditorily.
And I agree with everything Mark and Anna said, but the one thing that I want conductors to do is to find some time to really invest in yourself and keep yourself encouraged. Everyone is looking to directors right now for all of the answers, and that can be kind of hard at times. And just working to kind of find all these answers, it can be lonely. So do whatever you have to do to keep yourself connected spiritually and connected musically, and take care of yourself right now as you take care of others.
Wise words. Well, thank you so much, Victor, Mark, and Ann. This has been a pleasure. Thank you for your insights. And thank you to our participants who sent in questions today. We hope you continue to grow and learn as we all experience this together. Thank you.
Mark Patterson is a prolific composer. He writes beautiful melodies, and his part writing is very accessible for church and school choirs. One of his gifts and passions is writing for young voices. Not only do we love his music, but he is a kind and generous person too. So, it's no surprise that Mark was the composer commissioned for the senior high choir as a part of this conference. With no choir here, we bring this new composition, In the Light of Hope, to you through a virtual choir experience.
In 2009, composer-conductor Eric Whitaker conceptualized and created the virtual choir. Now, in the year 2020, we have found that it can be a vehicle forward to keep us singing, connected, and sharing much-needed expression through music with people in the world wherever they are.
It was such a blessing to work with Mark Patterson and live with this piece as I created the rehearsal tracks and edited it all together for a few weeks. In the Light of Hope became the underlying song in every part of my day. Waking up in the middle of the night with "We are called to rise above" lyrics singing through my head. The words and tune are a great reminder and challenge to use our voice and talents to praise and witness in our faith journey and our lives. A huge thank you to Highland Presbyterian Church from Louisville, Kentucky for commissioning In the Light of Hope for the 2020 Montreat Worship and Music Conference Senior High Choirs, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Presbyterian Association of Musicians. To Mark Patterson and the singers who are members from the 2019 Worship and Music Conference Adult Chamber Choirs for making this possible. We're so excited to bring you this song as well as views of Montreat and Moe Ranch in past years. This piece is now available through Morningstar.
Deep in the darkness that sometimes seems to surround us.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by PCUSA 1001 New Worshiping Communities, igniting a movement of new worshiping communities at the grassroots level. Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. Connect with your calling, challenge your assumptions, change systems and societies. From Morning Star Music Publishers. And from a generous grant from the Central Mission Endowment Fund of St. Philip Presbyterian Church, Houston, Texas. From White Memorial Presbyterian Church in Raleigh, North Carolina. From First Presbyterian Church, Greenville, North Carolina. And from Westminster Presbyterian Church, Greenville, South Carolina. Handbell Hour with David Harris is brought to you by Jeffers Handbell Supply, your #1 source for hand chime and handbell sheet music. View our selection at handbellworld.com.
Welcome back to our Handbell Hour. This is our 4th session this week, coming from Upper Anderson today, where typically we'd be hearing lots and lots of handbells. Very fortunate yesterday in that we finally, for me it's been about 4 months, finally got to hear bells ringing with the 11 folks that were here doing some demonstrations, so that was very exciting. Our final session for our Handbell Hour today will be on a couple different topics. The first part is talking about rehearsals and how to make the best use of our time in rehearsals with handbells to be as productive as possible. We'll look at both the ringer perspective and the director perspective of that. And then with our remaining time, I'd like to discuss some elements of musicality, how we take this instrument one notch above just getting all the notes right, but how we bring forth as much musicality with what we do. So starting with the rehearsals, there are some handouts for both of these topics out in the resource library, and I will be going and following through that. You may be also able to click right on this page to get to that, I understand. But the first handout is called Making Excellent Rehearsals Happen, with emphasis on handbells, but a lot of what we talk about really will go for any kind of rehearsal. And the way we've split this up in this discussion is that we're going to talk about the things we do before we ever get to the rehearsal, the things that happen at the rehearsal itself, and then some thoughts about what we do following the rehearsal to show some improvement for the next time we get together with our handbell group. So beginning with what we do beforehand. So rehearsal planning. If you're introducing a new piece to your group, you want to kind of have a game plan. How much time are you going to spend on that new piece? How much time are you going to spend all on the different pieces? Usually we stray maybe a little from our plan, but we really don't want to get in the mode where we're just running through music. We want to have a plan and what we want to accomplish beforehand. So sketching that out, even minute by minute or 10-minute segments of what we want to do, I think is very, very important. But there's flexibility involved too. There may be passages that we come across that we originally, as we studied the score, didn't think they'd be that difficult, but as we got behind the tables and put bells in our hands, we found out, boy, we do have to kind of woodshed some of those parts. So we need to be flexible as well. But we really need to think about what we want to accomplish in that rehearsal, whether it's an hour and a half, 2-hour rehearsal, whatever time you have allocated. If you can do 90 minutes, I think that's wonderful for more of an advanced handbell choir that really wants to accomplish a lot. But I know there's resources to deal with. So what do you do with those musical scores before you get to that Wednesday night or Thursday night rehearsal? You're thinking about that particular piece. Our handbell composers these days are very, very accessible. So I recommend emailing the composer of a particular piece that you're introducing to a group to find out if there's a backstory behind that, to find out why that was put together, whether it was a commission for a particular group, or what sort of emotion that composer wanted to bring across in the music. What are they trying to convey? How is the piece constructed? So is it an ABA sort of form where once we sort of have that first part, we kind of, have the ending as well? So expressing to the ringers that form versus just jumping right into measure one, I think is important. What ties those sections of the piece together, I think is important to note. But with the technical parts of what we do with handbells, I think it's also good to try to prepare what you think the difficult passages will be. So looking at the music where you think there are some really difficult bell switches, if you can come to the rehearsal with some suggestions of who might take that extra bell, Do you have an extra bell set, possibly, where that hard transition could be done by an extra person? But basically, where instead of just discovering that on the fly, which some of that will always happen, as much as you can do beforehand to predict where those tough passages are, I think is really, really important. And if there's some seldom used techniques in that piece, so if there's an echo technique or something that we don't see that often, maybe before even starting to ring that piece and play it, have all the ringers demonstrate that together so that everybody understands how to pull off that technique. So it's not a surprise when we get there. I think it's best, there are in rehearsals, there are always going to be spots where ringers have to do some of their own working out of the sharing of bells and the difficult passages. But as much as we can do beforehand to save some of that time and give them at least one suggestion how to solve that problem, I think is really, really important. Where are the spots in the music where they have to watch you? You hope that is much of the score, but where are the spots where they need to get a cue from you? They need to mark something in their music, perhaps, that says, watch the director at this point, because there's a tempo change, a retard, and a accelerando that they really can't guess. It may be just a little bit different each time. So I think it's important for them to know from the very beginning, from the very first reading of the piece, where are those spots where we really have to connect ringer and director. What should the piece sound like in a perfect performance? We today have so many resources online to be able to hear and see often what the completed piece will sound like. Whether that's through what we have through Handbell World, through Jeffers, or whether those are YouTube videos, ones that you're very proud of, that you think, boy, this is what we want to accomplish with our group. I think it's great to share those with our ringers to understand where we're going. The first reading of the piece may not go so well. It may not sound like you had envisioned the piece to sound. So I think it's good for them to hear what the final product sounds like. So playing that for them in a rehearsal is a good way to do it. Giving that to them before the rehearsal as a way to demonstrate what the piece is going to sound like, I think is very, very important. All right, so that's kind of the things we look at to get our score prepared and to be ready to jump into rehearsals. We talked a little bit in our Starting a Bell Choir about handbell assignments. Something very unique to this instrument is deciding what bells people are going to play. You'll have a set position, and then also beginning to determine where some of those shared bells, how some of those shared bells are dealt with. In my handout, we have a suggestion of how many ringers, although that can vary based on the personnel you have, but for 2 octaves, 7 ringers, 3 octaves, 11 ringers, 4 octaves, 12, 5, 13, and so forth are examples of how many ringers we typically need for our pieces. And as you begin to lay out who plays where, you really need to notice which parts are more difficult and where the more experienced ringers need to drop into those parts. It's all about getting confidence for our new ringers. So the parts that aren't as hard, and that varies from piece to piece, but oftentimes some of the lowest bells in a 3-octave set, the very highest position in a 3-octave set may be the easier positions to drop new folks into. It's very important, I think, to have our new ringers next to ringers that are more advanced. It's pretty amazing to see the growth of a new ringer when they have an experienced ringer next to them. So yes, they listen to you as a director, but they also take a lot of cues from their neighbor. And that goes for playing the music correctly, and it also goes for the form that they are using. If they are next to someone that has a very solid stroke, they will begin to match that stroke and be able to very quickly integrate into the group with a very consistent stroke up and down the table. So taking that time to make sure that for that piece that you're putting out, that you've got that kind of coverage. I know a lot of groups Don't move people around between pieces of music, or between seasons, or between even years in the bell choir. Folks have their very consistent bell position that they've stayed in for years. But we in the Raleigh Ringers, we like to move people around a little bit, and I encourage people to do that, try different spots. Not everybody does the multiple bell techniques in the top. Not everybody can lift the big bass bells, but giving folks some variation of playing in the different parts of the bell set, I think, is important. You become more familiar with what goes on in the middle bells, the battery, we'll call it, where there's a lot of rhythmic things, for instance. So the things to look at when you're looking at bell assignments: where are those bells that, those passages where we've got 3 notes in a row? We only have 2 arms, so where we have very fast passages with 3 bells, we may want to consider having someone else help there. And how do we do that? Is there a person next to that ringer that is not busy at that time? Do we move a bell or start a bell at a different place on the table? So you coming with those suggestions, at least for folks to get started. I have found in my group that I do come with some of those suggestions, but often with ringers that have done this for a while, they've got other ideas too, and I encourage them to work through that if they've got a better way to solve the problem. When we get in the groups that have more than 3 octaves, 4 and 5 and so forth, there's a lot of work that has to be done assignment-wise in the bass. And we're very careful in our group. We don't have all of the bass bells up on the table for every song. That takes up lots and lots of real estate. So we need to decide and write in our music in the bass. What does that look like? What does that setup look like at the beginning of the bell piece? So they will draw on the top of their music the diagram of where each bell is in relation to each other, so that when they are getting ready and setting up that piece, they know what that looks like. So a lot of extra work happens in that lower bass area. But as much as you can do, again, we never have enough rehearsal time. We'll all probably agree to that. We get to the end of our hour and a half, and it comes so quickly. So the more of that assignment work and working out those details, the better. I want to also talk a little bit about what we write in our music. I think for a new handbell ringer, circling your notes or maybe color coding might be a good way to get started. I worry if we rely too much on those circles of the notes or the color coding, that we're not actually reading the musical score and we are just looking for those markings. So it's a good way to get started. It's so important to get confidence in what you're doing when you step behind the table. So if that helps you get that confidence, that's great. But if you can wean away from that over time, I think that's really, really important. More times than not, I have found ringers, they forget to circle a particular note. And they find that out, maybe even close to when we're ready to share that with our congregation. So the more that you can get away from the circling of every note, I think the better. But other markings in our music are important. Who's going to turn the page if you're sharing music? Where does that extra bell go that we had trouble covering? When does that go and when does that move? We need to prepare mallets for the next section. So writing in our music, being prepared early enough to get those mallets in front of us and ready to go. We have singing bell sticks, which we did a little demonstration of the other day. All of the logistics involved in what we do, putting that in our music, understanding who's helping where, and all of that, I think is very, very important. I learned early on with the Raleigh Ringers that we use position numbers and not people's names in our music. So if we give a bell has to move up a couple positions, we used to write in our music, give the D5 to Marlene. And then when we brought that music back 5 or 6 years later, Marlene doesn't live in Raleigh anymore, isn't in the Raleigh Ringers, so we had to kind of reconstruct that a little bit. So we use position numbers, and those numbers in our group are based on a 3-octave choir. So C4, D4 is our position 1. EF, next position up, is 2, all the way up through the high B and C, which is position 11. As we get into the larger bell sets, of course, at the top we do some doubling and tripling at times, and in the bottom we call those P0 and P-1 and so forth. I've heard other groups do PA or PB, but having P1 through 11 match up with a 3-octave choir, I think works for most groups. So most of us start, so we can start some with 2 octaves. Most of us start with 3 octaves, and that covers that. So again, I highly encourage you to use those position numbers so that what you have worked out in your music can live on through future groups when they pick up that music and all those hard passages are already worked out. All right, so that covers all of the pre-work we do before we get to rehearsal. Now I want to discuss a little bit what happens during that rehearsal time. I like to, especially at the beginning of the year, have some exercises that we work on together. Within the handbell choir, we've got little bells, big bells, but within all of the bells, we want a very similar technique. So looking at form, looking that we are ringing in a uniform way, I think is really, really important in getting started with that. So we do a lot of that circular ringing that Don Alyered taught. We start to look at precision, so watching the director and make sure those downbeats are exactly together. Communicating with the ringers what your conducting stroke will look like so that we can precisely play together, I think is important. And then as we get more advanced, I think, coordination kinds of things, weaving, doing some examples of weaving for folks, especially in the bass, but it really works for up and down the table. And just different coordination exercises. When you've got to put a bell down quickly and get another bell, how do we do that without clanking bells together? One of the most important aspects of handbells that we don't always get to is ringing in a legato style. So one of the biggest criticisms we get in handbells is that, goodness, we can ring rhythmic things. This is a percussive instrument. We can ring rhythmic things up and down the table so well. But when it comes to a very lyric, expressive kind of piece of music that you really want a connected feel, sometimes that's a hard, it doesn't transcribe as well for this instrument. So we have to work within, especially if you are playing the melody, you are playing what's heard by most folks in our congregations, playing in a legato way, which means damping a little late. Which is something that, we're taught to be very, very precise. If we're playing half notes, repeated half notes, we play on 1, we play on 3, and we damp right when that other bell plays. In legato ringing, we damp a little late to our shoulder. We're slow to come back to our shoulder, but creates that legato sound that we get with other instruments, with our vocal choirs, but is very difficult with a percussive instrument. So those are some of the exercises we hone in on, especially towards the beginning of the season. Actually, running the rehearsal itself, I think the most important aspect is building confidence. I get asked all the time, we do handbell auditions, whether that's for the Raleigh Ringers or other groups that I direct, what do we look for in a handbell ringer that sets them apart and we know that they're going to do a great job? And often it's the confidence that you show when you step behind the table and you're ready to just go nail that next piece. The opposite, is we can tell if you're not quite ready to play, you don't quite have that confidence, and your stroke doesn't show it either. So we want to build confidence. We want to make sure that as we run through the rehearsal, that we're building on those spots. We're getting feedback from our ringers. Gosh, that middle section I'd like to do again because I don't feel like I'm quite ready on that. So building confidence. And how do we do that? I think it's important, and there's several in the handout, several things that I think are things to think about anyhow, things that have worked for me personally. I think the difficult passages should be played at every rehearsal. So we've got that one part of that particular piece that we're not as consistent as the rest of the piece. Let's go do that first, then go play the whole piece. If it didn't go well, go back to that difficult section and really, really repeat that as many times as possible. Building tempos, we don't have to start, although we play that piece, like I mentioned earlier, through YouTube or through an audio recording that we might have, and you know what the final tempo sounds like. Playing that at its final tempo the first time may be a disaster. So it's really okay to build that tempo up over time till we get to that. Hopefully we can achieve that ultimate tempo that we want to be at. I think it's very important as directors, and I'm still at fault for this and working on it myself. But when we stop, when we get halfway through a piece and we just stop and say go back to measure 23, communicating why we did that is very, very important. Sometimes it's very obvious because we had a little bit of a train wreck and everybody knew it didn't go so well. But there are other times that we as directors are listening for something that we're not quite hearing. If we don't tell our ringers what that is, we'll do the same thing over and over again. So I think it's really, really important to communicate why we stopped, what didn't happen that we wanted to happen. I think it's important, especially at the end of rehearsals. In my handout I have beginning and end, but especially the end of rehearsal, to go home with something they feel confident with. And there could be a favorite piece in your folder that everybody likes to play and they know really well. I think it can be a tough time between our weekly rehearsals if the last thing that they remember is that really nasty, hard thing that we're not getting so well. So I think always saving 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the end to do the pieces that ringers are very, very confident with, I think really helps them want to come back next week and helps them feel good about what we accomplished. Have some ideas in here about the rehearsal time. We already talked about that. I think it's important, one of the other things about this instrument, when we come to our choir rehearsals, when we're singing, there's a little prep we need to do, but with this instrument, oftentimes we have to set up all of these tables, get the bells out of the cases, get the mallets out, the music out. I find it to be, I think the goal should be that if your rehearsal starts at 7 o'clock, that's when the downbeat is. That's not when we get bells out of the cases. And whether that means you as a director have to get there early to do some of that, or as I've always done, we have parts of our groups that volunteer to do that, whether they stay after or the part of the group that comes early. But having the rehearsal room ready by the downbeat is important. Otherwise, we just lose all of that time of making music to some of the logistics. So I think it's important to have a plan, both a short-term plan and a longer-term plan. Tell the ringers for the fall season, we're scheduled to play in worship once a month. And these are the songs this is why this folder is put together the way it is. Sometimes we wonder, what is this piece? Why is this piece here? Well, that's the one we're doing in October. That's the one we're doing in November. And express to them how we're doing towards those goals of getting those monthly pieces together. Sometimes a lot of our groups participate in handbell festivals. We've got a whole group of music that is set aside for that festival. And some of it hopefully could also be used in your worship situations. But tell the ringers why that music is in the folder. That's part of that festival repertoire. We're also going to be playing it in church. Month by month, we're going to chip away at those. But give them an idea of what our goal is. Our goal is, now we're in the spring season. We're going to a festival in April. We want these 5 pieces learned by that. And give them sort of status updates. Yeah, we've got 2 of these down really well, but the other 3 we need to work hard on. So give them an idea of what your master plan is. Talk about the rehearsal itself. We want to be careful about a lot of conversation. between ringers that's not related to the music. You know, I've heard directors say, no, we can't talk at all during the whole rehearsal, and I think it's important to communicate, to work out those hard spots, and to talk during those times. So we as a director have to discern whether that communication that's happening is necessary communication and they're working out a hard passage, or they're talking about something not related to the music we're doing. Our groups generally get together once a week, so we want to catch up and we want to see what's going on in our lives and so forth. And I recommend trying to get folks to do that before and after rehearsal as they're setting up the bells, taking the bells down or whatever, and really make use of that precious rehearsal time. The other difficulty we have these days are these devices. And I have found that can be quite a distraction if you're working with one part of the bell choir and you're finding that you're working with the treble perhaps, and the bass ringers happen to have their phones up on the table, and they're checking their email, or they're involved in something else on their phone. When we've had others come in to do some events in Raleigh, we ended up adopting a pretty strict cell phone policy that really you shouldn't, unless there's an emergency that they have, that the ringer has told the director about, that I've got a child traveling and I need to make sure they got there and so forth. We don't need to check our texts and emails between every song or between whenever we have a break, and really don't even have them on your person. Have them, with your personal things, with your purse or with your jacket or whatever off to the side. We have a break in the middle of our rehearsal, and that's a fine time to check your electronic devices. But I think this can be an incredible distraction. When we work on particular parts in the bell choir, here's a rhythm in the bass that we're doing several times until we got it. If you can pay attention from the treble, because probably in that piece somewhere later you may have that same rhythm to work out. So, and I think it's important as you're working on some of those rhythms to have everybody do it. Everybody do it together, whether we clap those or just play one bell. But if it's a hard section in one piece, if we dedicate a lot of time to just those 4 or 5 ringers, the other ringers can begin to get distracted. So the cell phone is a really tough distraction. The other thing about cell phones and electronic devices is the space that they take up on the table, the real estate. So we've got bells and a pencil, and we've got singing bell sticks and mallets, and now we've got to save space, right, for our cell phone to be on the table, which really does not have to be there. Again, unless there is an emergency or situation where you need to be ready to communicate to a family member and so forth. Talk a little bit about attendance. I think as much as attendance needs to be the ringer's responsibility, if they know they're not going to be there, can they help get a substitute? Can it be on their shoulders to help solve that problem for you? Many of us have gotten, phone messages, voicemails the day of rehearsal where a ringer will call us. They probably hope that they get the voicemail and don't have to actually speak to us, but they leave the kind of message that many of us have heard. Well, I've got good news and bad news. The bad news is I can't come to rehearsal tonight because this thing popped up. Good news is I really know my part, so I probably don't need to be there anyhow. And those of us who are involved in handbells know that that's just not true. Even if you know your part, the ringers around you are dependent on you. We've been working on this crescendo together. We've been working on some phrasing together. We take 2 notes off the table, and we can't make progress. Even though, yes, you've been very accurate, you know your notes. This is a team sport, so we got to remember that one person out does really matter. So attendance being their responsibility, I think, is a big thing. We've talked already about marking music and having standards. So besides what we talked about position numbers, I think there are other things, consistent things we have in our music that it's important to have a standard way to do things. Let's say the way Don Alured used to talk about a bell switch, you would, let's say an F became an F sharp. It's important not to mark it where that F sharp comes in, where you need to make that change, but back to the last time you played the F. And the way he suggested marking your music was circling that note and putting an arrow down, which said, get that out of your hand and put it on the table. At the end of the arrowhead, he would mark F sharp. So that F became an F sharp. Doesn't have to be exactly that way, but I think it's important to have a consistent way so that if you pick up that score in 5 years and you're playing a different position, you know what that means. It's not just something that I only understand. So I think having a consistent way is very, very important. All right, talk a little bit next about leadership. You as a director, what I think you need to portray, I think you need to know this instrument really well. I think you going to denominational events, going to handbell guild events, Handbell Musicians of America today, and getting behind the table, you as a director, and being able to demonstrate the skills that you are trying to teach your ringers, I think is very, very important. We always have ringers, very advanced ringers, that can also demonstrate those, but I think you as the leader, even if you have to end up spending extra time behind the tables outside of rehearsal, as we introduce a new technique, you need to be able to show the ringers how to do that. So you as, again, part of the section in here is what I think you need to develop within each ringer. I think working outside of rehearsals is something we don't do a lot in handbells. Why is that? Because the bells are at the church. Can you come and rehearse on your own at the church? Probably, but we don't often pursue that. Could you bring some bells home? Maybe. They might be used by other groups, but maybe you could. The other thing we do for individual rehearsals sometimes is improvise, right? We use spoons or tools or other things on the table just to get the muscle memory going. So you can bring the music home and work on those gestures at least. I think it's important for you to want to be at every rehearsal and not be a chore. I know I've had ringers that I have, in the situation before the Raleigh Ringers, I've twisted their arm to be in the handbell choir, to fill out that choir. And it was obvious that they were there for me and not necessarily for them. And once they fulfilled their responsibility for helping me out, they were done. So it really works well if you want to be there. Sometimes we have to make some of those compromises. Sometimes we as directors have to fill a position on Sunday morning because someone didn't show up. And so there's things we do to compromise. But having everybody want to be there, I think is really, really important. And wanting to work hard at rehearsals is important. You as a leader, I think being firm but not rigid. Let the ringers know who the boss is, but take input when input is requested. There are good times and bad times. We often, at the end of the year, ask our ringers to take a little survey and see, what they would have done differently and so forth. During rehearsals, it's not maybe the time to blurt out things, as we always have vocal members of our bell choirs, of all of our choirs, that want to provide input maybe at not the most appropriate time. We introduce a new piece of music. Everybody's kind of excited about it, but one ringer says, "Oh, I just don't like that. I don't like that piece." And it really, when that kind of happens, it influences others around them. And I will take that ringer aside and say, that's not the way the piece is going to sound like in its final form. And I really didn't ask your opinion. This is music that I have selected. More times than not, that ringer will come around when the piece comes together. But that early negative feedback, I think, can really take down the bell choir. So they need to know that you've chosen this music for a reason. You have a goal in mind that you want to expand them to playing this original music, to playing this classical music, something different. And they don't have to love it. You hope that they do. You know that they'll be more engaged if they do, but they don't have to. But be decisive, don't play favorites, all that good stuff that are characteristics of a good leader, or what I've got in here. And then, how do you develop yourself into a good leader? I've got some ideas in this handout. Who are the handbell directors? Who are the musical leaders you've had in your life, or just leaders in your life that you've respected? And how did they gain your respect. They can be wrong. I mean, some of the leaders that I've had that I haven't had as much respect for, could never be wrong. And we always, everybody's got that little bit. Develop a clear conducting technique. So whether you do a little bit of studying of that or reading up on that, make sure they understand what a downbeat is and what you're doing as a conductor. All right, we're getting down further into the end of this first section. And I've got a section here on ringer expectations. And a few of the words that come up, what you bring to the group, what I look for: dedication, discipline, concentration, and coordination. Attendance at all rehearsals and performances. Responsibility for being on time. So many of us in our groups probably have folks that are habitually late. Do we wait for them to start? If rehearsal starts at 7 o'clock, do we wait till everybody gets there? I would say no. I would say we start at 7 o'clock, whether there's open positions or not, and kind of make a big deal when that person comes in a little bit late, whether it's you as a director or their peers, that, rehearsal does start at 7 o'clock and we need you here on time, kind of thing. As soon as we let that happen and we don't start till 5 after, 10 after, and so forth, others will start to feel like it's okay to be late. So I think it's important to start. The harder part that I have is ending on time, and a lot of us directors have the same problem, and it's another thing I need to work on. But if rehearsal ends at 8:30, it needs to end at 8:30. So we want to be, we want to respect their time as well. Understand, again, as I mentioned earlier, that some conversation is okay within the group as people are working out. And the other thing I have in here, some of this is more for community groups, but also for your church program. Are there other responsibilities that ringers can help with that often fall on the director? The tearing up and the setting up and tearing down kind of stuff. It doesn't have to totally be you as the director. If they're more involved in some of those things, I think they can understand more what's involved with this instrument. So getting them involved in any kind of organizational aspect is good. And, recruiting is a whole topic we can talk about at another time, but to me, the absolute best recruiting tool is playing really, really well and inspiring someone in your congregation who is touched by that piece of music that says, I'd like to do that as well. So bringing a piece of music when you are 100% confident with it and all your ringers feel good about it, it's okay to leave out that middle section of the piece that they haven't been getting, and kind of rewrite it a little bit and skip that part so that they play with confidence. On Sunday morning, you want them to step up there and just, like I said, just nail that piece and be ready for that. I've heard, actually, it's sort of sad, but I've heard ringers or directors think they're motivating their ringers by, something that's not going so well. They're about 2 rehearsals away from finishing up, saying, we're playing 2 Sundays from now on the 25th of June, whether you're ready or not. And to me, that's an awful thing to do. All of a sudden puts fear in them. And that means that it might be acceptable to play wrong stuff. It isn't. All right, so that's enough on that. A little bit now on what I call causal analysis. So it's very easy after a long work day and a rehearsal in the evening to kind of block out everything that happened till next Wednesday night. I think it's important to jot down some notes. What went well this week? What didn't go? What could we improve on next week? So when I introduced this piece, we had a really, really hard time with these martellatos. Next week, you know what? We're going to start and all work together to play those martellatos accurately and together, because it was sloppy. It was a mess. Oftentimes, we just block out everything for an entire week. We get back to the same stuff, and it happens again. That same mistake that was happening happens again. So jotting down some notes, doing sectionals. That's another thing we don't consider enough with handbells because of the nature of this instrument. Bass ringers, we have a really hard section in this particular piece. Why don't you guys come 20 minutes early next week and just run that? It doesn't have to be led by the director. In fact, in our group, folks like to have a little bit of leadership role and run sectionals. Treble bells, we could run them simultaneously in different rooms. We could run some sectionals. But boy, what a great use of time to run both parts, both of those hard parts at the same time. So think about sectionals, whether that's before, at the end of rehearsal, or they find another time that those four ringers can get together outside of rehearsal is a wonderful thing to get confidence. Okay, I think that's probably all. It's just a cyclical thing that we go through. So as we write down those notes at the end, those are our notes to start our score preparation for next week. All right, I'm going to start a little bit on the second topic I wanted to cover. We've got a little bit of time left here, and that is musicality in handbells. What does that mean? I was asked a couple years to put some thoughts together for a class on musicality, and I feel, at least in my group, that's probably the best compliment we can be given. We play a lot of fast things, we play a lot of difficult music, but when somebody out in the audience says, "That was one of the most musical things I've heard," or "I was very touched by the emotion in that piece that was created by that musicality," to me, that is the ultimate compliment. So in this handout, I have some examples of things that I think help expand the musicality within this instrument. And I categorize things on the first page of this handout. If you, hopefully you all have this one now. It's called Musicality in Handbells. I have some examples of things we usually pay attention to. These are the things I think we usually pay attention to. Time signature, key signature, the handbell techniques. We do that. The bells use charts, the doublings, the structure of the piece, the initial dynamics at the beginning of the piece, I think are all things most of us in the bell community pay attention to and succeed with. But oftentimes, that's where it stops. So what are the things past that we can do to begin to really touch people with musicality? And those are the things I have listed in that second paragraph. Phrasing, ringing articulation. I talked earlier about legato ringing, where we connect our notes together. The dynamic contrast between the piece. Like I said, usually we start forte or whatever it calls for at the beginning of the piece, and we sort of stay there. So how do we create that contrast? Making sure ringers know what's melody and what's support. What is accompaniment? So oftentimes I think we need to be careful as directors not to spoon feed too much. But ask them, say at measure 41, I want to hear the melody. Would you all play the melody at 41? Oh my goodness, it doesn't say in my music melody. Do they know that that's in the middle bells? If they don't, yes, you can tell them if they don't know the answer, but they should be able to figure some of that out themselves. But making sure they know what's the important part and what's the supporting part is very important. The different voices that are happening within the music, sometimes using choir chimes or other alternate instruments helps bring out those voices. Where is the emotion, the sensitivity, the drama? And some of this we can get, as I mentioned earlier, talking to our composers of the music and getting ideas of what was behind this. There's a wonderful piece that a lot of us have played over the years called Grazioso, an original piece of music written by Arnold Sherman. The backdrop of that piece is a lady struggling with cancer. And he takes us through a journey of her struggles and her release at the end and her final reward. And so communicating that and understanding between every single ringer where those different emotions happen in that piece of music can all of a sudden bring so much to our listener if we as ringers understand that. Of course, some of the musical terms that we may not be familiar with that we find in the score. And and then deciding where to stray away from the printed score. Different composers have different thoughts on that, but most handbell composers I've come across have the understanding that you have bought this music, and this music is a blueprint. This is an idea. If you've got other thoughts about how you could bring more emotion to a particular section of the piece, whether that might even be changing the technique, changing the tempo in some way, but what you feel as a conductor might bring that music off the page is okay with most composers. So they want you to take that piece wherever you want to take it. So I've got some examples in here of musical elements. We've already talked about legato damping, which again isn't anything written right in our score. Most of these things are not thoroughly documented for us. They're things that we need to work on in rehearsals. Taking liberty with held notes. So we've got quarter notes. We got, let's say, whole notes at the beginning of a piece. Do they all have to be 4 beats? Or can we just put little fermatas on all of those or tenutos on those to just stretch the feeling a little bit? So taking that kind of liberty and moving the piece along. It may not be in our score, but we want to connect these two sections where there's 2 different tempos. We might come up with our own accelerando in those sections to connect those a little bit better. I think phrasing is something that we don't often get to. So some of our handbell scores have phrase marks in them, but some are just, should be intuitive to us as directors, where the beginning of the phrase we want to rise in dynamics, and then almost as important, if not more important, at the end of a phrase we don't, blast that last note, that we have that shape to what we're trying to portray in a particular piece. Oftentimes, it's kind of good enough if we're playing the notes and damping the notes at the right time. But stepping it up to create that musical phrase can all of a sudden begin to really bring the human element. We have today all kinds of electronic resources to be able to create MIDI files of all of our handbell music before we hear it. And every note is correct on those MIDI files, on those electronic files that we have, but the emotion isn't there. So it really takes us to bring that human element with our bodies behind the tables to create phrases, to create emotion, which can't be created with a computer. Just like we talked about in rehearsals, you as a director, I have some thoughts in here, the things that you can do as a director. Serious score study. Talk to the composers, find out what was behind the piece. More times than not, it's just important that the choices that you make in repertoire, whether you hear these on the demonstrations that you get or you hear them played at a conference that you're at by another choir, that you love that music, that you are into it. It's hard sometimes when music is chosen for us when we go to a handbell festival, because we didn't make all those decisions. But when you have all of that decision making and you can choose pieces that you really are fired up about, you will be so into it and you will bring that to the ringers. All right. I mentioned already, refrain from spoon feeding. Don't tell them that's the melody. Let them tell you where the melody is. We as directors, if we have long passages, do we have to beat all of the beats throughout those? We've played this music so much. We don't need all of that often. Do we have to have a measure at the beginning of the piece before we start? So many of us feel like we need to. We don't. That's just extra stuff that the director's doing that doesn't have to be there. I already talked about expression, emotion, sensitivity. And I used the word blueprint earlier. The score is just an idea of where we want to go. Try to take it further than that. You as a director need to really listen, whether that's you at rehearsal or recording those rehearsals, to listen to see, is the melody coming out here? Is the expression where you want it to be? Or is there still more work that we need to do? And again, the rubato sections, the freely sections in our music where we can add fermatas and add feeling. There's a really dissonant chord here that I want to sit on for a while. Even though it's not marked that way, I want, us as ringers and our listeners to really feel that right there. All right, talk about some of the ringer's role in musicality. Showing the confidence behind the table that you're ready to, like as we mentioned earlier, ready to nail this. Listening like the director in rehearsal and outside of rehearsal. Try not to create distractions with your technique. So when we talked about starting our rehearsals and making sure we are all consistent, make sure that you are not more flamboyant, if you will, with your stroke. All of a sudden, our listeners will be focused in on you and not the entire group. So make sure you are consistent with the group, with the visual appearance. There was a couple techniques that we covered in the A to Z. The brush damping technique is something not usually in our music. We got a loud note, and then we need to play that same bell softly in the next measure. We brush it to our shoulder. It's not marked in our music, but we just get a little bit of that note out. I have a section in here on what can detract from musicality. Crazy bell acquisitions where we need to walk around the whole choir to go get a bell to help out that particular ringer. All of a sudden, the folks that are watching us in our congregations are totally focused on what that person is doing, different than the rest of the group. So if you can work out those changes so they're not distracting. Out of character techniques. When you can't get a bell, do you mallet it? Well, sometimes we have to make those decisions to get those notes played, but I don't recommend that if we can. And inappropriate gimmicky techniques. There's some techniques. My ringers will tell you there's a few that are. The gyro technique, I feel like, is not necessarily one of my favorites, and it's kind of gimmicky, but on a fun piece, it would be okay. But adding some of those in inappropriate times, I think, can take away from musicality. I have examples in here of, bells, but when we start a piece and we end a piece, where are our bells, right? I mean, we're usually very, very good at the beginning of pieces. We're very regimented. We come up together. But at the end of the piece, some people have already put their bells down. Some have. We can scatter very quickly. And I think it's important to be just as disciplined at the end of the piece as you were at the beginning of the piece. Our bells ended with a damp on our shoulder. We leave them on our shoulder for a few seconds. We put them down together. We take a breath. And then we go back to our pews or wherever we leave. So sometimes we're just so happy we got to the end of the piece together that we are just ready to scatter. But I think ending that piece with some silence is very appropriate. Sometimes we're really scared of silence in a worship situation. We need to cover that with something. But if we've got a piece that really has a lot of emotion behind it, having 5 seconds of silence at the end to let folks reflect, I think could be very, very meaningful. All right. And then I've got some other things in here. Sometimes we bow our heads at the end of pieces if it's a very reflective kind of thing. I think that as we put our bells down, perhaps damping them on the table instead of on our shoulder and bringing our heads down in a bowing motion for a very prayerful piece, I think can be very, very touching. And then there are other times where we've got very dissonant things. Some people call this a robot ring. Prelude on Herr Sleepster Jesu, one of my favorite Fred Grayman pieces. The first 3 chords, we do, what we call a robot ring or a stiff arm kind of ring, not our circle that we're so trained to do. But these chords are very open and hollow, big open fifths. And he wanted to signify the nailing of the cross at that point. So that is something that can be that stiff sort of feeling. Adds what we're doing physically adds to the music that we're playing. So, and then refinement, as I have at the end of this, refinement through feedback. So as we look at video and we do some of these things, whether they're the physical things or whatever. And we don't like exactly how that comes across, or again, taking a little bit of feedback from our ringers that what we were adding to the music may have kept them from playing a part of their piece accurately. We may back away from some of that. So we'll refine it, we'll be flexible, but that's kind of the elements that I think really help our instrument grow. We get a lot of criticism for not being able to play musically, and I think through some of these examples, hopefully we can increase our musicality. So that is what I had today. Are we good? Very good. Well, I want to thank all the folks that invited me to be part of this week. I've had a wonderful time. I've missed all my ringing friends, but I've had a wonderful time. So thank you. We've got a question.
Yes, this is from Joni. Do you have any resources or handouts for exercise to address uniform ringing and legato ringing?
Yes, but not off the top of my head. So email me from the Raleigh Ringer page. It's rringer@rr.org. And I do have some books back at home that I use for that, but I don't have those off the top of my head. Yes, absolutely.
Another question from Beth. Would you let ringers work out their own bell sharing problems, or do you have them figure out those?
I usually come with a first pass at a solution that, and then if they tell me it doesn't work, then they work that out. So I encourage a lot of that input from them.
And this is from Charlie. How can I maximize my 60-minute rehearsals each week?
Starting on time. Minimizing extra conversation that's not what we need to work out our difficult passages and so forth. More than any of that, the coming prepared, you as a director coming prepared and knowing what you want to accomplish. So many times I just hear ringers feel like their directors are just start on measure 1, play to measure 100, and then we'll go to the next piece. But what are the things we need to work out and have a plan?
Great. Here's another question from Susan. Do you require the Raleigh Ringers to learn the music outside of rehearsal? What about your own choirs?
Yes, we, especially in the case where generally we have 16 or 17 members of the Raleigh Ringers, and we've got 3 or 4 new ones each year. Those folks, and we're carrying over repertoire a little bit from previous years, those folks especially do a lot of self-study. But yes, we do a lot of that. And somehow with handbells, because of the instrument lives at the church, we don't do, the folders can come home. So we need to encourage, I think, a lot of that self-study. Yep.
And this is from Iris. If a ringer is absent, would you have someone else try to ring that part along with their own?
That sort of depends. I would mainly say no. I would rather have that part, because now all of a sudden they're changing their part, right? The other thing with getting substitutes is, I put the responsibility on the ringers to get the substitutes, and they've got to be somewhat accomplished at being able to, sometimes it's better to just have that open spot.
And then this is from Mike. Would you as a conductor play the absent ringer's part?
As a last resort. As a last resort. So as my ringers, I'll try many, many other things before I do that, yes. But
that's all we have.
Very good. Thank you very much.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by PCUSA 1001 New Worshiping Communities, igniting a movement of new worshiping communities at the grassroots level. Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. Connect with your calling, challenge your assumptions, change systems and societies. From Morning Star Music Publishers. And from a generous grant from the Central Mission Endowment Fund of St. Philip Presbyterian Church, Houston, Texas. From White Memorial Presbyterian Church in Raleigh, North Carolina. From First Presbyterian Church, Greenville, North Carolina. And from Westminster Presbyterian Church, Greenville, South Carolina.
Welcome to Lecture 4 in this Routley series of Singing Here and Hereafter. This has been a series focusing on hymnody and the traditional four last things: death, judgment, hell, and heaven. We've had some framing questions, and before I launch into today's specific topic, I want us to pause a bit and think about these questions so that we can do, for those of you who have been here since Monday, a recap of where we've been, and Eric Wall suggests the word a pre-cap for those of you who may be joining us for the first time. So the first question is, what do hymns teach us theologically and pastorally about these four last things? So let me ask you, if you have pondered, if you will ponder with regard to death, do you know what hymns and songs you would ideally like to be surrounded by as you make your transition from this life to whatever life lies beyond? Things that you would like people to sing with you, for you, at your bedside, if such be permitted to us in the future. Things that you would like to be sung at your memorial service or your funeral. And if you know such things, have you written them down somewhere so that your loved ones will be able to find them? With regard to judgment, do you believe that the tree lies where it falls? You live your life and that's it. There is no further chance for growth in grace after death. With regard to hell, is it important to your sense of God's righteousness and justice that there be a place of eternal torment for those who have rejected God in this life? Or do you believe otherwise, that God's love can continue to reach and transform us after death, and that no power can ultimately withstand that love? With regard to heaven, when you stand, if you are able, and recite the Apostles' Creed and say those words, I believe in the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and the life everlasting. Do you know what you mean, or are those empty words when you say them? How deeply have you thought about their content in your own life of faith? So that's question one. Question two, how have the church's teachings about the four last things shifted over time? We've been looking historically at how these ideas have taken shape. And we've noticed the intersection of religion and culture, such that the indexes of hymnals reflect the priorities of their culture. I find myself wondering if death, having moved out of the topical index, might in future hymnals move back in as we are living in a post-pandemic age. It's a question of great curiosity as to what the index of a hymnal in 2100 might look like. And as we've been doing our historical sweep, we have met many of a great cloud of witnesses, so let me just rename some of them for you and refresh your memory about where we've been. Bishop Cyprian of Carthage, a great African martyr who anticipated a reunion with his family after death. Venantius Fortunatus and his interesting relationship with Queen Radegunda of the Frankish kingdom. Bernard of Cluny and his sprawling De Contemptu Mundi poem, which has given us many versions of the Holy City, Jerusalem. Thomas of Celano, whose Dies Irae inspired so many somber translations, that of Sir Walter Scott in his Lay of the Last Minstrel, that of William Josiah Irons that he wrote after a dramatic funeral in Notre Dame in Paris. We think about other translators, John Mason Neal, the prolific and adept, or our own Presbyterian Eastern melodist, John Brownlee. We've met Frances Elizabeth Cox, translator of Who Are These Like Stars Appearing, and Frances Ridley Havergal, both a text writer and a tune writer, who gave us the tune Hermas, to which we sing Welcome, Happy Morning, a text that was translated by our new friend John Ellerton, also known as the person who wrote God of the Living, which raises the question, are we left to lie like fallen tree? And then we enter into the 20th and the 21st centuries, and we approach our third question, which will be the focus for today. What new images and emphases regarding the four last things are emerging in contemporary hymnody? We've already met Walter Russell Bowie with his O Holy City, Scene of John. We've sung a text by Fred Kahn. We met at the very beginning of our first lecture two splendid, very recent texts, one by Louise Salise, one by Ruth Duck. And today we will meet many, many more contemporary text writers and tune writers. So I'm calling today's lecture New Creations, with an intended pun. We are talking about God's creation of a new heaven and a new earth in the fullness of time. But we're also talking about new human creations that celebrate that act. We left off yesterday looking at a couple of emergent critiques of heaven-oriented hymns. The critique of Joe Hill, who said, if you start making us sing about pie in the sky by and by, you are neglecting justice in the here and now. And that raised a related critique of if we are focused on the realm of heaven, an otherworld reality, are we ignoring the reality of this world and doing an environmental injustice? I can add to those four other critiques, and all of these are so tightly interwoven that it gets a little bit difficult to tease them apart one from the other. But one would be the pastoral critique that says hymns about heaven may give us too easy a kind of consolation. They may tend to trivialize our grief and make us get over it too soon. A minimalist critique that points out, as C.S. Lewis said, this is where the road passes over the rim of the world and no one can see very far past that. So are we in fact singing far more than we can know or understand? And might we pare back our affirmations a bit? A scientific critique that points out how a tendency to literalize a mythic heaven or hell can make our faith seem more like fairy tale and fantasy. And then, most importantly, the biblical critique that says Jesus has a lot more to say about God's coming reign of justice than he does about the transportation of our souls into some kind of heaven above this earth. So I want to start by combining the biblical and the liberationist critiques. And we'll turn again to Bishop N.T. Wright. We've looked at him a couple of times. He's the person who pointed out that contemporary U.S. culture seems to have a fixation on the idea of a hell. But he also said in the lecture yesterday that any time we talk about heaven, we are making signposts pointing into a fog. So he also says the central question, that is to say biblical question, is not what happens to me or to my loved ones after death, but how will God's new creation come into being? And how will we contribute to that consummation? Wright says our job is to colonize earth with heaven. And he points out that heaven is not so much a place up in the sky or a time out in the future as it is a dimension that runs alongside present reality. And every once in a while, in moments of kairos, it intersects with present reality, and we step into that dimension. Sometimes when we are lost in wonder, love, and praise, we enter into a moment of heaven. How many times has that happened for you this week as you have listened to the music throughout this conference? I'm reminded of the Benjamin Schmoke 1704 hymn translated by my hymnological hero, Catherine Winkworth. Open now thy gates of beauty. Gracious God, I come before thee, come thou also unto me. Where we find thee and adore thee, there a heaven on earth must be. So we step into the dimension of heaven occasionally in our worship. And when we find ourselves doing justice and loving kindness and walking humbly with our God, we enact some of that heaven on earth. I think of David Gambrell's text that is in Glory to God. There is now a new creation. So heaven is not just something out in the future, but it is something that we realize here and now as we increasingly colonize earth with God's justice and love. I think particularly of a John Bell text, if you can let us hear this. Heaven shall not wait. Jesus is Lord in our present imperfection. His power and love are for now and then forevermore. Or a text also in Glory to God and familiar to most of you, I'm sure. It almost seems as if it was directly written to respond to the Joe Hill pie in the sky critique, Brian Wren's When All Is Ended. Rousing tune Yogananda by William Rowan. Then do not cheat the poor who long for bread with dream worlds in the sky or in the head, but sing of slaves set free and children fed. Alleluia. With earthy faith, we sing a song of heaven, all life fulfilled, all loved, all wrong forgiven. Christ is our sign of hope, for Christ is risen. Alleluia. There's another text. There are many hymns, in fact, that you can find that offer a kind of biblical and liberationist critique to escapist heaven theology. They're scattered throughout the justice and reconciliation section of the Glory to God hymnal. But I want to introduce you to a text and text writer that are not in Glory to God because they are too recent to have been included in that book. This is a name that you will encounter, if I can get my slide to move on. Thank you. David Bjorlin. You can find many of his texts in a little collection published by GIA called Assembled for Song. He's a pastor in Chicago, a faculty member, and a recent PhD in liturgical thought, and a hymn text writer. One of his hymns in particular speaks to me of heaven realized in the here and now, and it is Build a Longer Table. Table, not a higher wall, feeding those who hunger, making room for all. Feasting together, stranger turns to friend. Christ breaks walls to pieces, false divisions end. Not pie in the sky by and by, not a heavenly banquet at the table of the Lamb, but a longer table here and now where we invite others to feast with us and feed the hungry. Build a safer refuge, not a larger jail. Where the weak find shelter, mercy will not fail. For any place where justice is denied, Christ will breach the jail wall, freeing all inside. How that speaks to possibilities of reallocating our funds to build refuges and not jails. When we lived as exiles, refugees abroad, Christ became our doorway to the reign of God. So must our tables welcome those who roam. None can be excluded. all must find a home. And you see how there is reference to Christ having already opened the door to the reign of God. We have already entered into that reign as we live it out in justice with one another. Other texts that might come to mind would be Shirley Murray's For Everyone Born, A Place at the Table. Shirley died this past January, and we remember her with such great fondness and admiration. Or even Marty Haugen's Here in This Place, where he says, not in the dark of buildings confining, not in some heaven light years away, here in this place the new light is shining. Now is the kingdom, and now is the day. But we have to be careful not to assume that this is just a modern-day critique, because we can also find it in Walter Russell Bowie's text that we looked at, where he argued as well about the importance of a social gospel. Give us, O God, the strength to build the city that has stood too long a dream. The companion to the 1933 hymnal said, the first half of the 20th century is seeing the birth of many hymns touched by the social spirit of the gospel. And it remarks that prior to the early 20th century, there was a strange lack of texts concerned with our duty to our neighbor. And yet, if we're not singing about our duty to our neighbor, then we are celebrating a kind of cheap grace where we're saved regardless of our pursuit of justice. And that leads me to a concept of cheap consolation, which I think also arises in some hymns about heaven and the four last things, or the pastoral critique. There's a wonderful book by Lonnie Leary entitled No One Has to Die Alone. And one of the concepts that she talks about in that book is disenfranchised grief. People who are not given permission to grieve but are supposed to get over it too quickly, to say, oh, well, God now has another angel. God just needed for this to happen. You shouldn't grieve. And she talks about how important it is to legitimize people's grief, just as our hymnals, since the 1990 hymnal and Glory to God, have given a far more substantial place to songs of lament. Kate Bowler. You may know Kate. She's a professor of divinity at Duke Divinity School. She was diagnosed very young after just having had her first child with metastatic liver cancer and not given a very happy prognosis. Fortunately, she has undergone various revolutionary treatments and is doing well now. She's a scholar of the prosperity gospel and the evangelical church. And out of her experience with cancer, she has written a powerful book entitled Everything Happens for a Reason, subtitle, and Other Lies I Have Loved. Everything happens for a reason is another one of those potential cheap consolations. There is a wonderful appendix in the back of this book, which is entitled Absolutely Never Say This to People Experiencing Terrible Times, a short list. Things never to say, and one of them might be, oh, well, everything happens for a reason. So hymns can help us to enfranchise grief, can give us permission to lament. I think of Tom Troger's powerful God Weeps With Us Who Weep and Mourn, and even talks about the power of our tears and our rage. Carolyn Winfrey Gillette, God, we've known such grief and anger is a legitimate response. The text that we sang on the first day together, sing of the ones who died too soon. We grieve the senseless death, Louise Ellis says. In Church Hymnary 4, Brian Wren's text, When Grief is Raw and Music Goes Unheard, is printed, interesting enough, printed as a text to be read, not sung. And it occurs to me that during these months of still adjusting to not singing corporately, we need to have more texts that we read and don't sing. that we really pay attention to the words. What a prime opportunity this is to introduce our congregations to new texts and help them befriend the words and the meanings before they need to learn the melodies. So it's a ripe opportunity for us. Music doesn't just enfranchise grief. It also eases the transition for people who are moving from this life to the life after. There is now a school of thought called music thanatology, or music that assists with death and dying, often with harp, sometimes with threshold choirs. We don't know when those will be allowed again, but ways of surrounding people, both the dying and their loved ones, enveloping them with song, helping to console and soothe and give voice to grief, but also to hope. Music has its charms to work its magic on us when we are grieving or when we are in difficult circumstances. And one of the most powerful examples of that I have found recently is this text by Bob Faust and Rusty Edwards. It was sent to me by Nancy Faust. Nancy was president of the Hymn Society the first summer I ever went to a Hymn Society conference, and the warmth of her welcome is what persuaded me to keep going back again and again. When she found that I was giving a talk on death and dying, she sent me this text that was written by her husband when he was dying of anaplastic lymphoma. He was very, very ill, awaiting a stem cell transplant, and their family friend Rusty Edwards called and asked him, this was around Thanksgiving, Bob, what are some of the things that you're thankful for here at what may be the end of your life? You may know Rusty Edwards. He's the author of We All Are One in Mission, which is in Glory to God hymnal. And Bob wrote the things that he was thankful for, and Rusty wove them into a hymn text, the first 3 stanzas of which came out of that Thanksgiving occasion. Bob got his stem cell transplant. It did not work. And so the last week of his life, he sent Rusty more words, and they added a 4th stanza to this hymn. Let me read you the words, and then we'll see the music on the screen. I am thankful for the healing of my body, mind, and soul, even while I still feel broken and am aching to be whole. What gives hope against all odds? The accompaniment of God. For new strength beyond my weakness when real dangers still are there. And for friends who now surround me, adding strength with acts of care. What gives hope against all odds? The accompaniment of God. For uncomplicated blessings and the touch of simple things, for the taste of grace and giving, love so large that my heart sings. Every glimpse of resurrection seen in ordinary things makes me crave my flight to heaven, life to life. Give my heart wings. What gives hope against all odds? The accompaniment of God. In this text, Bob Faust uses the imagery of flight to heaven, and that has certainly been a dominant and consoling image throughout generations of Christian hymnody. Other texts are more circumspect about that language, not really sure what it is that we would mean by heaven. In what way do we give intellectual assent to the idea of our souls going to heaven? And this opens the notion of the minimalist critique. Can we not say more than we know as we look at that road passing over the rim of this world? So an example of a minimalist eschatology is in a hymn that I wrote in response to a request from Sam Young, Carlton Young, composer, arranger, editor, hymnologist extraordinaire. Age 94 now, and is coming out this summer with a new hymn collection. We looked at that the first day. Today I Live, a collection of hymns about living and dying. On July 1st of last summer, he sent me an email with a tune attached, and he said, I would like to be able to use this tune in my forthcoming collection, but I don't have any words for it. Might you write words for this tune? Would you just play it so we can hear it? It's obviously a very somber tune, and it has this ascending scale that then descends and then rises and falls again. And it generated for me this text, rising to fall. What can it mean? Questions unanswered, mysteries unseen. Flesh is but grass, all flowers fade. Death's rule upending all that was made. Billions of years pass in a flash. Stars flare and falter, dwindling to ash. Silence ascends, but for this word, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord. God's word endures, God's love is strong, death fails to silence God's endless song. Breath turns to air, dust into dust, ashes to ashes. Yet do we trust, yet do we trust. Just one time. Maybe the third stanza with the resolution. So if the pastoral critique wants us to have enfranchised grief, the minimalist critique wants us to have enfranchised questions and enfranchised doubts, because there is so little we know about what lies beyond the rim of this world. We are at best signposts pointing into a fog. Another minimalist eschatology comes in this gorgeous text by one of my favorite text writers, Michael Hudson. If you'll play Divinum Mysterium while I read the text. From a time beyond beginnings, when all worlds were yet unformed, through the fire of first creation, when our atoms swirled and swarmed, through the cooling of the planets, long before our heart was warmed, we are loved. Ah, we are loved. Thank you. From today's unfolding moments, rounding from the recent night, through the sun of all tomorrows, rising dim and breaking bright, to the point where every ending gathers into endless light. We are loved. Yes, we are loved. And frankly, what more do we need for an eschatology than that affirmation? Now, you might notice how both Michael's text and mine begin to use the imagery of a new scientific cosmology, talking about stars that flare and falter, or planets that cool, or atoms that swirl. And this leads us to our next and next to the last critique, the scientific critique. I spent a lot of time last summer in a hymn society talk calling for texts that integrated a new scientific cosmology with our eschatology in a little bit more intentional way. And one response that I got to that call came from Barbara Ham. You would know her from Glory to God, her text and tune, Come to the Table of Grace. She's a professor of English and also a jazz pianist and writes both tune and text. Here is a text she wrote, incorporating a new scientific cosmology. The vast expanse of time and space outruns the reach of human mind. Not years, but eons mark this place, this earth, this home of humankind. What quantum particles emerged in light years far beyond our ken? What strands of matter first converged, in time becoming rock and wren? And the last stanza, new universes may appear, to which my life and death give birth. The selfsame power that brought me here gives my life meaning, value, worth. Though other worlds and wonders wait, though time and space may cease to be, God's love for me will not abate, for it enfolds eternity. It is a vast text dealing with the vast expanse of time and space. It's not dactylic hexameter like De Contemptu Mundi, but it's a long meter doubled, which is a long form, which aptly paints the vast expanse of time and space. Note how she says, new universes may appear to which my life and death give birth. All new life is born from the necessary death of that which preceded it. And that takes us from the scientific critique to the environmentalist critique, where we look not only at the death of worlds, the vast expanse of time and space, stars that flare and falter, but also the death of nature. Nature dies that we may live. We feed upon one another. And the environmentalist critique wants us to make very sure that we do not have our hopes of heaven conditional upon disregard for this earth. Because, in fact, if we listen to Scripture, it tells us that God will create a new heaven and a new earth, and it strikes me as the utmost of arrogance for us somehow to think that that new earth will be peopled exclusively by human beings without other life forms in it. Environmental theologians have started talking increasingly about something they call deep incarnation, in which we talk about the Word becoming flesh, not just as a human being, but as embodied flesh with blood and bone and sinew, akin to all other flesh that lives and breathes, animal and vegetable. And if the Word becomes flesh in deep incarnation, then a cosmic Christology also affirms that all flesh is resurrected with Christ. Elizabeth Johnson in Ask the Beasts. The evolving world of life, all of matter in its endless permutations, will not be left behind, but will likewise be transfigured by the resurrecting action of the Creator Spirit. So it is fitting for us to look as we end at a text that celebrates the resurrection of all flesh and that moves from a minimalist eschatology back to a maximalist one that revels in the metaphors of Scripture. We can't see very far beyond the rim of the world. We just have signposts pointing into the fog. But what glorious signposts we have been given by the visionaries and the dreamers who wrote Scripture, principal among them Isaiah. And a wonderful book, The Third Peacock, Robert Farrar Capon says, let us have not less anthropomorphism, but more. Let us reclaim that older, better reading of creation, which only the best analogies can give. Getting back a universe moved by love for the good, full of creatures who are priests for each other. An anthropomorphism that we don't intend to literalize, and yet nonetheless lets us feel our kinship with other creatures of the world. So when I was asked with Sally Morris to write a hymn commissioned by the Institute of Liturgical Studies at Valparaiso University, one of the things they said they might be interested in was a hymn that talked about the Word becoming flesh. And I thought, what a wonderful opportunity that is, really to celebrate deep incarnation and deep resurrection, the Word that became flesh and dwelt among us, such that all flesh will see the glory of God. It is one of the great disappointments of my life that the Revised Standard Version of the Bible, the New Revised Standard, translates Isaiah 40 as, and all people will see the glory of God. The word flesh is far broader than that. It is not just human beings who get to see the glory. And so I told Sally I wanted to write a text about all flesh seeing the glory of God. And she picked up that Handel melody, which I'm sure you all hear in the back of your minds, of all flesh will see it together. And she wrote me a tune and sent it to me, and she said, do you think you can work with this? And I said, that's absolutely exactly what I want. And it gave rise to this text about all flesh seeing the glory of God. I'll read it and exegete it a little bit, and then our grand finale for today will be hearing our choir sing it in what will be a world premiere. So thank you for that. A sunburst of glory breaks forth in the night, and all flesh shall see it together. The world will arise to a new shining light, and all flesh shall see it together. A child has been born of sinew and bone, at one with the earth, yet wholly God's own. The grace of the Lord comes to life in the Word, and all flesh shall see it together. The grace of the Lord comes to all life forms, comes to life. That's the incarnate Word become flesh. And now we're going to go mineral, animal, vegetable. Here's the mineral stanza. The mountains and valleys are tuned to rejoice. The silenced cry out, and the stones find a voice. The moon and the stars now dance with delight, reflecting God's fire, their blaze newly bright. The grace of the Lord comes to life in the Word, and all flesh shall see it together. The lamb and the lion will feed with the bear, and all flesh shall see it together. The beasts of the forest and birds of the air, and all flesh shall see it together. The sparrow and dove will burst into song, assured that God's house is where they belong. The grace of the Lord comes to life in the Word, and all flesh shall see it together. The grass and the lilies will wither no more, and all flesh shall see it together. The greenness of Eden God's love will restore, and all flesh shall see it together. The land's humble gifts of wine and of bread are lifted on high by Christ our true head. The grace of the Lord comes to life in the Word, and all flesh shall see it together.
The world will
May you sing with joy here and hereafter. Go in peace. Amen.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by PCUSA 1001 New Worshiping Communities, igniting a movement of new worshiping communities at the grassroots level. Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. Connect with your calling, challenge your assumptions, change systems and societies. From Morning Star Music Publishers. And from a generous grant from the Central Mission Endowment Fund of St. Philip Presbyterian Church, Houston, Texas. From White Memorial Presbyterian Church in Raleigh, North Carolina. From First Presbyterian Church, Greenville, North Carolina. And from Westminster Presbyterian Church, Greenville, South Carolina. PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by Columbia Theological Seminary, educating and nurturing faithful, imaginative, and effective leaders for the sake of the church and the world. From Morning Star Music Publishers, Pittsburgh Theological Seminary, preparing for ministry in the way of Jesus. Presbyterian Older Adult Ministries Network, promoting the development of older adult ministries and the value of such ministries. Learn more at poamn.org.
Music is one of the most important things to me in my life, and it's the primary way that I relate to God. I had been out of church for 10 years. I didn't think that there was a place for me in the church, for my doubts, for who I am as a person. Someone in church music just started talking to me one day, and it led me to seminary. Seminary really helped me explore what sacred is, where the sacred can be found in music.
All teaching for me really is simply sharing the things that I love.
He recognized my own musical inclinations, my musical gifts, and he supported those. He encouraged them. What I would like to do as a pastor in the future is to do a lot of what Eric does. He brings in traditional music. He brings in contemporary music. He brings in music that is not explicitly sacred. I hope that I can approach music with the same care that Eric does. I only hope that I can be that for other people, that I can encourage them in their spiritual quest, in their musical quest, and to let them know that they have a place in the world, in the seminary, in the church.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by Texas Presbyterian Foundation, enabling and expanding mission together. Union Presbyterian Seminary, equipping disciples to serve the church in the ever-changing world. PCUSA Vital Congregations, working with pastors, church committees, and middle governing bodies to provide training, materials, and consultation for all worshiping communities and in planning new congregations. The Presbyterian Foundation, your partner in ministry. The Royal School of Church Music America, we bring you voice for life.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the art class for Worship and Music 2020 called Art in the Liturgical Arc. And we have been studying different themes this week. Today, our theme is Reading the Space, Art and Community. Later in the program, we will have a few questions that are going to be asked of us. So if you would like to ask a question, feel free to message us at 2020PAMconference@gmail.com and put Art Workshop in the subject line. As we begin today, please join me in a word of prayer. Holy Spirit, please be with us in this creative moment of our day. God, in whose image we are created to create. Please help us to imagine today how we can take the ideas from this week and put them into practice in our own spaces, our own online spaces, our own real spaces, our own imagination, in our own churches, in our own communities. Amen.
Today we wanted to talk about something that's pretty broad, but very central to each of us, the whole concept of community and how we gather in community, and particularly in a pandemic. So many, many years ago, this sounds like the beginning of a fairy tale. Long ago and far away, when I was in college, for about 2 minutes, my college had a major called Community Studies. And I decided that that was a great major. I didn't know what it meant. But I realized as time goes by that that is something that I never quit thinking about. I sort of wake up every day thinking about this conversation between arts and theology, but the way this conversation makes sense, where the arts and the theology make sense, one because of the other, it makes sense in a context, and the context is community. So we want to focus on that today and think about, again, art in worship, but in the context of community. And think about that word, the words as you take apart that word, what we have in common, our unity and commune. I sent this to Hannah, and she thought this meant the communes, that the church would become a series of communes, and maybe that would be good too. So community is what we want to think about. And here is a text to put before you in this context. And the text is actually the affirmation of faith, which is set for this evening's worship, this worship tonight, which is a celebration of the Lord's Supper, so a communion service. And the affirmation of faith comes from the Confession of Belhar. I'm going to read it to you now so you can start getting these images in your brain, and then Hannah and I are going to throw it out to you in a different way later in this class. But not only do we visualize text, and not only do we visualize the words of the song, but we visualize what the community says together, especially as we prepare to gather around table. And tonight, we will gather around table. There just won't be walls separating us. We'll all be having communion in our own places, but in God's embrace, it will be at one table. So listen to these words as we think about how we visualize art in our affirmations of faith as we say what we believe. We believe that God has entrusted the church with the message of reconciliation in and through Jesus Christ, that the church is called to be the salt of the earth and the light of the world, that the church is called blessed because it is a peacemaker, that the church is witness both by word and by deed to the new heaven and the new earth in which righteousness dwells, that God's life-giving word and spirit has conquered the powers of sin and death, and therefore also of irreconciliation and hatred, bitterness and enmity, that God's life-giving word and spirit will enable the church to live in a new obedience which can open new possibilities of life for society and the world. these words? How do you see these words? And most of all, how do you see the intersections between all of us that make us community? I have loved getting your comments, your reactions, your photographs, and we want to share all of those things with you. I wanted to start, though, with one that really caught my eye last night. And here's the question. I'd like to see the tetanus collection in a close-up. No one has ever asked me that before in my whole life. So here is the tetanus collection. And again, these collections found on walks, found just left by someone not knowing what treasures. This tetanus collection comes apart. You could rearrange it. I think one of the things I love is that it's turned into rust, which is really iron oxide, and that's in most of our glazes that we create to use with clay. So that's the tetanus collection. Here's another tetanus collection probably that you're going to hear more about later. Nice nail work here and nice oxidation. So those are close-ups. But then this great, gentle listener suggested uses for these materials. She said for those reeds, those invasive species reeds, she said those would be perfect to suggest a river. Picture of a river. She loved the copper scraps falling over the red Coke crate, and she said, it's a fire, or maybe, as someone else said, a burning bush. So there are many things to do with those. Another one of you said that as you looked at all of these things that we put before you yesterday, she said, I might approach this with a fabric background, swagged irregularly to imply flow, then suspend sticks and gutter pieces, irregularly placed and not all horizontal, implying rungs of a ladder, add loops, add swags, and pendants of the copper trimmings to catch the light, and here again, maybe even imply a burning bush. I just think everyone in our class needs to move to Montreat, and so we can all just gather in the artist studio with our masks on, but gather and just think about these things. And then one final letter I wanted to share with you. Some of you heard the great question yesterday about what do we do if we can't use extension ladders to hang our banners? And so here from Glenn Richardson is a great response. A follow-up, he says, to the question of the morning about extension ladders and banner hanging. Listen to this. I would suggest using large helium balloons, 30 inches in diameter, to lift the banner. The banner must be very lightweight, such as plastic, colored tablecloths, etc., or silk. I have also created a banner release system using a radio-controlled toy car's drive wheel connected to a drum for rotation to release portions of the banner in a controlled fashion. This could be useful for names on the banner to be read as the banner is released, or for other staged information releases. He continues, please be aware of fan blades and air ventilation currents. For flyaway balloons, attach a small section of duct tape to the top of the recovery balloon and connect to the away balloon from below. So next year at Worship and Music, not only do I think we need yoga on the mountain and drones coming down the mountain, I think we need to fly banners from the mountain. So stay tuned for 2121. It's true, you think I'm joking. I hear laughter. As we move ahead, I think one of the things I think about as I'm thinking about community is how we inspire each other. And where does our inspiration come from? And I wanted to share a couple things about that. One of the things that I love to do is go to museums. I think it's because my parents had 5 children, and they were always very tired. And we went to museums a lot because they would just set us free. So I feel very safe and comfortable in museums, and I linger in them. One of my favorite museums is the Hirshhorn Museum in Washington, D.C., and some of you would resonate with that. But some years ago, and maybe it's still there, I need to go back, they had an exhibit of hanging metal, just all these rivers of hanging metal, and you could walk through it, and you could watch other people walk through it, and it moved, and it made noise, and it hung there. So we had to make it. So we made these. This is aluminum flashing with fishing line. take a nail and poke it through. We have a lot of them, and they're 18 feet long. Eric Wall has seen them a lot. I think he's laughing behind his mask. But listen to that great sound, and you can put them up from your ceiling. They reflect the light. They make noise. Well, they're not that loud because you don't really have to clang them. You can set a fan going on them, and they just make this gentle noise. And there's something about movement in worship. I mean, not just, I love the movement of drama, of people moving, but I also like things moving, whether it's metal or branches or silk. If you put a fan on silk and it just moves, and things change because God's word is never static. Some of the other places I turn, we made some banners that maybe you've seen. I think they're upstairs in Bell Haven in the heavenly room of bells in Upper Anderson, and I think you'll see these in the morning for morning prayer. But these are this is just a little brochure about Coventry Cathedral in Coventry, England, and this is a part where the baptismal font is housed, and we fell in love with this, and we painted this scene on banners. That was an inspiration. There's an organization called Christians in the Visual Arts, and they put out journals all the time and are working with artists in the context of faith and the church. A place that we turned a few years ago when Montreat had the privilege of housing one of the volumes of the St. John's Bible, the Gospel and Acts, was to explore through that how text and word in the context of community is expressed. But we also turn to artists, like this year is going to be the Summer of Chagall. And Hannah and Eric, I'm just breaking the news to you now, because Chagall has a way in his paintings and in his glass and in all of his work of having the whole community in one space. I mean, they're just all around. And so I think that concept of community in Chagall. I've also loved Kandinsky. I think we had a Kandinsky summer. We've had several Van Gogh summers. We had a Rembrandt and Caravaggio summer. We love the work of Charles Counts, who is a professor emeritus, I believe, at Austin Seminary, who carves and does these amazing sculptures. This is a book called The Art of Parables, and it's a fabulous, fabulous presentation. Then many of you are finding out when your minister leaves that don't tell them I said this, but that can be a very creative time. So your ministers leave, and thanks to the Lilly Foundation, many churches and other grants are using this time as a time of growing as a community, particularly visually. This is a book that was made by the University Congregational United Church of Christ in Seattle. And their minister left for 6 months, and they got a grant, and they every month had different artists come in, dancers and poets and painters, and they put together a book. And so things like that, as you explore them in your congregation, share them with the rest of us, because that's where our inspiration comes from. So how do we get there? We talked yesterday about Nancy Chin's book, but I think in my life, I think one of the great thinkers and artists in this realm and this conversation of arts and theology and community is Catherine Kapikian, who is a professor emeriti at Wesley Seminary in D.C. She wrote a book called Art in Service of the Sacred. And in that book, there are 2 words that I cannot let go of, and those words are participatory aesthetics. Just say it a couple times. Participatory aesthetics, participatory aesthetics. It just sticks with you. You're going to wake up saying it to your family and to your church and to your new visual choir that you're starting as you meet. Participatory aesthetics. The idea is that in the old days, we might say, here's the real artist, and the real artist is going to do this work for us, and we're going to all just watch. No, participatory aesthetics. Yes, there are trained artists who will guide us, but then each of us plays a role. It's almost like we were in a great drama and everybody's on stage all the time, and maybe one person's speaking, and maybe everybody's speaking at once, but we all have a part in this. Participatory aesthetics is the new understanding, I think, especially in a pandemic, of how we do visual arts in worship in the community of the church. We were really excited because you all sent such great things to us, and Hannah's going to talk about that.
So we have put together a gallery. If we have that queued up, Paul, that would be great to play right now, of your artwork and your things that are happening in your churches. So if you'd take a look at this for a few minutes. And you can see that the collection of images that you guys wanted to share with us this week was exciting. There were ideas from your churches from before COVID that could easily, and what we were thinking about with flags being flown or kites being flown in your services, they could be flown outside and videoed at this time and added to a service. The music matters. So did you notice that I put music that sounded like a memory when you've hung out with your friends for the last week instead of church music for that one? You have so many talented musicians, and so I've thought a lot about that this week. And Rich Richards has helped me a couple of different times for videos, as I've mentioned before. But just telling your musician what the emotion needs to be, or what the text is, and they're highly skilled in this area. They can come back with the emotion that needs to be represented visually, and the idea can be collected in multiple ways. So one thing that we have been thinking about this week has been virtual worship, and I wanted to step out into the idea of the phone camera and your opportunity for participatory aesthetics with that medium. So your congregation, almost everybody in your congregation has a camera on their phone. And if you, as a worship team, identified a visual motif that was going to be something that you wanted to have as visual continuity through a text, so let's say we were studying a text for next week, there are so many things you could do with photography that people in your congregation are interested in doing at home. So for example, stones or the tetanus collection, as Anne has been showcasing. If you have people do close-up photography, if you control what style of photography it is, the consistency in the visual will exist. So if everyone has to do horizontal close-ups, and then you give them a subject, for instance, stone, and it has to do with the text, so there'll be a connection. People would be able to send in images of stone that they connect with because it's in their home space. The visual connection would be the same because everyone's going to be framing in a rectangle that's horizontal. Everyone's going to be close up. And the opportunity is incredible because you can do so many things with that. You could do a quick drop into iMovie like what that was, that little gallery, and just put it on your website. You could have people post back to your Facebook community for your church with this project and have commentary. You could ask people's permission to use their photographs as your own church Facebook posts or social media of all kinds, making sure that you're connecting the text for this week on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever other social media accounts your church is running. Increase those and increase your activity there. So again, I'm going to suggest hiring more people in this time of scarcity. It is time to shift our thinking and to talk to your session, have these hard conversations, because you need not only a photographer, you need a graphic designer, and you need somebody who's managing your social media. And if those people are on your worship team, your presence online and your impact online and your ability to connect with the world in a way that the world so desperately needs will be amazing. And I just want to know who you are, who has done all these things, so I can follow you, because I would like for my feed to be significantly more related to something that's happening right now, that's happening and related to communities that are in process right now, visually, online, and I want to be connected with you as you're connected to God. And so that tool has so much power, and everyone has it. So this idea of community and participatory aesthetics is there, and that's the project that I challenge you to do in the next few weeks, months, and years.
So we experimented with this project because, as in many of the collegial relationships that you're in, gradually over time, one person does this and one person does this. And so Hannah is a genius with technology. But we decided it was time to try something, and along with this idea of community. So I made a little video. And Hannah helped me, and I kept pushing all the because when I get anxious, I just push all the buttons, and she finally said, "Don't touch anything." And we made a video. So what I want to do is we're going to play this in a second, Paul. I'm going to read the inspiration for this. I wanted to do something on wilderness, because wilderness crops up in the lectionary about every other second. Somebody's always wandering in the wilderness. So wilderness is there a lot. And I thought, okay, my parameters, I would use this metal, these rocks, and this just picture. I taught art for a little bit, and I hated throwing away the paint that the students left, so I just painted with it. And so sometimes it's on cardboard, sometimes it's on leftover, mat board that framers can give you, whatever. So those three things, very Trinitarian, three things. And I want to read you the words I started with as I did this, and then we'll go to Paul to play this video. So here are the words that led to this. Sure, on this shining night, many of you in this room have sung this. I'm listening to the Barber version right now. Sure, on this shining night of star-made shadows round, kindness must watch for me this side the ground. The late year lies down the north, all is healed, all is health. High summer holds the earth, hearts all whole. Sure, on this shining night I weep for wonder, wandering far alone of shadows on the stars. A poem by James Agee. I think of community, even in the wilderness, finding grace. few rocks, a few pieces of old copper, and a little painting. And you can do something that is very applicable to your idea of how the community gathers. All is healed, all is health. One thing I did learn, because I really wanted to put that music, the Samuel Barber version of Sure on This Shining Night, behind it, and I learned an important lesson, that in these days, as always, this is no time to let loose on licensing or copyright issues. And so the best thing to do if there's a particular piece of music that you want behind your music is to get someone in your congregation to learn it and sing it, and kind of go that way, because all of the musicians around you know all of those copyright and licensing issues and can help you through that. And so what we did today, this was Rich playing, and was it Rich and Scott? Just Rich playing. So, this is not a time to just go find something and pull it in. So that was a good lesson to learn. Finally, before we turn to go back to the affirmation of faith, what happens when your community, when it's time, as it is now, for us to intersect with a broader community? How do we do that in worship? How do we do that visually? And we've mentioned before this week the banners that are now around you, around this room. Hannah showed you how they're attached, how we created pulley systems for them. But I want to talk for just a second on actually working with words and names. And I think we might have a close-up of these. So these obviously are the names, these names of persons whose lives were cut short by violence, and lives cut short by the complicity of our racism. And it's important to me not only to see these names, but to write these names. There is something in the act of writing something. Do you remember, I'll tell you my memory in the 7th grade. I loved this boy whose name was Hank DeWald, and he was in my confirmation class. I have no idea what we learned in confirmation class, but all over my notebook, I love Hank DeWald, I love Hank DeWald, just all over. And there's something about writing those names, when you write them over and over, or when you have children and you write their names over, and it's magical. There's something about writing the names of the community and claiming those names. So on these two banners, the latest banners of this series, Scott Neely painted the actual names. I added their dates. Hannah and Scott and I hung them very reverently, very carefully. Again, it's on brown paper. The way I did it was I chose a font, American Typewriter, which is the font that you see, in newspaper and print. And I thought, this is where we're learning about these stories. So what you do is you type out the names, and then you pick a font. I picked American Typewriter, put it up on my computer, and painted from that. And there is something about a brush in your hand, paint on the brush, painting these names. It does something. It helps you claim these names. It helps you claim your complicity. It helps blend the community. So yes, there is a time for names, for texts, for writing words. But typically, I try to move beyond. I think we've gotten stuck in the church with perfunctory banners of, what are the 4 that you really think of, the Advent ones? Hope, peace. What are the hope, peace?
Love, joy.
Love and joy. Yeah, and then have you ever been in a church and you start arguing? Well, no, joy comes before peace, and this comes in.
Absolutely.
And often they're just somebody beloved made them, and so even if the felt is falling off, we don't change them. And there's something about letting go of those words and thinking about a bigger visualization of those words.
One more thing I wanted to touch on with this idea of all the new people that you're going to have on your worship team is, again, to touch back to the earlier part of this week about the opportunity and how amazing it could be if worship was able to continue through and across all of the different platforms, so that you're connecting with your community when they pick their phone up, you're connecting with them when they log in, you're connecting with them on different platforms when they go to their phone, when they receive an email. And in that week, that text is reiterated. And so it's not just the worship service from 11 to noon, but rather it's the week of text study, sort of like a Bible study, but in the form of an Instagram post, in the form of a Facebook post, in the form of a conversation around that text on Zoom with visuals that is Facebook Live. So you're connecting the way that we normally would think about worship, but expanding it and letting it come to your congregation in so many different forms on different platforms. And that is why you need your arts team, now that we are patrons of the arts as a church, and we're going to forward this idea of paying our artists and our musicians and our videographers and our social media people and all of these people for the value that they really have, and recognizing that this is their gift to God and they need to be supported by the church, because the church is shrinking inside its walls and it must break out. And this is the way to break out. And so once you get all these people who know how to get outside the walls of the church on your worship team, so then you will be able to have poignant connections to the text on all of your platforms. But if they're not at the table, they won't have any idea what to put up.
Catherine Kapikian used to say a lot that without the arts, the visual arts, the church will die if we're not imagining what we're seeing. I do believe that God gave us 6 days between Sundays for a reason. And I really think this is the reason that we can be in community and be in conversation together and talking about this.
Absolutely.
There is what we'd like to do is to have you listen again and imagine this affirmation of faith. We're going to read it twice, but one thing I noticed from the pictures you sent in that many of them were done by you in your homes, maybe and especially during our class together, but many of them were pictures that you took in your sanctuaries and in those places. And so during this time, even with the pandemic, we don't need to abandon those places, but to think of ways that we can put things up and depict things, and then to get them out visually through all these platforms to the congregation. So what I'd like you to do today is to close your eyes, to be very comfortable, to maybe just imagine holding this community and to think of what this would look like. If you were, let's say you have any resources at your hand, you can have all the copper at your disposal that you want or anything that you would like, and imagine what you'd do with it and how you would share it in your community as you think about a community affirming what you believe. So we're going to read this twice, and you want to read it first?
Certainly.
So close your eyes and imagine.
We believe that God has entrusted the church with the message of reconciliation in and through Jesus Christ, that the church is called to be the salt of the earth and the light of the world, that the church is called blessed because it is a peacemaker, that the church is witness both by word and by deed to the new heaven and the new earth in which righteousness dwells, that God's life-giving word and spirit has conquered the powers of sin and death, and therefore also of irreconciliation and hatred, bitterness and enmity, that God's life-giving word and spirit will enable the church to live in a new obedience, which can open new possibilities of life for society and the world.
We believe that God has entrusted the church with the message of reconciliation in and through Jesus Christ, that the church is called to be the salt of the earth and the light of the world, that the church is called blessed because it is a peacemaker, that the church is witness both by word and by deed to the new heaven and the new earth in which righteousness dwells, that God's life-giving word and spirit has conquered the powers of sin and death, and therefore also of irreconciliation and hatred, bitterness and enmity, that God's life-giving word and spirit will enable the church to live in a new obedience which can open new possibilities of life for society and the world. Tonight we will all say this together in worship, and may we all continue the vision, the community of faith, as we think about what we saw in these words. And I wondered if should we ask for questions? We've got two great questionnaires out here, Dave and Sandra, who are bringing us all the questions you're asking.
Sure, this is from Joyce. I love the circular pieces coming off the table. Are they representing something special? They look like coins or orbs. I have enjoyed your messages as a musician and also a quilter. It is good to hear from an artist's standpoint.
These are, yet again, you'll never guess what they're made of. They're made of copper. Many of you know a man named Glenn Bannerman who used to teach at Union PSCE, and he and his wife moved, and they were cleaning out their studio, and when artists clean out their studio, you always want to be around. And so he had this giant roll of copper, and his daughter said, "What are we going to do with this?" So we have it, and we made circles, and you can hang them, and they're like the aluminum. They move, and they make a little noise, and they shine with light, and we've used them over and over. And several churches have, because we love the idea of churches saying, we want to do this too. So First Presbyterian Church in Asheville has made copper circles, and you can just hang them anywhere, and they move. And we like the idea of just the everlasting circle, and communion and community, they seemed very appropriate. Do you want to add anything, or?
Just logistically, the easiest way to connect them is to make a loop with your fishing line, thread through, and then wrap it around your copper circle and pull.
So,
this is a follow-up question from Sandy. I like the hangings in front of the communion table. Are they new today? Would be a great use of your hanging copper remnants from yesterday?
So we spend a lot of time, we probably spent 3 hours on this communion table, which is an interesting use of one's time, if you're not us, but it's totally normal for us. And so for us, what happens is we will put things together, and then we sit, socially distanced now, but we used to sit together on the pew, at the middle of the auditorium, and we contemplate the installation and often reread the text and remember what the purpose of this part of the installation is. And so for tonight's worship service, the table was paramount. It was extremely important because it's a communion service. And so we spent 3 hours on it. And the pieces that you're talking about, the little shreds and shards of copper, they were in the installation for a while, and they were representing the concept of chaos and then hope, and the two together. The hope being the spiral, the swirl in the sand, the circles, and then the chaos was those little pieces on the fishing line that we had talked about yesterday. We also had these gutters and pieces of the tetanus collection, and when it came to it, at the end, those little pieces seemed too chaotic for what the text was for today and the purpose of the service and what we felt like God was saying to us in this moment, and that these pieces were a closer representation of that chaos in conversation with the hope. We also made a decision to leave up the shrouds, which we weren't planning to do. So we actually hung them back up after taking them down because of the importance that Byron had spoken about in the sermon and that was represented in the psalm of holding both the chaos and the hope in conversation.
One of the things about the table, when you go to a party, and there will be a time we can go to parties at each other's houses again, that no matter how elaborate someone's living room is and how many candles are lit and how gorgeous it is, nobody stays out there. They go to the kitchen, and that's where they go at the party. And the same is true here. The first thing I always think about is the table and what's on the table, and having this connection between pulpit and table and font, and having them emulate each other, and that, for me, having this sense of the circle of God's embrace around this, and pushing out the chaos, and pushing out the lament, and pushing out the trauma and the fear and the grief, just like these banners are going out.
So we have time for one more quick question before we close with prayer.
Sure. This is from Dan. What are some tips and advice would you give to begin a liturgical or visual arts team, or as you state, a visual choir in my church?
That is a really good question, and I think that you have done this. So how did you all start?
One thing that I always find interesting is that I think all the artists have already left church, but maybe I'm wrong. I keep finding about 7 people in the churches that I have been a member of who really are drawn to this idea. It's not that many people, and so you have to recognize that to begin with. So in terms of participatory aesthetics, this team is the team that's coming up with the ideas. So you actually don't need that many people. And so when you only get 7 or less, or if it's just you, don't lose hope. So that's number 1, because I was drawn back to the church by this work. So I can't understand why anyone wouldn't want to hang out with me all day, every day, doing this. However, when you have your team, it might be you, it might be 3 other people, 7 other people, you'll find that there's an anchor group. And that group wants to be part of the Bible study. They want to be part of the text conversation. They want to imagine, they want to learn, they want to play with the materials. They really want to do this. So stick with them, and always keep inviting, tell them like my husband does in high school athletics, come to practice and bring your friend. Tell them to bring their friends, because their friend probably doesn't come to church.
I think also having a goal saying, we're going to work on July the 14th. Aren't the Sundays in July the July the 14th. So that's about a month or less. Or just pick a date, and that you would have a goal, and you would commit to working every week, having a Zoom call, having a Zoom meeting, and having a sequence of prayer and the text, and then just conversation and letting that flow. It's too tempting to get into, what are we going to make, and what are we going to use to make it? Instead, start with learning to trust each other, learning to trust each other's instincts for meaning in the text, and also always thinking about the context of your community and the greater community out there.
Absolutely.
So, we're going to close in prayer. We want you to keep sending questions, because every time if you email us your questions, they get to us right away, and we will continue to answer them. So keep sending us your questions. The reason we're here is to really open this door to the church. We want to be here for you. We want your ideas. We are invigorated by your ideas. We also thank you for coming to this class. It was so strange to do an art class where we're not really making things, and yet we are making things. And so keep writing to us, and we please know our gratitude to you.
Let us pray. O God of wonder and wilderness and majestic heights,
we give thanks and praise that you allow us to be surrounded by so great a cloud of witnesses. We praise you for this great company who answered your call to faithfulness, who moved ahead in faith, who give us new sight and courage as we embark together on this journey in faith.
Give us radical vision, as we lay aside every weight and fear and sin and anything that would separate us from you.
Let us run with perseverance the race that is set before us, looking to Jesus, the pioneer, the perfecter, the one with imagination beyond all imagination.
May we, by faith, reach new understandings of the worlds prepared for us by the Word of God, so that we, as the community of faith, may see what was made from things that are not visible.
O God of wonder and wilderness and color and movement and majestic heights and collaborative community,
we praise you and give thanks this day. Let all God's people say, Amen.
Amen.
Go in peace.
Amen.
Hi there, I'm Bob Cumming, Robert Bruce Cumming, and I'm here on the porch of the Way Out building in Montreat. Anderson Auditorium is right down there and so forth. And I'm asked to tell you a little bit about this building. It's now called the Way Out building, but when I was growing up, we called it the World Mission building. And actually it's the Richardson building, named for a couple of supporters of World Mission from Greensboro, named the Richards, Lunsford and Mary Lynn Richardson. When I was growing up, as I said, we called it the World Mission Building because it was the summer headquarters of the Board of World Missions of the Presbyterian Church U.S., the Southern Presbyterian Church. And right over here was the Executive Secretary's office, and that was Watson Street, Watson Street, before that, Darby Fulton. And then over there was the candidate's office, the guy who was in charge of taking care of the missionary appointees who were getting ready to go into the mission field after a pretty intense, about most of the summer. And then back over this direction was the educational secretary's office. And it was his job, of course it was always a man, it was his job to make sure that the church knew and was educated about our missions. And the educational secretary, while I was growing up, was Daniel James Cumming. Yes, indeed, my daddy. So that's why I grew up spending my summers in Montreat, and I discovered it was a wonderful place to retire. So I've been here for a little over 10 years. And this porch is also a wonderful place to play music because it's got a stone floor and a low ceiling, and we can really project music out there. And so for a stretch, we did the antiphonal music from here and from over in the inn, although we more often in recent years did antiphonal stuff across the lake from over there at the Howerton Hall. And the reason that it's called the Way Out is because it's on the way out from here to wherever your mission is. And I think I've been asked to tell you that since you've been here for worship and music this week, you're going to be on your way out to your ministries wherever they are. And so I want to wish you well and safe travels. And let's do another tune here.
I lift up my eyes to the hills. From where will my help come? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. He will not let your foot be moved. He who keeps you will not slumber. He who keeps Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is your keeper. The Lord is your shade at your right hand. The sun shall not strike you by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord will keep you from all evil. He will keep your life. The Lord will keep your going out and your coming in from this time on and forevermore.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by PCUSA 1001 New Worshiping Communities, igniting a movement of new worshiping communities at the grassroots level. Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. Connect with your calling, challenge your assumptions, change systems and societies. From Morning Star Music Publishers. And from a generous grant from the Central Mission Endowment Fund of St. Philip Presbyterian Church, Houston, Texas. From White Memorial Presbyterian Church in Raleigh, North Carolina. From First Presbyterian Church, Greenville, North Carolina. And from Westminster Presbyterian Church, Greenville, South Carolina. PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by Columbia Theological Seminary, educating and nurturing faithful, imaginative, and effective leaders for the sake of the church and the world. From Morning Star Music Publishers, Pittsburgh Theological Seminary, preparing for ministry in the way of Jesus. Presbyterian Older Adult Ministries Network, promoting the development of older adult ministries and the value of such ministries. Learn more at poamn.org.
Hello, friends. Welcome to the Huck on Thursday afternoon. We've made it to the afternoon once again. I'm joined today, somehow we've made it to the afternoon. We're joined today by Krista Wright and Marlon Hurst, who are our Montreat 2021 Conference Co-Directors, 2022 Conference Co-Directors. It's Thursday. It's been a little confusing. But we're here on a glorious Montreat afternoon. You know this feeling well when the sun is shining, the sky is blue, a few fluffy clouds. Typically, every chair on this porch would be packed, and there would be folks lined up for ice cream and conversations happening across tables, across the space with one another. And that's why we're here today. Tell us, Krista.
Yes, we're here today because we were thinking about this theme of thanksgivings and intercessions. And what does that mean? And we thought, you know what? We've been talking about all sorts of heavy stuff this week. Let's just hear from you. We want to hear your stories. We want to know why Montreat is unique for you. Relationships, events, interesting things that happen to you, or people that you meet, or things that you do that you only encounter here at Montreat. And I think Andrew today put a slide up that's been scrolling every now and then, encouraging you to send your stories to us. And if you haven't already done that, and we have some we're going to read for you today, if you haven't already done that, the email address is 2020PAMconference@gmail.com, 2020PAMconference@gmail.com. And make sure to put Huckleberry in the subject line. So Andrew's sitting over there stealthily off camera. He's going to be monitoring all this, and I think Mark is too. And so when your stories come in, we're going to share them with everybody. We'd also like to start with something that Marlon and I have been thinking about as we plan the 2022 conference. And please don't ask us questions about 2022, because we are just starting that process, and we're just beginning to think about themes and how we're going to wrap ourselves around that for 2022. But one of the things that just keeps playing in our heads is this Celtic rune of hospitality. And if you're a Matthew 25 church, which if you're part of that initiative that the Presbyterian Church has adopted, then you might already have been thinking about this Celtic rune of hospitality, and I'm going to read it for you. We saw a stranger yesterday. We put food in the eating place, drink in the drinking place, music in the listening place. And With the sacred name of the triune God, the stranger blessed us and our house, our cattle and our dear ones. As the lark says in her song, often, often, often goes the Christ in the stranger's guise. So not only is that appropriate as we examine Matthew 25, but that's also so much about what we all encounter as friends and strangers as we come to Montreat. Montreat is a place that makes a friend out of a stranger. And we want to hear from you some interesting things that have happened to you and only happened to you here. And I'm going to start because I have one that's actually not about me. It's about my husband, who is here with me this week. And he's a former director of the conference, John Wright. And last year he couldn't come. He'd been coming to Montreat for a gazillion years, and last year couldn't come, and he had rotator cuff surgery, and it was a real nasty mess, so he wasn't here. And so this year he's here, and he traipses into worship on Tuesday, and sits down in Anderson for the first time in a couple of years, and the prelude starts. And Dave is playing Dan Locklear's piece. I know you were there, you remember. The piece May Be Exchanged. And that's the first thing he hears sitting in Anderson for the first time in 2 years, and that's a piece that was played at our wedding. So that's the kind of thing we're talking about, things that could only happen here, would have particularly special meaning when they happen here. So I'm talking too much. You all.
Well, in the Celtic tradition, you know, we often hear places like Iona and Montreat and other places as being described as a thin place, that sort of liminal space between where we kind of, I don't know, step out of our particularities and enter into this awareness of the sacred and the holy, and we do that with one another. I mean, Christ goes in the stranger's guise. It makes me think of the Emmaus Road encounter, the aha moment, when they encountered Christ in the stranger that had been walking with them, and I think that one of the things that makes Montreat particularly, and I had the good fortune to go to Iona a few years ago and didn't have the same weight of experience as a thin place there as I do here. But it was the first time I'd ever been there, and the only time I've been there. And so it doesn't carry that historical weight for me. And so having attended and participated here at the Montreat Worship Conference in particular for a good number of years, approaching 20, maybe it's surpassed that, I've lost count, but it carries the weight of relationship and experience and with that combination of the history with people and worship experiences and this wonderful, beautiful place, I find myself more open and more vulnerable, perhaps, to encountering the presence of Christ in the other than there's too much noise at home, maybe, too many to-do lists, too many rehearsal plans to write. And so, and each one of those experiences builds on the previous, and you come to have an expectation, not that you're trying to grasp at smoke, you're not trying to recreate something, but you have this expectation that this is a place where you are unexpectedly sort of opened up, spiritually, emotionally, and relationally, and.
Yeah, I was reading the other day, I think I shared this with you, that Madeleine L'Engle quote, that she's talking about this idea of, it's all, people want to pin on her this idea, mystical and everything's all woo-woo, and she says it's not that at all. It's this idea that we're meant to be we are meant to be finely tuned receivers And oftentimes there's so much clutter, there's so much garbage going on.
Static.
Static, yes, static, that's the word. That, yeah, it's all this junk, and that's all we can see. And what the artist knows, and because we're here at Montreat, we can speak to the artists, what the artist understands is that when you have that flash, it's because your receiver has tuned and you have unlocked something that's in your creative subconscious, and it's allowed to move into your consciousness and then and have expression then. And I think that's the kind of thing that happens at Montreat. We become, because of this place, because of the energy that's generated in this place, it enables us to become, as Madeline Lingle says, these finely tuned receivers. And then we're more apt to have more of those experiences. We're creating our thin place because we are operating from such a place of collective openness.
And that, when you say that, not to get too scripted about it, and this is just this came to me like.
Yes, we wrote a script at home.
But that makes me think of the Great Cloud of Witnesses, right? Because we stand on that cloud of witnesses that we have experience with, whether it's our first year or whether it's our second year or 20th year. But the organization goes back 50 years, and before that, the conference proceeds, and Montreat itself has been here for so long. And so there is this, we are able to have those experiences because of the care that has been taken here. It's an oft-quoted statistic that these conferences are planned for 3 years, and the planning team has chosen 3 years out. And so even those worship experiences, great care is taken, as they have been here this year as well, to set the stage. The stage has been set, and so then we have to come and participate, and then what we bring contributes to the growth and life of others.
Yeah.
Marlon, you talked about vulnerability, and that's when I came the very first time in 2003 as a brand new Presbyterian. I remember driving out of my driveway thinking, I'm going to this place, I know no one there. It was the most vulnerable I've felt in a long time, and I'm going to spend a week there. And I drove up and stayed in Assembly Inn in my own room, and it was very difficult sometimes to get out of there. But there was a couple, I don't know who they were, I don't remember them, but they invited me to eat with them at meals, and they had a toddler with them, and they were a part of the conference, and their childcare was, they were running back and forth and doing all the things, but they welcomed me right in. And then that welcomed me into a greater community, which then magnified all of those experiences I was having, because it was so easy to know in conversation with these two people, which then turned into conversation with 6 people. And then, before long, maybe not that year, but maybe the next year, I find myself sitting on the porch of the Huck, hearing these experiences from others that repeat over and over to that signal that opens us up. And it's exactly that vulnerability leads to that foundational support from others and from the community, which just carries us further into that reception for that openness to hear those experiences. I believe Andrew has a question for us, or a story to tell us.
I have a wonderful story to tell you from Katie. She shares 2 experiences. She writes, I first experienced Montreat as a youth group director at the end of January meeting. Amidst the cold weather was the warmth of welcome and ease in making new friends and colleagues. The loveliness of staying in the main building and enjoying the great meals that there were unique and memorable, both for the quality of the food and conversation. Also, the rambling game of sardines in unheated Anderson Auditorium was quite fun, also uniquely Montreat. My second Montreat memory was at the PAM Worship and Music Conference as a staff member. I taught a class in photography and video for middlers. It was a challenging and terrific experience, and the beauty of Montreat made it very easy for the students to find good photo subjects. The creativity of the young people was wonderful with their video scripts and filming, such a place that inspires and enables creativity. Again, the collegiality and hospitality was rich. Thank you so much for this online experience. It brought back many fond memories and inspirations.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for that. That's great. That's great. You know, that makes me think of all the times we've been here with youth. And I hope that if you're a youth out there, I hope you've sent us something, because we want to hear from you too. My son, having grown up largely in this place and coming with his friends, and all those never-ending Frisbee sessions out on the lawn, and what teenager gets up in the dark in the morning to go do anything? And the number of times that our son has gotten up to make that trek up to Lookout in the dark to watch the sunrise is just, you know, things. Even that's not my experience, but as a parent and knowing that my child has had those things to hold on to is also a really special thing. And I remember one time we were here with a bunch of kids, and one of the young men in our group came in one afternoon and he said, "More classes. I want more classes, more classes, more classes." He was just so digging on the whole experience of Montreat, the friends, and the content.
This other email has come in from Linda Lovins in Tallahassee, Florida. And it begins with a feeling that I think we all know. Crying is something I try not to do. It's just not pretty. And Linda, I am right there with you. Absolutely. Crying is something I try not to do. It's just not pretty. But at Montreat, I cry at least once a day. I've even cried this year when I'm not in that place, that thin place.
Yeah.
The reasons are varied, but PAM and Montreat release tensions I didn't know I had, provides discoveries I didn't expect, and encourages feelings and creative energy I didn't know were buried. Thank you, PAM and Montreat, for this glorious conference that, for me, lasts throughout the year. Absolutely.
That says so much.
That's awesome.
As I said, so I think I resonate so much with that experience because I tend to be a pretty buttoned-up person, and yet when I come here, again, it's that vulnerability. I find myself being more open to those things that are maybe bubbling just beneath the surface that don't have a chance to come up until we're in this place with people that we know and love, and in this beloved conference.
Yeah, I very rarely wear mascara to worship, and that's why, because it's coming off.
Coming off.
Coming off.
Yep.
Yep. I have one. I've got a couple in my lap here. I should get to some of these. Sylvia Tremier. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Sylvia Tremier from Blythewood, South Carolina. As I sat in the back of Convocation Hall listening to Helen Kemp talk about children's choirs, I felt for the first time a tiny flutter in my belly. That flutter was my firstborn child. And I remember thinking how appropriate it was that such a beautiful experience happened during my first trip to Montreat. Since then, I've enjoyed 30 years of profound and unforgettable experiences at the worship and music conferences. Thank you, Sylvia. Well, that's a great story. That's great.
You know, I'm grateful to all the people who have made this year's conference happen. And the community, although we're not gathered together physically, when you hear the numbers of people who have registered and who are simultaneously watching worship as it happens, there is a palpable sense of community, and this would not have happened without the loving leadership of Kelly and Andrew in the office, the PAM board, the sponsoring organizations, the grants that have been made, and all of the people who registered to keep this moving forward and to keep building upon the legacy that's been, and that's also part of the community. And it's the reality of the situation today. So we'll have our stories from this year as well. Whether we're here or at home, there's still the story of the exchange and So I'm grateful for that.
That community word has changed a good bit lately, hasn't it? It's not necessarily who's in the same space as you, but it's who carries those same interests. And it's been very evident this week who wants this experience to be available down the road, because that was very much something the board and the conference planners had to consider. If this conference didn't come together somehow, what would that mean for implications down the road? And it was very evident that it's important to many, many people that this go on. And I am so grateful.
Well, and the creativity that we all appreciate here is evidenced by the excellence of the production, by the variety and richness of the classes that are offered. I've been watching the Routley lecture every day, and it's just I value being able to go back and rewatch and to watch things that I wasn't able to catch when it happened in the moment. So I'm grateful also to the planning team for all of their creativity and their vision to see it through.
This is part of. I've been thinking and reading a lot, and some of the more kooky things I read about this time we're in. We're all on a hero's journey, and you think Odysseus or Harry Potter or any of those great characters of literature, and they start out the story in one place, and then some event rocks them, and they go through this huge, long time of transition, this liminal phase, as you mentioned before, this liminal phase, this time of transition, knowing that when they come out of that time of transition, the reality is their life is completely changed. The reality that they experienced before the transition happened, they're never going back to that. And I think we're experiencing that this year with this virtual conference. Yes, we're going to come back to Montreat, and we're all going to be together, and we're all going to be sitting in Anderson together, and we're going to be singing those hymns together, and that's going to happen. And what we're experiencing now is also part of a glimpse into the end of our hero's journey, that this is part of where we're going to be spit out into. And based on what I've experienced this week, I'm rejoicing for that. I think that is thrilling. I think that's exciting. And and
that's a good thing, since we're co-directing a future conference. So it's good.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I have a story that is brand new to me because of this conference, and it has to do with giving the shout out to the production, all the people involved in the production. And I want to shout out to those two sweet guys that filmed the yoga segments, have filmed the yoga segments every day, Mason and Dylan. And they were with me every day, and we traipsed up to Lookout, and before we did that, they were asking me, now, how much of this is can we drive up, and how much? And I was like, well, honey, you just have to park your car and be ready to walk. Well, how far is it? And I told them. And I said, yeah, it's pretty steep. So I was supposed to meet them at 8:30 in the morning, and I was on time. But I was taking my time because I thought those poor guys are having to schlep all of that equipment up that mountain. And if you've hiked Lookout, even with a day pack on, you know that you are huffing and puffing as you're scrambling up those rocks at the end. And I got up there, and they were just calmly sitting there waiting for me, having set everything up. They were totally ready and were totally digging on it. And they had the oh shoot, I'm drawing a blank, the robot thing.
Drone.
The drone. they had the drone, and they were all excited about running the drone camera, and that was so cool. And I just appreciated them so much, and their sweetness and their professionalism and their collaborative spirit. So you all need to know that all of these people that have helped us do this week are top tier, and we couldn't be doing it without them. So shout out.
And another one there, Mark?
Do you have another?
We do. We have several that have come in. Colleen Farron, I will say, Colleen, I think I got close, was right along with us just a few minutes ago. Montreat, the time of being amid old and new friends, sharing the same endeavors. Mm-hmm. Miss all of you so.
Yeah.
But sharing the same endeavors, which we do here, and coming along folks that we know have been working in the same worlds, even though separated so far apart, throughout the year. That's really so important to us to have those connections. Andrew, you have one that came in earlier. Would you like to read that for us?
Yes. That one comes from a friend of many at this conference, Paul Sims. He says, I had my first Montreat experience in 1990. Having just come over the hill from the Baptist Conference Center, I hasten to add, I never made it back over the hill. I came to Montreat for the excellent worship services, the exhilarating choral experiences, and the informative workshops. I keep coming back to Montreat largely because of the three people on the screen and others with whom I have shared lodging while attending the conference. The wonderful times around the dinner table, meals shared, and stories told and retold are among the best moments of my life. I am grateful.
Yeah.
I don't think I can talk about that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to, read something else here. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, good luck to me here. Yeah. This Joyce, thank you for saving us here, Joyce Thompson. Joyce says, I've been coming since 1983 with a colleague and stayed in the South Carolina home. I carried my flute and notebook and stayed for all the classes. It's easy to fall in love, which is what happened. My son started coming before they were even born and used to go to the clubs while I was at the conference. So many good organists like John Ferguson and too many directors to name, and pastors like John Claypool and Roger last year have changed our church musicians' lives. Many years I would plan my whole choir year while at the conference too. We stayed in the Winnsboro Assembly Inn and later in the William Black Lodge. One year around 1996, my husband started coming and fell in love with Montreat too. Even this year, we will be coming to a friend's house at Montreat because we love it so much, and the two closest friends will also be there. I could say so much more, but finding common ground with others like I have during this conference means so much for us, knowing we are not alone. I also agree with what Mark just said. The first year was scary, but the conference center got smaller and easier to maneuver each year. Thanks, Joyce. Thank you, Joyce.
Thank you, Joyce.
She mentioned her flute. Last year, so I'll tell a little story.
Oh, goody.
So last year, way back in the dark ages, I was a trumpet major in college for just a couple of years before I realized that if I wanted to graduate, I needed to do something else. But so I retired my trumpet and put it in the closet, but I never got rid of it. And so I haven't played really in 25 years. And so a couple of years ago, Kirk Abraham, who goes to church with me in Lexington and who teaches, he's a science professor at Transylvania University, came down, and he had not played his euphonium, or not played the euphonium since college, but Mark Britt convinced him to join the instrumental ensemble. So he joined the instrumental ensemble, and he said, you've got to take your trumpet next year. So I get down here, and I realize I left my trumpet at home. I go to Asheville, and I rent an instrument, and I told Mark, I said, okay, I'm going to play trumpet in the ensemble, but I want you to play third trumpet, and just bury me, so because I don't have any chops. And so he said, oh, that's fine. And so it was a struggle. And then I realized about halfway through the week that we were going to be playing Vaughan Williams' Oh, Clap Your Hands. Which is fine, right? So, but I'm on third trumpet. And I thought, okay, no problem, third trumpet, I got this. And so it begins, the first trumpet goes, bum, bum, beam, bum, and stops. on that high F. And third trumpet goes, ba, and holds it for, I don't know, about 100 bars while the choir comes in and sings. And I did it. I didn't crack, and it was a great moment of accomplishment that would have not been impossible. So then, fast forward, I go back to the go back home to the church, and I realized, you know what? I looked around at the ensemble that was there, and it was youth, it was adults, it was people like me who hadn't played in forever but still had an instrument at home. And I put out a survey, and last year we had an ensemble of 15 people at the church that played about once a month. And played in the Christmas service, and so that happened because of the community here and the experience in being able to participate, and because of my relationship with Mark Britt, who had been coming for so many years, and my relationship with Kirk. And so again, interconnected, interweaving, gives you the courage and the confidence to do maybe something that you wouldn't have done had it not been for that community that was present.
Yeah, that's true.
What other stories we have?
Anything there? I've got one here in my lap. You haven't read one yet. Why don't you read that one?
Let's see. Here's Katie from Nicholasville, Kentucky says, my favorite moment at Montreat occurs on Sunday night during worship. At that time when the entire congregation inhales together in order to sing the glorious first notes of the opening hymn. All year long, I wait for that moment to occur again, thankful to be in relationship with all of the people here.
Excellent. Thank you, Katie.
You know, we've talked about this before. Those of us who are in church music leadership positions, we have our church families, and our choirs are our families, and our church congregations are our families, but we're always responsible. And when we come here as church musicians, when we're not in leadership, and are able to just sit in the pew, I look around and I see new faces, I see familiar faces, I see people I met last year, I see people I met 20 years ago. And this is my gathered community.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe Philip said that last night, that this is his, he serves in a congregation, but this has become his congregation.
This is
really is.
Yeah. It's different. It's not the same thing. It's not
certainly
competition. But there is a sense of this is the gathered community when we're here. And I look forward to that time when we're gathered again.
Yeah. And, you know, we're a corporate body in our local churches, but that corporate body extends out and extends out and extends out. And, you know, Montreat is an extension of the unit. You know, it's like I'm envisioning overlapping circles. You know, your church is a circle, and your church is a circle, and my church is a circle, and, you know, Andrew's church is a circle, and, you know, and they're all going like this, and they're not stacking on top of each other because they're all different sizes and shapes, but they're interwoven, they're interlocked, and that's what Montreat is. Yeah. You know, it's this interlocking corporate body that's really incredibly unique.
And when you stack those up, those layers that overlap form this column, this rising column that just sort of holds everything together. And no matter what's going on out here on the edge, as you draw back into that really locks us in with the Creator. That's really nice. Really nice.
And that, you know, that's the cloud of witnesses. You know, that's all the saints of every time and place. That's World Communion Sunday. You know, that's we're all in it all the time in all ways, and we don't take the time to think of it that way until we're here. Yeah. And I think that's part of World Communion Sunday has always been so important for me. And I think that's why. I think, you know, I go to church and I know that everybody in a Christian church on the planet is having communion on the same day as me. And that's so huge. And that's what Montreat is. That's what Montreat is.
Andrew's trying to jump in over there.
Oh, Andrew, bring it.
Sorry, we were getting carried away.
Oh.
Please, Andrew.
I'm gesticulating.
Well, that's great, because our next question comes from Carrie in North Carolina. She says, My time at the PAM Worship and Music Conferences at Montreat fill my cup in a way that nothing else does. I dearly love directing and leading choirs, but spending time on the other side of the baton is something I only get to do at the conference. Joining my voice with colleagues and friends year after year helps to fuel my fire to do what I do the other 51 weeks of the year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it flips the coin, right? It allows us to be the choir member.
Right.
It allows us to be, and it gives you an understanding of what your chorister's experience is like at home, or what you hope it's like at home. And you can sit in that seat for a while.
Right.
And it is inspirational.
Yeah, and that perspective is important to know and to revisit that perspective over and over again, and even to take the opportunity, like you did, playing your trumpet, to walk into a place, the openness and willingness of the community to accept those gifts as they are. Certainly not. There doesn't have to be. I don't think you would call it a perfect performance when you were holding that pitch for 81 bars.
I thought it was 100 bars.
But to accept that performance and to accept that gift that allows the rest of the community to assemble around that music.
Are you saying my note wasn't perfect?
I wasn't. I'm not
That
sure.
is not the implication that I heard. Those were not what came out of.
Yeah.
You know, my and I think a lot of church music directors can say this. My husband's a church music director, and I don't get to sit with him and worship. I don't worship with my spouse, except here. And I think there are an awful lot of people that can say the same thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you have something going on there? You were.
No, we're good.
Oh, okay.
We're good. I was watching.
Oh, okay.
We probably have.
Okay.
I don't think we have any other stories that have come in. That we have a minute or two left. If anyone wants to share, please please send them now so we can include those. But
yeah, just a few more minutes.
Yeah. The way these stories, and one of the things I enjoy so much is hearing other people tell their stories to others, to observe passing that on, and the realness to approach vulnerability, but the realness that we get from one another here, the real experiences that are shared.
Yeah.
This is very important. It's very important to know of one another this way.
Yeah, it's something, drawing back to something you said a few minutes ago, you know, in the sense we don't have to be on when we're here. And we can, and it's part of that thin place idea too, you know, that the thin place doesn't tolerate inauthenticity. So this is a place that we can all come and just totally let it go and be who we are, and know that there's no posturing required. We don't have to wear our mascara to worship. You know, we can be who we are. That's one of the greatest gifts for me to Montreat, is that, and you touched on that a minute ago.
And do you know that so much of what we do, like Carrie said, the 51 weeks, it's so specific and so planned and so oriented towards specific events, that here we get to have conversations that aren't oriented towards specifics. It's the what ifs and how would you imagine this if it were possible? And boy, don't we need to be asking that right now? How, if this is the possibility, if this is the new perspective that we're carrying in, what can it look like?
And it's collaboration too. You know, that's what we're learning in the planning process. That it's you cannot be an island and make something like this happen. This is all about collaboration.
Community, relationships.
Right.
Yeah.
Unique to this place.
Yeah.
I think that's what we all long for sure. And to know it's here, and to know that it's here even on a screen, even when we're all just spread about. It still exists, and that carries us even further, I think.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah. Anything else come in?
There is one more. Carol Jean Nicholson. Your emails and comments make me miss all the summers we went to Synod School at Wilson College down the road. I got all these feelings This was supposed to be our first year at Montreat, and hope to get there next year. Carol Jean.
Yeah.
I certainly hope so too.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can one way or another. It's going to happen.
That's right.
We're going to make it happen.
We're going to be
So we
here.
look forward to that for sure.
Yeah. All right.
For sure.
Well, if that's it.
Well, we'll come full circle.
Yeah. All right.
In the Celtic tradition, there is a prayer known as the circle prayer, and if I can bring it up here on my phone. Technology. Got it. Okay. So in keeping with the rune of hospitality, I adapted this Celtic circle prayer that we'll close with. This is the intercession part of our Thanksgiving and intercessions. So let us be gathered in prayer. The Lord be with you.
And also with you.
Let us pray. Encircle us, O God, with your presence. Keep joy within, keep bitterness out. Keep generosity within, keep greed out. Keep love within, keep self-seeking out. Keep clarity within, keep confusion out. In the name of the sacred three, lover, beloved, love. Amen.
Encircle with your presence, O God, those who work for justice. Keep wisdom within, keep folly out. Keep strength within, keep weariness out. Keep perseverance within, keep discouragement out. Keep clarity within, keep confusion out. In the name of the sacred three, lover, beloved, love.
Amen.
Amen.
Encircle with your presence, O God, the victims of violence and injustice. Keep wholeness within, keep disaffection out. Keep compassion within, keep hard-heartedness out. Keep hope within, keep despair out. Keep clarity within, keep confusion out. In the name of the sacred three, lover, beloved, love. Amen.
Encircle with your presence, O God, all who hear these words. Keep joy within, keep bitterness out. Keep generosity within, keep greed out. Keep love within, keep self-seeking out. Keep clarity within, keep confusion out. In the name of the sacred three, lover, beloved, love. Amen. And amen.
Amen. Thank you for joining us this afternoon here at the Huck. As we head into Friday and tomorrow's events and the remaining events tonight with worship, we look forward to spending time together. Thank you.
Hello, friends, and welcome to this Montreat moment here in the middle of the Worship and Music Conference in 2020. It's our 50th anniversary, and the theme is the Great Cloud of Witnesses. And I'm sitting here on the porch of the inn, a familiar place to many of you, no doubt. It's a beautiful Montreat day, although, as is typical at Montreat, it is threatening to rain at any moment. So I hope it will stay off until we complete this interview. And in this Montreat moment, we are honored to have two of the greatest stalwarts in PAM history that we can think of, Paul and Martha Hobson. They're joining us from Austin, Texas, and we've asked them to spend some time with us and just talk about some of the history, their history and their memory and reflections on what this conference has meant to them, what it's meant to PAM, what PAM has meant to the church. So Hal and Martha, welcome.
Thank you, Eric. It's good to be with you.
We're glad to be a part of this.
So glad to have you here. Hal and Martha, talk to us a little bit. When did you first start coming to Montreat? What are some of your early memories of Montreat and this conference?
That's a good question. We're not sure what year, but we know that we started. Let's see, Marcy would have been 19, and let's see. Well, anyway, we know that we went to Montreat straight for 27 years, either taking choirs or going with our family, or on the faculty at Montreat. So Montreat is dear to our hearts, not only to us, but to our children, because they met friends there and continued for many years.
And now our grandchildren.
Yeah, in fact, our two daughters and their children were expecting to go to Montreat this summer, in fact. So they have a really love for that place and for the conference itself. And so, yes, we took back many years and have wonderful memories of that place.
Well, in your memories of being here at the conference, are there any times any things you want to share with us about when you were on conference faculty? I mean, you've probably been a composer on faculty, or you all have accompanied on faculty, or you all have
yes,
had other kinds of workshops.
Those were wonderful times to share, our experience. Particularly, I remember with psalm singing. We had some classes and trained cantors, and then they would be a part of the worship service. And I still get comments from people that were at that conference, and I was kind of the guru of chanting psalms at that point, and I take great pride in the fact that so many churches then picked up on it. And I think the modeling of worship and the possibilities of worship at Montreat had a tremendous effect on the church, liturgical renewal and singing psalms and so forth. I think the influence of Montreat is unmeasurable in that respect. Wouldn't you say, Marcy?
I would. Many years ago, I went to Trinity Presbyterian in Nashville, and the Tony Fogel song preceded me there. And she had been an active participant in PAM for many years, and it was interesting to go in and see the music library because it was built of anthems and psalms and so forth that had been done at Montreat over many years, the years that she had attended. And of course, we were familiar with those things too because we had been there. So it was fun to see in one way how that one church had been affected by the music that was done at Montreat every summer.
And also, I would add, I think there's a quality level of Montreat, of the literature that was sung by the choirs and in the reading sessions that really had a great influence on the church, particularly during its time of music maybe that is not as lasting. But I think PAM has always had a level of excellence that has been evident in all of its activities, including the choice of anthems and all that was sung at Montreat, set a standard for the church at large.
Well, I think you're exactly right there, Hal. I certainly know that in a number of years coming to this conference, for me since the early 90s, you all's name was always a part of it. And you're talking about Psalms. I can I have vivid memories of the first time I heard your setting of Psalm 137, with that very dramatic choral chanted, and it was in a workshop here, and I think I hadn't even looked at who had written it. We were just singing this, and I remember thinking, this is amazing. Who wrote this? And I looked, and there your name was, and I knew your name from other things.
A little interesting side note on that one. We bought a gong just for that. If you remember, at the end of that, the smashing the babies against the wall was such a horrible, thought. And we bought a gong just for that. And we have the gong still in our house. I don't know if I can get it.
Hal built a stand for it.
Oh, there it is. There's the gong.
Ah, there it is.
So that's the song you're talking about.
Who are some of the, you were mentioned before when we were talking earlier, some of the leaders in preaching and in liturgy and in music that have been here over the years. Who are some of the folks you really treasured working with and collaborating with?
Well, John Claypool was one, and I never will forget his sermon on Ascension. He put a new spin, so to speak, on it about when you leave one place, you're going to some other place, and applied this to Jesus. He was a wonderful preacher. Fred Craddock, Wes Forbes, Casey Tomey.
Some of the core directors were Paul Samunovich, David Wilcox, Jonathan Wilcox, Elaine Brown, Charles Hurt. These are names that people who are listening here probably would not know about. But
we go way back.
They were very inspiring, and the choir rehearsals and the worship services were, to me, the outstanding experiences at Montreat. To sing under these conductors and having choirs of our own back in our church, they were just wonderful teachers, and we learned so much from them. And of course, the worship services and the congregational singing. That's what I remember so well. And they were so inspiring, to gather in Anderson Auditorium and that many people singing is pretty near heaven.
Yeah, there's really nothing like that, and I know that's what we're all missing this summer by not all being here. And Hal, as you're talking about worship, it's making me think that you all probably were had front row seats for the ways over the decades that worship and liturgy in the PCUSA have evolved, and and not only the 2018 Book of Common Worship, but the 1993 Book of Common Worship and the resources before the worship book. So much of that evolution was workshopped here at this conference year after year, and you probably all you could go through those books, I'm sure, and know, oh, I remember when that was first done at Montreat. That was first done at Montreat.
Oh yeah.
Harold Daniels, of course, was a major factor in that. Horace Allen before him.
And I remember Fred Anderson. Was there one summer when they were developing the worship book. What is it called? The Direction for Worship. And he was getting feedback from the conferees on that. Yeah, it's that conference, as I said before, in so many ways, just had a great influence, and it still has a great influence on what we sing and what we preach, and the whole area of liturgy.
One of the things that we've seen through the years, has been the wonderful modeling that the liturgies and that has been, the use of that term, liturgies, has changed remarkably in the 50 years. As Presbyterians have moved toward a more structured worship setting, I think, it's been a good place for modeling of all these new ideas that would come out. Choir members, directors, ministers would come here and experience something. I remember singing the Psalms in worship was let's say it had some detractors along the way, and Montreat was a wonderful place for people who were active in worship planning to come and see how it was done well. And it took some of the mysticism, so to speak, out of it and helped introduce it to all of the congregations. Another thing I remember that made such a difference, liturgical dance has been so much a part of the experience there. And I never will forget, there was a liturgical troupe, a dance troupe, that was there one summer, and the choir sang "Who Is at My Window, Who?" and they danced it, and I will never hear that anthem without seeing the dance that they did to that. It was wonderful. Another experience in which we used that at church was when we were in Nashville, and we had experienced liturgical dance for many years at Montreat, but to the congregation we were serving, it was a scary thing. And one of our choir members who had came to Montreat and danced in the services at one time was going to do a liturgical dance to "He Never Said a Mumbling Word." And some of the people on the Board of Elders were upset, thinking that this would not be worshipful enough for the sanctuary. So Hal invited several of them to come on Saturday and got Susan Burtonette, was her name, and had her dance it in costume and with the music to it. And at the end of her dance, they were so moved, they said, well, let's see, how can we let people know ahead of time that it's okay for them to turn around and watch the dance starting at the back and proceeding up the center aisle? It took away all of that fear of the word dance, and that's one of the things that Montreat has done through the years, is take away the fear of some of these new and different things and make them just a part of whatever may happen in any service.
PAM's online 2020 Worship and Music Conference is brought to you by PCUSA 1001 New Worshiping Communities, igniting a movement of new worshiping communities at the grassroots level. Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary. Connect with your calling, challenge your assumptions, change systems and societies. From Morning Star Music Publishers. And from a generous grant from the Central Mission Endowment Fund of St. Philip Presbyterian Church, Houston, Texas. From White Memorial Presbyterian Church in Raleigh, North Carolina. From First Presbyterian Church, Greenville, North Carolina. And from Westminster Presbyterian Church, Greenville, South Carolina.
Hello, I'm Eric Nelson, the director of the choirs at Emory University and director of Atlanta Master Chorale. I was supposed to be the director of the adult choirs at Montreat this summer, but because of the global pandemic, that's turned out not to be possible. I've been asked instead to present a couple of seminars about an aspect of choral music that I find interesting. This one is called You Can't Play the Game If You Don't Know the Rules. Rules? There are rules to singing? Don't we just sing to freely express our feelings? It's kind of sweet, but every now and then I will meet someone for the first time. We will begin chatting as one does about each other, and they will ask me what I do for a living. When they find out that I'm a musician, it's not uncommon for the person to kind of light up and say, "Ah, how wonderful that must be for you to just turn off your mind, to escape from the world and just live in your feelings and your emotions." In that instant, I think about the tens of thousands of hours I've spent practicing in my life, the years of study leading to a couple of degrees. I look at them, I smile and say, yeah, it's great. But we know, don't we, that singing is more than just emotion. That to get to that place where our singing touches people's hearts, we are needing to understand some rules, some guidelines, some conditions that enable the music making to have structure and be done well. So, rules today. Let's talk about games. One of the things that my wife Susan and I like to do is to play games, and we've got some friends, another couple, they live on the other side of town, who also enjoy playing games. So about once a month or so, we will get together either at their house or they will come to ours, and we will play a game. Card games, board games, We'll eat something, we'll enjoy each other's company and conversation, and play a game. Very often, that's a game we've played before. So we set up the board, or we deal the cards, and we start, and we play, and it's a great evening. But sometimes we will arrive, and the host will say, we got a new game. I thought we'd enjoy it. What do you think? And Susan and I will say, sounds great. And then you know what the next question is, right? The next question is, how does it go? How do you play? What are the rules? And then we'll spend the next few minutes reading the rules or having the rules explained to us. Because, right, if you don't know the rules, you can't play the game. Let's talk sports. Every sport has a different set of rules. In basketball, you use your hands to bounce the ball down the court. You can't kick the ball with your feet. In fact, if you kick the ball with your feet on the court, the referee will blow the whistle and it's a penalty. In soccer, on the other hand, you use your feet almost exclusively. You can only use your hands if you're the goalie or if you're throwing the ball in from the sidelines. If, as a soccer player, you pick up the ball with your hands, it's a penalty. Exactly the opposite of what happens in basketball. In baseball, if you hit the ball, you run to first base, right? Well, why don't you run to third base? It's the same distance. Well, because that's not how you play the game. The rules say you go to first base, so that's what you do. It's the rule. Also in baseball, if you hit the ball over the heads of your opponent, over the fence, and out of the park, it's a home run. The crowd goes wild. In tennis, if you hit the ball over the heads of your opponent, over the fence, and out of the park, no one is going to want to play with you. That's not how you play tennis. You're supposed to hit it over the net and between the lines. There are rules in music making too. Sorry, my phone. I'll turn it off. Hold on. Technology. There we go. There are rules in music making too. The musical score is full of notation and terminology that we must follow and understand. When we see a crescendo, we get louder. A diminuendo, we get softer. Each instrument in the orchestra is governed by a different set of rules on how it's played. A piano is different than an organ. A guitar is different than a banjo. Ironically, the better a player is at mastering an instrument, the more fully the player understands the nuances of how that instrument works to sound at its best. The player also learns to play the instrument in different ways at different times. A violin is usually played with a bow, but when the music is marked pizzicato, then the player uses the pad of the finger. When a child is learning the violin, when he first sees the term pizzicato in the music, some teacher has to explain what that means. As the child gets better and better at the instrument, he or she learns how pizzicatos can be played slightly differently, depending on the style period and the intent of the composer. The paradox is that the more proficient and professional a musician becomes, the more there is to understand, practice, and master. Now, once the rules of the game are explained and understood, it is important that everyone agree to play by the same rules. If they don't, there's chaos. Allow me to be silly for a second. What if every player on a sports team played with a different set of rules, different victory conditions? Imagine that a basketball player dribbles the ball down the court, passes it to his teammate. Instead of shooting or driving to the basket for a layup, the teammate tucks the basketball under his arm, runs to the other end of the court, and yells, "Touchdown!" Again, if players are playing by different rules, they aren't actually playing the same game. Understanding what game we are playing and agreeing on the rules is really important. The first step is to know what the rules are. If a child in Little League hits the ball and runs to third base, the coach will yell, "No, no, not that way, the other way, run to first base." But ultimately, the goal is not just to know what the rules are and to learn them, but to become so comfortable with the rules that we're able to look ahead and anticipate what needs to be done next. Let's stick with Little League for another minute. Imagine that the ball is hit to a young child in the infield, the shortstop or the second baseman. The child tries to stop it, but it goes right between his legs. Maybe this has happened to you. I remember it happening to me. After a bit of practice, the child no longer makes that mistake. But having stopped the ball successfully, the player is now confronted with the next problem. Where does he throw it? He'll probably throw it to the wrong base a few times, but the coach will help him, and over time, it will become second nature to field the ball and throw the runner out. Eventually, the shortstop will learn how to turn a double play. A pitcher will learn how to throw a strike. An outfielder learns to catch a fly ball. A batter will learn how to hit a home run and how to bunt. Every player at every position knows the rules of the game and the rules governing the position they play. The better they get, the more they understand the rules. Which, finally, brings me to my main point. Do we, as choral singers and directors, know the rules of the game we are playing? Do we know what our roles are? What position we're playing? Can we learn the rules of choral singing so well that it becomes second nature? A few rules of choral singing, rules that all great choral singers know and follow, that all great choirs are doing. Rule number 1. No scooping or sliding into pitches. No scooping or sliding into pitches. It's really important to realize that scooping and sliding is perfectly acceptable in all other vocal styles. In fact, in most styles, it's the sliding about between notes that provides a great deal of the expression. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. Directors, when you tell your choristers not to scoop, be careful not to imply that scooping is bad singing. It's not bad singing in general. It's only bad singing in choir. Scooping in choir is like trying to score a touchdown in basketball. It's not that touchdowns are bad. You just can't score them in basketball. Scooping is one of the most common flaws in choirs. and eliminating it makes immediate improvement. It's also a flaw that absolutely anyone and everyone can fix. You don't have to take voice lessons or have a great technique to sing a note without sliding into it. Sliding into notes in many styles of singing is great, necessary, but sliding into notes in choir is not. In choir, one has to sing the exact pitch. E, 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 not something kind of close. E, e, e. Rule number 2. Synchronize tempo and pulse. Synchronize tempo and pulse. I think of it as a sort of triangle. Each singer must align their own internal pulse with those around them, other singers and the accompanist, while also watching the conductor at the bottom. Singing in a choir is simultaneously an act of doing, singing your own part, generating your own pulse, while listening. What is done only matters in relationship to what is heard. Too often, a chorister will tap their foot and sing their part accurately. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Brethren, we have met to worship and adore the Lord our God. They do this in a sort of rhythmic tunnel vision. But it's quite possible that their pulse is not the same as those around them. When I'm on the podium, I can see when the people are doing this, when a singer is doing this, they'll very often concentrate really hard, and you can see them counting, tapping their foot, and usually kind of looking down at their knees. They're not listening. They're not looking. They're just trying really hard. This can happen not only with one person, but with entire sections. This has happened a lot. The choir will have sung the first verse, maybe the first verse and the chorus of an anthem or a hymn, and then verse 2 arrives. As verse 2 arrives, one of the sections in the choir, let's say the basses, for example, now has the melody. They come in, and within just a measure or two, they're already nearly a beat behind. So, brethren, pray, and holy manna will be showered all around. And now it's the bass's turn. Sisters, will you join? Behind already. The director stops because the anthem is falling apart. The basses look up, surprised to see the conductor has stopped and wondering what the problem might be. It sounded fine to them because they were only listening to themselves. The rules of choral music require that we must always be aware of what those around us are doing. Now, on one level, they might say that they were listening to each other. They were listening to the people around them because they were listening to each other in the section. But the section has lost track of the pulse of the choir as a whole, of the other sections, of the accompanist, of the director. They've forgotten the other two sides of the triangle. Rule number 3. All singers must agree to sing in the same key. All singers must agree to sing in the same key. This is, tell you the truth, a very similar problem to getting the pulse and tempo to align. When tuning, we must tune to something outside ourselves. And that is almost always another section or another instrument. Now, in an orchestra, before the concert begins, every instrument on stage tunes to the sound of an oboe who plays a single note A. And all the instruments adjust, right? They pull the tubing of the instruments a little longer or a little shorter. They move the pegs on the cello and the violin up and down just a little bit to make the strings a little tighter, a little looser until everybody's in exactly the same key. They're all in tune. But by no means does that mean that the choir, that the orchestra players are done. Once the concert starts, they are still adjusting and aligning with each other on every single note. Untrained singers think they are doing well to sing their part correctly, and they are. Others feel like they've done well if they're listening to the person right next to them, and they are, but this is still not enough. The entire section might be singing, I don't know, a half step flat from the rest of the choir and the organ. But since no one in the section is listening to the organ, the whole section is blissfully unaware. Put simply, in choir, the pitches we sing always exist in relation to someone else's pitch. If we are at home singing alone, we can pitch a song anywhere we'd like. But in choir, once the piano or organ plays, the note we sing must be in tune with that instrument or that other voice. If a cappella, the other sung parts. In choral music, an exact pitch only exists in relation to someone else's exact pitch. If a choir can sing exact pitches and line up tempo and pulse, it is a very good choir. After the teaching of notes has been accomplished, I spend at least 50% of most rehearsals making sure that those two things, pitch and rhythm, are in place. What is the other 50%? Well, there's some more rules. Rule number 4. Rehearsing is a series of choices. Rehearsal, is a series of choices. There are dozens, if not hundreds of choices that need to be made in each piece that we rehearse and sing. Do we breathe or carry? Eighth rest, quarter rest, crescendo, diminuendo. How much do we crescendo? To where? On which beat? To which word? An untrained singer resents it, I think, every time the conductor stops and interrupts the singing. They'll roll their eyes maybe and heave a heavy sigh. Can't believe he stopped again, right? But a great chorister anticipates these questions, wants to know how the music goes, and sees these decisions as essential parts of playing the game, as absolutely important as singing the right note or the right rhythm. The question a great chorister asks is not just, what is my note, but how should I sing my note? Where is it going? When these choices are made, a well-trained chorister is quick to use a pencil to mark the music so they will remember it for the next time. An untrained chorister is far less likely to use the pencil and may make the same mistake over and over again. It goes without saying that the director stands ready to help with the answers. If the director hasn't thought about how the music goes, doesn't have the answer to those questions, isn't looking to solve those issues, those problems, then it's nearly impossible for the choir to make beautiful music on its own. Rule number 5. Music should always be going somewhere. Music should always be going somewhere. Musical line is either getting louder or getting softer, or sometimes staying exactly the same. And these things do not happen accidentally. They're choices. A great chorister is always doing one of these things. And they're doing it intentionally and on purpose. The difference between music that is going somewhere and music that is being sung accurately, one note at a time, one syllable at a time, the difference is gigantic. Be thou my vision, O Lord of my heart, is so different to hear and to experience than be thou my vision, O Lord of my heart. Isn't it? Rule number 6. Musical phrasing follows stressed and unstressed syllables. Musical phrasing follows stressed and unstressed syllables. Musical phrasing nearly always follows the nature of language, arriving at important words, de-emphasizing unstressed syllables, and also de-emphasizing linking words like and, the, with. Think about the very first phrase of Amazing Grace. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. In the first word, amazing, the accented syllable, the stressed syllable, is may, like the second syllable of the 3. And in order for it to be said well or sung well, the first syllable, the letter A, is de-emphasized. It's essentially a pickup. And then we arrive at may, the second syllable, and then zing, the third syllable, is also a little less. We pull away from it. We head towards maze and then pull away from it. So we have amazing. And that word is probably heading to the second word, grace. That's probably even more important. Amazing grace. The next word, how, is another pickup. It's a de-emphasized word, a linking word, heading to sweet, which is the next note, the next syllable of emphasis. Amazing grace, how sweet. The next word is the. It's a linking word. It's the word that precedes sound. It's connected to sound, but it isn't as important as sound. The sound. And there's this wonderful ebb and flow, this rise and fall of going towards and away, of emphasis and de-emphasis that we do all the time in speech. I'm doing it now. You can't help it. But it also has to happen in singing. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. You take that away, and you get what we've all heard. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. It's robotic when all, even though the notes and the rhythms were right, it's robotic when all of the syllables have the same emphasis. Doesn't feel right. There's a moment in a Christmas concert I do every year at Emory called Lessons and Carols. We always sing the chorale, Break Forth, O Beauteous Heavenly Light. A lot of you have sung it, I'm sure. And there's a phrase near the end of it that has the words, "this child now weak in infancy." And that 3-syllable word, infancy, is really tricky to get the phrasing right. The 3rd syllable of infancy lands on a beat. This child now weak in infancy. And the choir on the first sight reading almost always pops that 3rd syllable. I have to stop and explain. No, the word is infancy, not infancy. And then we'll try it again. It'll be a little bit better. And then almost every year, we all hear that the tenor line is actually written, it's a Bach chorale, a Bach harmony setting, that the tenors actually have a high note, I think it's an E, on the 2nd syllable of infancy. This child now weak in infancy. And that's how they sing it, infancy. And I have to explain to them that just as the 3rd syllable is not the important one, neither is the 2nd one. And just because the note is higher doesn't mean it has to be louder. And we'll double back until they figure out how to do infancy. And then eventually, after a couple of passes, it'll sound great. And it will seem logical to the listener. Every musical phrase has a hierarchy of more important and less important syllables that are moving towards or away from another syllable. This is probably a seminar by itself, and one of these days maybe I'll do one. But again, I submit that all great choristers are actively, consciously, purposefully aware of these connections, of this rule, whereas untrained singers are likely not. Rule 7. This is a bonus rule. Just as there are stressed and unstressed syllables, there are also stressed and unstressed consonants. There are stressed and unstressed consonants too. If we want to get really down in the weeds, great choristers understand that just as there are stressed and unstressed syllables, there are stressed and unstressed consonants, even within a single word. Take the word take. Theoretically, perfectly, the T is louder than the K. Take. And if we do that backwards, it doesn't sound right. Take. Take. Nope, it's take. Here's another one. It's comfort, not comfort. Comfort. Nope, it's comfort. So if we were to sing a piece that had the phrase in it, take comfort, we would need to make sure that the T and the C were the loudest consonants for it to sound right to our listeners. Take comfort. Now, some directors are already smiling because you realize you also have a problem about, do you do one K sound, take comfort, or do you do two, take comfort? If it's two, then the K, the first K sound is softer, and the second K sound is louder. The K is softer than the C. You with me? Take comfort. Take comfort. Not take comfort. Take comfort. You can say this is stupid, and maybe you're right. But I spend a lot of time with really good choirs cleaning this sort of thing up so that the listener hears the text unfold in the most compelling way. Here's another one that happens most years at the end of Silent Night. The word is peace. To follow my rule, the letter P should be louder than the S sound at the end of the word. It should be peace, peace, not peace. But we've all heard this. Sleep in heavenly peace. We know what it means. We know the carol. We love it. But it's not quite right. Accented consonants should be louder than unaccented consonants. Now, how loud a consonant should be is dependent on how loud the vowels are that are around them. Okay, while I'm on the subject, rule number 8, diction is hard to understand in singing. It just is. And one of the reasons for that is because music is slow. Diction is hard to understand in singing because music is slow. What do I mean by that? Communicating the words should be, I think we can all agree on this, communicating the words should be of equal importance to singing the musical line. One of the keys to helping our congregations and audiences understand the words we sing is to distinguish between voiced and unvoiced consonants, right? D and T, G and K, B and P are quite different sounds when sung. D, T, G, K, B, P. They're different, quite different. These words, caught, cod, got, and God, are all very different words that mean very different things. Yet many choirs, I fear, would sing them all with pretty much exactly the same pronunciation. Because if you don't distinguish between the sound of a voiced and unvoiced consonant, then everything becomes exploded. How many times have you heard a choir sing praise to the Lord, or that Christ is risen, right, from the grave, or from the dead? In everyday conversation, inflection happens just in the natural act of speaking, as I'm doing now. But in choral music, the speed at which the text is delivered is much, much slower. We linger on nearly every vowel and delay the arrival of the consonants. Speaking this well-known Charles Wesley text takes only a second or two. Love divine, all loves excelling, joy of heaven to earth come down. But singing it takes quite a bit longer. Love divine, all loves excelling, joy of heaven to earth come down. Notice how when the text is sung, every vowel gets stretched. Joy of heaven to earth come down. It's why we have to be so careful to sing, to make sure that everyone is singing the same vowel and pronouncing the same consonant at the same time in the same way. Otherwise, we end up singing something that's close, like this. Joy of heaven to earth come down. To earth come down. We know what we mean, but it's nonsense. In singing, each sound stands apart from the next. And we must work very hard as singers and directors to make the flow of the phrasing and thus the text we are singing fall on the ears of the listener in a way that seems logical and coherent. We are singing the prayers of the people. The words are important, and they should be understood. Rule 9. Singing the right notes is only the beginning. Singing the right notes is only the beginning. Reading a script is not the end of the process for an actor. It's just the beginning. Most all of us can read. Very few of us are great actors. Similarly, singing the right notes in the right rhythm at the right dynamic is essential, but it's not the end. It's only the beginning. The music must then be sung in such a way that it means something. It must always mean something. Rule number 10. Nearly everything we need is on the page. Nearly everything we need is on the page. A huge part of what we are asked to do in rehearsal is already right there in the music on the page. Music is graphic notation, after all. It looks like what it sounds like. Too many singers, upon making a mistake, ask to hear their part again so they can try to remember it, to listen to it so that they know how it goes, rather than looking at the page so that they can see how it goes. For many untrained singers, I fear, the musical score is really just a lyrics sheet. Other than the words, everything else is just kind of ignored. Directors, how many times have you told the choir to crescendo when a crescendo is already right there in the music? Singers, how many times has director asked you to sing softly when the music already has the PP, pianissimo, printed right there at that same spot? Sometimes I'm afraid the truth is that we already know the rules. We just need to follow them. Rule number 11. Notice the other parts. Notice the other parts. Relatedly, the music we hold has not only our own part, but most everybody else's. This is a huge advantage for us that our instrumental colleagues do not have. If you play the violin in the symphony, you are only seeing the violin part as you play, right? The only person with all the parts in a symphony orchestra is the conductor. Now, most choral octavos and anthems give us all the voice parts, plus the organ or piano part. Very often, when someone asks me to play their part again because they can't find the right note, I will point out that another part or another instrument is playing the exact same note they're needing at the same time. Or they've just played their note moments before. So let's say that the sopranos need to sing the note C. Perhaps it's hard for them to find the note C for some reason. Maybe it's approached by a leap or some awkward interval of some sort. But at that moment, the note C is being played by the piano and also being sung by the tenors. The sopranos, if they are aware of the tenors and the piano singing the note that they need, can overcome this awkward leap by simply singing the note that's already there. It's already being played and sung. Rule number 12. You will sing that note again. You will sing that note again. This is also related to looking at the score. Great choristers understand that they are very likely to sing the same note Again, there are only so many notes after all. They are not only aware of the notes being sung by others around them, but they are always aware of what notes they have just sung themselves. It is very common for a note to be approached, in one case, easily and logically. Dee-da-da, dee-da-da. Finding that note is really easy. It's just, you're right there. The scale leads you up to it. But maybe 3 beats later, the same note is approached again, but this time awkwardly. Dee-da-da. Maybe with a leap of some sort. Da-da. Most untrained singers will see that leap and they'll just stop singing, unsure of what note to jump to, what note to sing next. Skilled singers, even if they too would find that leap difficult, will sing the note correctly every time, simply because they realize it's exactly the same note they just sang a moment earlier. Dee-da-da, dee-da-da, dee-da-da. I just sang it. I'll sing it again. The singer who understands that they are very likely to sing the same note again will see their sight reading improve immediately, dramatically, a lot. Rule number 13. Choir singing is different than other types of singing. Choir singing is different than other types of singing. Choral music is its own art form. It's important to realize and come to terms with the fact that there are a lot of different kinds of singing and a lot of different singing styles. The rules for each style are quite different, and the tone quality considered correct for that style can be very different, right, from style to style and genre to genre. A great chorister understands that when singing in a great choir, they need to sing with the tone quality of a great choir. Great choir singing is different than great bluegrass singing, and that's different from great Broadway singing, which is different from great opera singing. They are as different from one another as football is from basketball. At first glance, the two sports seem to be the same, right? Two teams, offense, defense, uniforms, a ball, a stadium, an audience, coaches, a scoreboard, winners, losers, a championship. But look more closely and the two sports could hardly be more different. It's the same with solo singing and choral singing. At first, they seem to be the same, but look more closely and they could hardly be more different. A great chorister understands that a singer's tone is not predetermined, not fixed, that all of us can change our tone, actually quite a lot. All vowels can be sung with a huge variety of tone qualities. A great chorister understands that once the tone for that choir has been determined, then everything fits into that tone. You can sing all 5 vowels, all parts of the range with a similar tone quality. I spend a lot of time trying to get singers not to switch between one note where it seems like it's a little bit swallowed and wolfy, and then another note 2 syllables later that's thin and nasal, right? And another one that's breathy, another one that's shouty, another one that's perfect. So, to restate, a great chorister understands that when singing in a great choir, they need to sing with the tone quality of a great choir. It is sometimes the case that untrained choristers are singing very well, actually, in a style and with a tone that is from another genre, another sport. They are playing football while others are playing basketball. Many times I've heard one singer singing in a choir, but they think that they're on the stage of the Metropolitan Opera. while another singer, maybe a singer singing right in the very next seat in the same choir, that other singer seems to be singing bluegrass on the stage of the Grand Ole Opry. Both singers are wonderful. I feel like I need to say that again. Both singers are wonderful. And I would love to hear them sing a solo, but neither is singing according to the rules of a great choir. It's not that they are intentionally undermining the choir, but simply that it seems they have never heard nor experienced the sound that the choir is trying to make. Directors, consider taking time in rehearsal to play a recording of a great choir. Tenebrae, Trinity College, Cambridge, Latvian Radio Choir. Or if you've got a small choir and they feel like because they're small that they're limited in how good they can be, play them a recording of Voces 8. Voces 8 is a pro group of 8 singers, one on a part. Choristers, do you listen to choirs like that, world-class professional choirs, very often? Do you know what great choirs sound like? Here's the good news. The sound required by a great choir is not particularly virtuosic and can be achieved by singers of all ages. Now, don't get me wrong. Great choirs are extraordinarily virtuosic, but I'm talking about the sound, the tone itself that any individual human is producing. The tone required of a singer at the Metropolitan Opera is something that very few humans can actually create. I can't. I've studied voice for years. I'm a pretty good singer, but I'm not going to be hired to sing at the Met. I can't do that. While the sound of an individual singer in a choir, while particular and specific, that sound is completely doable for the vast majority of singers. Rule 14. Tone should, as much as possible, match the meaning. Tone should match meaning. A great choral singer tries to match the connotation, the implication of the sound to the connotation, the meaning of the text. This is somewhat akin to what great actors are able to do with their voices. Joy, sadness, hope, loneliness, worry, faith, confidence, exuberance can all be reflected in our tone. When we speak, the tone of our voices change depending on the meaning of what we are saying. We become more gentle when we're speaking and trying to comfort a friend. Our voice takes on an edge when we're a little bit angry and trying to be forceful and get our point across, right? Our voices change a little bit. It's still us. And we can do that in choral singing too. Great voices, great choristers, making the sound of a great choir, but it just gets tweaked. It gets tipped so that the emotional implication of the word is also coming out. That's a beautiful thing when that can happen. Rule 15. Vibrato is a choice. Vibrato is a choice. In an orchestra, nearly all flutes play with vibrato. Most clarinets play without vibrato, but some jazz clarinets do use it. Some trumpets play with vibrato, some do not. Most opera singers sing with vibrato all the time, nearly all the time. Some pop singers use vibrato, some don't. Some bluegrass singers sing with vibrato, some do not. All great choristers can sing with or without vibrato, as needed. This is not the case for many other vocal styles that have different rules, but it is for great choirs and great choral singers. The trick is to not allow the presence or absence of vibrato to change the essential nature of the tone. It's the same sound whether it's on or off. Rule 16. I barely mentioned balance, other than saying that we need to listen to each other. Rule number 16 is this. Low notes don't carry as well as high notes. Low notes don't carry nearly as well as high notes. Basses and altos singing in the low part of their range know that they have to sing a good bit louder down there in order to be heard. Sopranos and tenors, sopranos especially, on the other hand, know to sing more softly as they approach their higher register, or they'll just drown everyone out. This is even more of a problem in a lot of choirs, in most choirs, because there are more sopranos than there are basses. One more. Lastly, tuning never stops. Tuning never stops. Great choral singers understand that they are always tuning, always, every moment, no exceptions. We are never so talented or so skilled that we can stop actively tuning and just forget about it. Just because the last chord was in tune, it doesn't mean the next one's going to be. One of the great joys of choral singing is adjusting intonation in real time, moment to moment, with all those around us. Maybe the thing I miss most during this pandemic and our hiatus from ensemble singing. Choral singing is not the answer to the world's ills, but it is one of the clearest examples I know of what can happen when we work together in the service of prayer and praise of God and each other. Following these choral rules, it's a lot, but it can be achieved by anyone who knows what to listen for, joining with others to create the extraordinary beauty that only choir can bring. I wish you all well. Until we can be together again and the singing starts and we return to ensemble singing. Stay safe and be well. And learn the rules.
Thank you for tuning in to the conference live stream. In order to continue our live feed, we will have to refresh the broadcast. Please wait about 10 to 15 minutes and click Refresh in your browser. Thanks very much, and we'll see you later this evening.